Good evening, race fans, and welcome to Podium Esports coverage of tonight's action for LCQs for the third annual Podium 500, live from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. My name's Justin Prince. Alongside the booth for LCQ number 1 this evening will be Jacob Hitz, with our producer Ryan Bauer, who'll be using cameras provided by the great Dougie Beard. Tonight's expected to be a busy night, to say the very least, as these LCQs decide the final 16 total drivers, 8 apiece from the 2 LCQs on the docket, who will move on with a chance to be able to race in the duels later on this evening to lock in their spots for the Podium 500. And I'll start towards your direction turn, Jake. The intensity expected to be heavy for this first LCQ, with plenty of big names looking to try and make that top 8.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of big names, really, in both LCQs. A lot of big names that did not make it out of the heat races that we've been running all afternoon long. Now into the evening time, we get to these LCQs, and you're right, a good number of big names in this field that were on the outside looking in, able to squeak their way into an LCQ spot. And this is their last chance to try and make the Podium 500 for now. Of course, if they make it into the top 8 out of the LCQ, they go on to the duels, where they have to finish inside the top 20 to move on. So it's going to be difficult to make the Podium 500. This is just another step in the staircase to get to the big show.
These drivers have worked all throughout the day to have an opportunity to battle for today's action here on Podium Esports, and the pressure has been intense, to say the very least. Here's a look at the format for those just tuning in for the first time today. And as we mentioned, 8 heats started off the action to see which drivers would end up having a shot to go directly to the duel or would have to go to this LCQ period. 17th on back of those heats were eliminated. With tonight's heat, or LCQ should say, the heat will be on for those to make the top 8 to have a shot in the duels. If they finish 9th on back in turn, though, Jacob, their night is done.
Yeah, if you can't finish in that top 8, everything's just gone by the wayside, and you're going to have to wait until next year. So if you're not in the top 8, you don't have a chance to try and race your way in the duels later on tonight. If you're outside the top 8, sorry about your luck. We'll see you next year.
43 drivers, remember, starting in the field. 3 drivers had provisionals entering this year's event. Seth DeMerchant had a provisional from the 2019 Podium 500. Daniel Eberhardt from 2020. Casey Kerwin from 2021 for these respective competitors. And keep in mind, when it comes to the first of the 2 LCQs on the docket tonight, there were a lot of heavy hitters and known strong drivers for this type of racing who did not make the show on the initial go-around. You have drivers like Nate Stewart, Dylan O, Brendan Kohler, Garrett Maines, and several more, Jacob, a who's who all have to go to the first LCQ number 1 as just alone. And don't forget, Sean Butler is also in the mix too.
Sean Butler, Nate Stewart is here, Brendan John Kohler, and Alex Kolonix, they're both here. This field is pretty stacked as far as LCQ fields are concerned. Michael Guest, the Coke Series driver, is in the house. He's going to be in this field. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The drivers now getting themselves ready to make their way towards the starting grid. Have to see how tonight's LCQs go, but the first of the 2 is just about all set to go, and the drivers have their grid slots and then out, and their cars are starting to make their way to the starting grid. Let's see how these drivers will start for LCQ number 1 for the 2022 edition of the Podium 500. In turn, 40 drivers fight these spots on the line tonight. On the first row with a boosted starting grid, it will be Adam Thompson, who will start alongside eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver Michael Guest. Row 2 behind them features Kenny Height, who will start alongside Philip Martin and his number 46 in Sim. Alexander Gotam will start in 5th position, with Kolonix in 6th position in his shiny gold machine. Row 4 features Julio Lobos Jr. with Connor Anton in the top 8. Keep an eye on row 5, however, because that row features 2 very star-studded drivers, Jacob. Sean Butler, Nate Stewart, 9th and 10th.
Row 6 has Carson Bowers and Gil Chadlain in the 12th spot. Then Hunter Hayward in 13th, Charles Feltz in 14th. Adrian Moore lines up in the 15th position with Clayton Davis to his outside. Joey Stats, Devin Rogers make up row number 9. Row 10, Joseph Sullivan, Zach Hudson.
Eric Stanford starts 21st tonight with Jim Westerfield in 22nd position for the 11th row. The 12th row is Mikey Neal and Douglas Rice. Rice did not take the green, however, for this grid. Alvis, in turn, starts 25th behind with Hayden Swank in 26th. Zach Carr starts 27th with Chris McLean in 28th. Then it's Meeks and Urbanik who will round out the top 30 of note. The 83 of Kyle Urbanik did not get rolling, Jacob.
Yeah, he's taking an EOL penalty here, so he's going to start at the back, it looks like. Julian Ricky will be in 31st with Colton Harvey in 32nd. Colin Martin 33rd. Shane Wyatt lines up 34th. Tyler Rush, Chris Scala 35th and 36th. Devin Smrecker in 37th. Brendan John Kohler lines up 38th. Garrett Maines 39th. Dylan Alt rounds out our field of 40 for this, the first LCQ tonight from Daytona.
In this LCQ alone, you have 3 drivers who run in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series and or a part of the 2022 roster. You have several of the crew chiefs, several drivers in contention to make runs in the eNASCAR Road to Pro Qualified iRacing Series. And then you have those as well on top of things who have shown great speed on the super speedways. 30 laps are on the docket for the LCQs tonight. The top 8 look to fight to move on. But it's Thompson in control of the field. Pace car is off, green flag is up, we're underway for LCQ 1. And a good start for Michael Guest. He leads the first lap of 30. And that top line, keep in mind, Jacob, has been a strong one. For those who have gained experience with this car can tell you, because it's unlike what you feel with the Gen 6. You line up enough drivers up on the top, you can make that line rolling fast.
Yeah, and it took a while in those first couple of heats to get that outside line to work. Everybody was kind of hovering around the bottom. We saw Garrett Maines kind of run the middle line in his heat until he got shuffled out of the deck late. But this outside line now, especially in those last couple of heats, has really started to take command over the field. And so far, that's what these guys are trying to do. Michael Guest just going to pick them up and put them down to that outside line. But that 99 down on the inside, trying to do the best he can right now. Adam Thompson downstairs trying to reel him in. He's down up to second.
See the top line and the bottom lines forming up with a fair amount of space of note. Some drivers are trying to get a third line going. One of those was at the very start of this race. 31st position, Garrett Maines already doing so. You have others, such as right about here, having near close calls. This is from Charles Feltz, who is inside the top 15, not in the transfer spots yet, however, who is looking to try and see what happens in the heart of this pack.
Yeah, Maines and Kohler, they were in different heats, but they were just about as aggressive. Comparing each other. They were not afraid, especially late in the going, to stick at 2, 3. Sometimes I think they would even think about 4 wide, depending on where they were at and how quick they had to get to the front. Now, here comes Garrett Maines. He just shot out of a cannon here, trying to close in and get by the 27.
Passing by the Turtle Wax machine, and these drivers starting to work together, some of the technical alliance mates. Not a surprise here. And here's the thing when it comes to Garrett Maines. He runs a lot of super speedway events such as this, along with some of his fellow buddies, such as Kohler, such as some of his Aero Technical Alliance mates, to be able to figure out this type of racing. He's actually well known in the Super Speedway League circuit to run these types of events.
And all that experience pays off, because then you can know how you can use your car in the draft, even if you're racing around guys that you've never raced around before, or you've only raced around once or twice. That's one thing. Oh, trouble! Thompson gets turned from the inside line down onto the apron. Everybody's going to avoid because he's way down on the flat. We keep it green, but Adam Thompson was leading the inside line. Not anymore. He goes for a slide on the front stretch.
Let's take a look at the Podium Esports replay, and he got some help from the 46, one of the Martin Sports backed machines.
Yeah, I think we've talked about through these heats that you've got to be careful when you're pushing, and you just give the wrong bump, especially on the left rear like that, and that's all it takes. It's just enough to get these guys out of shape. You know, these bumpers, they're not flat. Oh, we got more trouble coming off turn 4. Another one spins it down to the inside. I think that's who turned Thompson just a moment ago. Yes.
It's the same driver who has the same trouble just about off turn 4 now. Let's take a look at this replay now, as he already sawed up one driver's front bumper in the entry of turn 3.
Yeah, he just washed up off the corner. You're watching the 46 here of height. He just loses it, washes up, and the guy behind him just hits him in the back bumper and turns him around again on that left rear. And like I was mentioning, the rear bumpers on these things, they're not flat. They're like U's. You hit it at the wrong side.
One driver running on the apron. One driver launched in the air. It's Zach Carr. Caution is out for the first time in LCQ1. Don't know what's involved. And there is no faster pair, keep in mind, of the LCQs. These drivers likely out of contention with significant damage, with the caution coming to the end of lap 6.
Eric Stanford involved, and you're right, Zach Carr, that car got up in the air and over. You'll see the replay right here, and they just started wrecking up in front of him. Somebody caught the apron, I think. That's what caused the checkup, and a huge crash. The 27 of Carr up on top of the wall, alt piles in. A big hit down on the apron. A lot of cars at the back of the field that maybe we're just trying to ride around, getting a piece of.
Nicholas, and on board, this is Tyler Rush. Oh, man. Just got lucky to avoid significant damage there.
I mean, these guys, I thought we started pretty calm, all things considered, JP. The last 2 laps, everything just went out the window. A lot of contact, just trying to push each other around, maybe getting a little too aggressive, seeing what they can get away with and what they can't get away with. Hopefully these last 2 laps kind of draw a line in the sand that you can't get away doing any of that. Don't do it again until it's crunch time.
I want to note something though as well, because I noticed some aggressive blocking for the bubble spot. Remember, top 8 move on. Guess which driver's in the top 8 in that 8 spot? Sean Butler. He did not want to give anyone a chance to try and build up a run to take the spot before that caution flag, and was around that vicinity where some of the checkups started into turn 3.
Yeah, and it's part of pack racing where you have to check up. And I think some drivers, just with racing other cars, they're so used to they can get away with bumping the guy in front of them, and they're able to survive, even if it's in the corners, even though that's really dangerous, especially at these plate tracks, with these race cars, and just how U-shaped the rear bumpers are. It's not the front bumpers. Like, I remember with the Gen 6, Chevy complained about how pointy the front end of the Chevy was with the Camaro. It's not the front bumpers that are the issue, it's the rear bumpers that just do not line up, and if you don't hit them perfectly, you're probably going to crash the guy in front of you. It almost reminds me of the Gen 4s, where if you would try and push somebody, you would pick the rear tires up off the ground. It's kind of the same scenario, or like 2012 with that Gen 5 when they shortened the spoiler on that thing and made it round. Kind of what that reminds me of, trying to not completely eliminate the 2x2 tango sense of racing, but at the same time, if you don't do it right, you're in trouble.
You may have noticed, by the way, there was a significant amount of damage to the right side of Sean Butler's machine. He was hit moments after the caution was triggered by the current 9th place driver in Devin Rogers. who slipped down from the top line to about the middle of the racetrack, making contact down in towards that run to the tri-oval. And in turn, Butler with damage, Rogers significant damage. Rogers, in turn, has just been sent to the back of the field with his first strike of the race because of the contact after the caution trigger. So he'll go to the back, and we'll get to 1 to green this time by Jacob.
There we go. Sorry. I hope everybody just takes a breath here and knows that, you know, what we saw in those first 5 laps was all right. Things started to get a little out of control. Just bring it back in here. We're going to have 21 to go in the restart. It's not a ton of time, but you don't want to lose too much of this race under caution. We saw that especially in those early heats where we would have 4 or 5 cautions in a race before we got to overtime. We would only see 4 or 5 green flag laps. I think these guys want to try and avoid that so that way they have an opportunity to race their way in instead of just letting the cautions kind of determine whether or not you make the show.
Reset your top 8 inside that grouping is Guest, Martin, Glonix, Anton, Stewart, Chatelaine, Hayward, and Butler. Of note, Hunter Hayward was trying to switch from top to bottom several times. Plan B sales machine to get towards that top 8. Butler was doing the same as we referred to. So expect some big time moves with already 21 laps to go coming up off the restart with the iRacing pace truck ready to pull on off for this one. Keep an eye on who gets the run, though. The top line has been strong on some of the restarts so far, especially with this next-gen machine. But it's Michael Guest with the great start at the bottom. Green flag is out. We're back to racing.
Going to be interesting here. This outside line really fell apart. And I know we saw this in some of the heats as well, where just this inside line, they would get too far out front, and then by the time they got to the back straightaway, the outside line would catch up. This time around, everybody on the inside line that got a good start, also known as Colonix and Guest, they just go up to the top side right away to prevent a huge run from them, and there's enough of a bottom line there to kind of build a wall and prevent them from dropping to the low side. We might see these guys start to make a move, though, with Philip Martin and Chatelaine. Instead, they're going to hang right in line.
I'm actually picking up a really decent amount of momentum. Anton, though, has just gone in a black flag. Drive-through penalty for changing lanes before the start and finish line. There goes the help. That was being assisting of Nate Stewart's run on the bottom side. And take him out of contention for the time being as a result of the drive-through. Trouble in the back.
Huge crash right in the front. Sean Butler in the fence. One car got turned into the outside wall. 5th in line, down on the bottom, and half the pack, maybe more, pilot on in on the front straightaway. Butler's car's destroyed. McLean involved. Adam Thompson, I think, missed it. Alexander Gottheim involved. Swank involved. Nate Stewart was the car that got turned up into the outside wall. And Sean Butler goes for one of the wildest rides we've seen so far tonight.
Well, Butler immediately from the car has it signified he's not happy. He was the first one hit after Stewart got turned with the bump draft off center coming out of the tri-oval. Maine, several more involved, including several upside down. That just took out almost all the contenders we were expecting to race for the front.
Yeah, and that's a trouble spot that I think we usually see a wreck here. Right, JP, like just coming out of the triangle, they get to the straightaway, it's just one bad bump, and then it's calamity going into turn number 1. We constantly see big wrecks heading down into turn number 1 with just a mistake coming out of the triangle. Same thing there.
So important to be able to time up where these runs can go and how you bump. We've seen Tyler Rush avoid significant damage before. Can he do it a second time? Just keep your foot in it, right?
That's a Houdini act right there. How we made it through that. That's unbelievable.
Tyler Rush, by the way, has gained 16 spots with his talent for missing wrecks tonight so far. After all, sometimes turtle wax can help, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Again, under caution, second time in this first LCQ of the night. And in turn, Jim Westerfield is now the last driver in, depending on how things fare out over the course of 18 laps, already approaching halfway. And that's the thing when it comes to this type of racing. Not just with the heats, but the LCQ too. You're within that mark to make it on a single tank of fuel. You have to go. If you get the run, you have to go.
Yeah, we're at the point where you can't lift. You can't drive half-hearted anymore. You just got to go for it and leave it all on the line, even though we're just going to be nipping at the heels of this halfway point by the time we get the restart. You got to be committed at this point. You cannot... If you lift, you might cause the wreck, number one, or you're going to lose a ton of spots. And then when the wrecks do come, it's not a matter of if, but when here. When the wrecks do come, you're not going to be in a position where you can control your own destiny.
One more pace lap before we reach ourselves to about a 16-lap run towards the end. We'll see how many of those go to the green mark. Keep in mind with how the attrition has started to build up here. And keep in mind, don't be surprised to see a lot of big movers, right? 21 spots for Shane White, known for having some decent speed on the super speedways. Power Rush, he's been able to try and use the turtle wax to find a way to slip through everything so far. Tower Meeks is up 20. He is right on the doorstep to making it, if he can pass just one car off the start.
And these cautions have really helped shuffle the field around, I think, and really just, things are going to shuffle around again and again and maybe even again. You know, this top 8, the way we see it right now, it's not going to be the top 8 that we see once we get to the end of this deal. It's going to change a good bit. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, and maybe Michael Guest will be able to hang on to win, but I think from what we saw out of everybody through all the heats, if you're leading on the last lap, you better have some luck on your side if you want to lead coming to the checkered flag.
One goal signal this time by is Michael Guest, Alex Kalanick start front row. Martin and Chatelaine, followed by Hayward and Davis, Belts and Westerfield. First one's out. Meeks and Elvis, who started in the late 20s in starting position. Welcome to LCQ Racing, everybody. It's the best comment there. But with 16 to go when we take the green, several drivers who were contenders going in. Nate Stewart, Sean Butler, Eric Stanford, Dylan amongst those who are off circuit, but a delayed yellow in the late restart. They are still in the midst of reviewing race control is the situation. What was the incident in turn?
Interesting. That, I would think that's a pretty cut and dry deal, but I mean, we've seen, like I've talked about, we've seen a lot of wrecks at that part of the racetrack going down into turn number 1, where somebody gets turned up the racetrack to the outside wall, and everybody piles on in. I think some of it is it's just racing, and there may not be somebody that's explicitly at fault for that kind of contact. Yeah, maybe don't push as hard, but I mean, I don't know. I don't claim to be an expert on that, and I don't play one on TV, but, you know, these guys just got to be patient. They're going to give Hunter Hayward an EOL penalty here. I'm not sure if that's related or not.
I'm pretty sure it is, since he was the one who bumped Butler, so Butler's going to be screaming on the couch now. I'm not sure what type of screaming, but take him out of the contention.
So Hayward's just going to drop to the back, and he's still on the lead lap. So he's just going to be kind of out for lunch here. He's going to be all the way at the back. But if I can find him. I saw him for a moment. There he is. He's in 19th right now. He's going to have to drop all the way. He's still got a pretty clean car. I think he'll be okay, and I think he might still have a shot. He's got damage to the right rear, but other than that, I think he could still possibly get himself into a position to try and make the top 8. Sean Butler, on the other hand, done for the night.
We're down to 33 drivers running, battling for just 8 spots. The rest of the headers 9th on back. Be done for the weekend if they cannot make that cut line. So in turn, by the way, that moves Tyler Meeks inside the top 8 positionings as a result of the EOL penalty. Keep an eye on that. The first driver who's had to come in for repairs is Zach Hudson of Nexus Esports. Head of that respective technical alliance around 17th, 18th position. The upcoming restart. Would you keep an eye on for the second half of this run, though, based on what you've seen so far, who's been willing to make moves but also has been efficient in making them work?
I think Michael Guest has pretty much been the Pied Piper here so far. He just gets up to the outside line and nobody's able to touch him from there. I think that's going to fall apart once we get into the final 5 laps, though, so we might as well enjoy it while it lasts. Because unless he finds some friends up there at the front, he's going to be in for a long last couple of laps, especially if we have to visit that overtime thing that we've seen a lot so far today.
Michael Guest leads them to the green as we are off into turn 1 once more. Once again, Michael Guest picking immediately up on the trends. He does not want to risk being on the bottom into 1 and 2 with how strong that top line is once it's rubbered up. Look at that, though. 3 wide in the heart of the pack. Here comes the move. That is Elvis, who wants to go and try and battle for the bubble spot.
Raul Alves, he's just going to stick it right up in line, and he's going to make it work. I mean, he just went from way out back to 6th. It's unbelievable. And we've still got half this race to go.
Here's a look from Tyler Rush, who has been able to survive both incidents through the luck of trying to find his way through the holds. Can he find a way on forward? Here again is the question. Up to 12, his highest point so far as the top line checks up behind Dubby.
And this inside line is trying to still hang in there. They haven't completely faded away. They're not as prominent as we saw them early on, but Philip Martin is leading the charge down there, side by side for position number 5. Charlie Feltz is there trying to give them some help as well, so we'll see if this bottom line can keep the momentum up. They might need a few more cars downstairs, but for the moment, things are looking pretty good.
Elmore has dropped to the back grouping after that shuffling. Now see the onboard from Meeks in turn, who is the first driver out, but he is the 3rd car on the bottom line. Depending on the momentum swings, might be in a decent spot. It just is the matter of how do the lines develop. Or you can see side draft in front that may factor in Clayton Davis. Side drafts, here comes the 3 wide from Elvis.
I heard somebody say, they were talking to Breyer in that last heat, I heard somebody say if you side draft on the right rear, it's more effective. So really, if you're trying to side draft on the bottom, it's going to cost you more than it's going to help you. It's something that these guys, the only thing they're going to be able to do is learn from it as the night goes on. As we go on board with Garrett Maines, he's trying to push himself and some friends up the middle, trying to get there as we get closer to crunch time.
After 1 minute and 2 seconds of repairs, mind you, the Elliott Sauer Esports machine is up inside the top 20 again. And keep in mind, this is one of the drivers you should expect to be aggressive. Here comes Tyler Rush getting turned. The big one driver flipped up to the moon. The rest of the pack piles in.
Connor Anton is in it. Doug Rice. I think Kohler may have missed it. Adrian Moore with damage. Adam Thompson again. Carson Bowers with a little bit of damage as well. Colin Martin down on the inside of the racetrack. His car demolished. Another grinding crash up toward the front of the field, and it's going to knock even more drivers out of contention to make the Podium 500.
An unreal decision there. That's the best way to put it after the 3-wide attempt. But again, one driver got absolutely moon-launched to the sky. That was Joseph Sullivan in the 57 in sim. But it was Tyler Rush with the block. 2 misses. Unfortunately, he triggers the 3rd.
3rd time was not the charm for Tyler Rush. And I tell you what, we have yet another candidate for the Podium Esports Space Force. I'm surprised it's taken this long here at Daytona, but nonetheless, another huge crash. We're going to get a restart inside 10 to go, and we're running out of cars left.
John Butler, by the way, did get the lucky dog in that situation. He's 7 laps down, though. See how that develops. Here's the look from Maines, who had a perfect view of this.
And he made it Barely.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Barely. Just barely.
Lucky, lucky man. Oh.
And continue to take some looks here as, keep in mind, there were some drivers coming from the very back grouping with all of this near full speed, trying to keep up with this pack. In the heart of the pack, craziness ensued right there.
Oh my gosh. Has that 12 landed yet? Can we get confirmation? Was it cleared for landing?
Yes, it did land. It found its way to the garage, and it brought back a moon rock.
That's
that's 57 in sim.
57 in sim. Joseph Sullivan. Oh, this ought to be good.
Take a listen. This is what it's like to be sent to the moon.
One small step for man, one giant crash for mankind. Going into turn one.
So Sullivan's night is done. Because, well, yeah. Michael Guest has led every lap so far, and we're under 10 laps to go now on the board. We are down to about half the field running on the lead lap as a result of that incident, by the way, Jacob.
Yeah, like I said, we're running out of cars. We are running out of cars. We've got, we're going to have, what, 8 to go on a restart? I can't, we're going to have 2 cars left at the end. Somebody that wrecked, if Sean Butler can get back on the lead lap, he's only 1 lap down right now. No, I lie, he's 6 laps down. Oh, brother. Zach Hudson, he's 1 lap down. If he's able to get back on the lead lap, he could still make it. I'm not ruling anybody out at this point that still has all 4 wheels on the car.
So with 9 to go, keep in mind, the drivers inside the top 8 still are Guest, Kalanick, Solomon, Chatelaine, Davis, Westerfield, Martin, Joey Stats from 17th to 7th, and Charles Feltz, one of the cleanest cars left in the top 8 with experience. So the MPI logos, network and fast. Albus, in turn, got shuffled back to 9th before that caution. Meeks is in 10th. Garrett Maines, after just barely missing being avoiding, barely being hit, should say, is in 13th. By the way, Adam Thompson, who got spun into the infield in the opening laps, he's in 16th still, Jacob. He's got a fairly clean car as well after being the pole sitter.
Yeah, I mean, he's been able to avoid a couple of those incidents after getting shuffled back and getting turned down to the bottom. But, I mean, he's hanging in there. He's probably got a better shot out of most people.
So who's your pick to try and battle to get that checker flag is the question, because somebody's got to try and pass Michael, you'd have to think.
Well, after that last wreck, I think Garrett Maines has a horseshoe you-know-where. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can get up to the front and kind of rattle Michael Guest a little bit, especially because we saw Garrett Maines up at the front early and often in his heat. Would not surprise me to see that car back up at the front.
Keep in mind the reason we mentioned that, because, well, it is top 8. You still have to think about it track position-wise, Jacob, right? Because in theory, you have 8 from one side, 8 to the other. Oh, the further along you can get, the further up you start in the field in terms of your potential row. So that could be a factor for some if they want to have the opportunity to win an LCQ.
Right. We'll just have to figure it out, because these guys, I'm sure, are going to be doing everything they can to try and position themselves to give themselves a better advantage moving forward.
Green flag is out, 8 laps to go. Good restart again for the top line, and again, Michael Guest timing it out well. Working once more with a 22 machine to be able to get that run in turn. And again, this just shows the preparation, especially with Michael Guest. He knows that top line builds up speed if you get enough drivers bumping together early. And look at the advantage already it's built. In fact, the bottom line's gone in nowhere.
Yeah, this bottom line is asleep at the switch right now. The only thing I can think of is they're backing off so they can try and pull together a run and catch these guys, because we've seen it work in some of the heats. The only problem is we're coming to 7 laps to go. They're going to be running out of laps, especially if in the back of the field they cannot keep it clean. That's been kind of habitual so far. They're going to try and make it 3 wide.
Joey's stats gets ditched, this time by the 50, but now Elvis gets sidetracked from both sides. He's now in the sucker hole in turn. Elvis getting nowhere, and this holds up both lines. In fact, more so the bottom than the top.
Yeah, it's just going to kill the bottom side. What was a 5 or 6 car pack down there, it's now just 3 cars, so everybody's going to have to figure it out. Some people going back to the middle, but this outside line really started to accordion together. Here we go, Colton Harvey. He drops to the bottom. He gets some help. Garrett Maines right in tow. This is kind of what I was talking about. This is how Garrett Maines is going to get to the front. He finds somebody he likes, and he's going to try and push him all the way.
Look at Elvis, though. He was getting blocked heavily by Kohler, you've seen into turn 3. Elvis decides to take a 3-wide pass. He's now trying to sidetrap the 99 on track. That's Thompson.
Oh, Maines gets in. They're wrecking. Huge crash. 1 car up into the air. Garrett Maines got up and turned 1 car around, and calamity ensues. Maines makes it through okay. Can't say the same about the guy he was pushing, Colton Harvey. He gets space forced a bit. Really, I think he's the only one that gets the worst of it. But Garrett Maines just makes a mistake. A little too close on the side drafter.
Here's Garrett Maines riding on and tries to pull up. Yeah, he tried to think about 3 wide and ends up actually coming up. I'll have to see a bit from above from the helicopter view because, well, the car he turned became a helicopter itself.
Yeah, he didn't get quite as much air as we saw out of the 57 of Sullivan, but it got darn near close. That thing definitely took another hard shot, and I tell you what, again, turn 1, Calamity Corner.
Garrett Maines EOL. And that's pretty obvious when it comes to Maines when you look at the second viewpoint. Here's Kohler, meanwhile. Heavy checkup for the Southeast Force driver. And in turn was trying to work that bottom side and then in turn try and follow the momentum that was starting to move with that middle starting to roll right before this.
I mean, oh my gosh, right underneath him.
Wow. And once again, the number 9 ends up becoming a helicopter. Colton Harvey gets that distinction for this LCQ. See any more drivers become helicopters? Find out on the next episode of iRacing Z. Under 5 laps to go, coming to 4 by the way. So a few laps on the board in turn, Jacob. First driver who's had to pit for repairs is in 10th.
Yeah, like I said, we're going to have nobody left at the end of this deal. I mean, we're going to have 3 to go? No, 2 to go. I think we're going to have a natural green-white checker here to settle it, which likely means we're probably going to see that overtime thing again. But, I mean, it's just part of what the heck. We've got a car stopped on the front straightaway just past pit road. Adam Thompson.
He's hit the wall. What just happened to Thompson?
I heard somebody say they wonder if it's a wheel issue because he was just cranked hard left. What the heck?
We're going to have to take a look if we can because it's the 14 in sim, 99 on track. And this would be what happens when you end up having your sim end up having a bit of a glitch or your wheel, if at any point, becomes disconnected from it from some brands. You'll have to see for the cockpit in particular, because have something happen with the connection from the sim to the wheel, you'll be driving along, nice and simply, having things go calm. You're preparing for the start. And then, out of nowhere, bam! You have this. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, I don't know if I've actually seen something like that before. I know, calling a race at Daytona, Cisco broke the clutch pedal on his rig, and couldn't shift. That caused a wreck, and then he had to remap his brake. When he pitted, he didn't remap it properly, so then when he came onto pit road during green flag pit stops, he mowed over his teammate because he didn't have his brake set right. All because when he hit the clutch pedal just came off and went all the way to the wall.
Some of the drivers actually in this field could probably remember twice in the span of a lap had this happen at Phoenix. Entering the corner, going in to hit the brakes. Brakes don't respond, turns out that I had no gas, no wheel, no clutch, and everything. They're all jammed at 50%, entering the corner, smacked into the wall, regathered myself up, then the wheel took a hard left down the middle of the straightaway and collected 7 cars. Yes, it can happen to anyone at any time, at any moment. But we have to see which drivers, with 2 to go when we take the green, can make it through when this counts, with this run. See if they can hold on to move through to the duels.
This is it. All the chips in the center of the table. And for those of you that were wrecked and are still on the racetrack, still have a shot. I mean, Garrett Maines is in 23rd right now. He could easily get to top 5 if he can avoid the wrecks. If they do wreck after the white flag. If they wreck before, obviously, then we just get another restart. But whew, this is going to be wild.
Once again, Michael Guest in control of the field here. He has led every lap so far. Onyx starts alongside him with Davis and Martin, Chatelaine and Westerfield, Feltz and Meeks the last ones in. Keep an eye, though, on Alvis. He's been willing to take it 3 wide several times. Lobos, the first driver who's had to get repairs. And despite the technical issue, Adam Thompson did get his spot back for 11th. Hayward is in 12th. iRacing pace truck is off. Green flag is out. 2 laps to go in LCQ1.
Not a great restart for either of these guys. Good amount of gaps as we got somebody. Who was that crop dust in the field back there? I think that might be the 97. Well, they're just pulling off. I don't know where they're going or what they're doing. That's Hayden Swank. That thing just hand grenaded, I guess. He didn't have a front clip or a hood anyway, so here comes the pack. Oh, we got trouble in the back of the field. I think that's Garrett Maines that gets turned around. We stay green for the moment. Now the caution's out as the field is flying apart. It's not Garrett that gets turned. It's Brendan John Kohler that gets turned around, and the caution flag is out, and we are officially going to overtime.
The 3 GWC attempts coming up here in turn as we take a look at what happened. And some of the drivers with damage getting passed by some of them with a bit cleaner cars. In turn, though, once they clear by, this happened.
A lot of hard hits back there. Glad that caution finally came out, too, because that could have been an unpleasant surprise for the leaders coming back around. So good on iRacing to throw the caution. There you see Hayden just crop dust in the field in the back, and then you think everything's going fine, and then all of a sudden these slow cars up in the way and calamity ensues. I think we've had trouble just about at every single part. Here's Garrett Maines. Oh, he did get a little bit of damage. Whoop! Right through.
He tried to find the hole. Fortunately, the hole was not big enough to fit a stock car in. Look at the 75 I'm on stat, by the way. Once those who were skating on through, and Charles Feltz off to a slow start, ended up surviving though for the incident. Now in turn, ready for restart as we once again get things gathered back up. And this is after the caution flag period, by the way. There was a little bit of bumping and banging. 75 appears. Here's a look at full speed after the start, and wow, they were checking up hard in turn for the caution.
Yeah.
So with that, everyone gathers themselves back up. Once those out of that, Hayden Swank after pulling the motor there. Then it was Douglas Rice who also had troubles in turn. But the spots who are populated by certain drivers have been switched about for the top 8. Well, Lobos is up to 6th after the start. Again, that's despite 32 seconds of repairs for the 45 in sim, as he tries to bring his black and white machine to the field.
Man, oh man. So, Sean isn't going to have a chance to get back on the lead lap. He's been talking over the radio this whole race. 5 laps down. We're only going to have 2 more attempts at a green-white checker, so he's not going to get back on the lead lap, unfortunately. So unless the whole field falls 3 laps down or more, I think he's going to be out trying to make the field for the Podium 500.
I'm curious how all this comes to be is the main thing. Or rather, Hunter Haywood is on the bubble in the number 48. Here's the thing. The driver behind, and chat lane we've seen a lot on Podium Esports in the past and in various competitions. You don't want to anger the Pelican. After all, this is Angry Pelicans Racing.
Yeah, I don't think angering a pelican would be a good idea. Or any kind of bird, I would imagine.
He's already been turned into a helicopter, I believe, today. So,
well, different kind of bird, I guess.
He's still got a chance, though, as long as he avoids the trouble if it pops up in front of him. What happens around him and behind him, see as well as we get ready for the one to go restart. He's the first one out with Elvis in 10th. Those two have shown speed throughout the night. But it's Guest, Colonix, Martin in Westerfield, Meeks and Villalobos, Davis and Hayward. But the top 8 spots, those just tuning in. If you make it to the white flag as a pack, race is on to the checker flag in turn. But as a result of a caution, if it becomes that point before the white, have an error green-white checkered attempt. 3 attempts are available. If we do not take the white on the 3rd attempt, then the race will finish under yellow. Will we use all 3 LCQs? Place your happiness bets. We'll see.
I don't know what the official math is for tonight on overtimes, but at the end of Heat 3, we had used 8 of the 9 overtimes that were allotted in those first 3 heats. The second heat was the only one that did not have to use all 3 heats. We only used 2 of them. In that first heat, by the way, we didn't even get to finish that race under green. We crashed a 4th time on the first lap of the 3rd overtime, which drew the caution and ended the race. Kind of how like the 8th heat ended in overtime. There's too many wrecks, not enough overtimes. Let's hope we can avoid that here in this one.
2 laps to go, 5 miles to see. All things fair relative, things go smoothly for LCQ1. Base truck is off, green flag is out. A good launch again for Michael Guest. We're back to racing. The Jim Beaver Esports machine, this time electing to go to the top with the help of the 22 yet again. This time a little bit delayed, Jacob, as Alex Colonix wanted to get down sooner to fall behind Guest.
Philip Martin, he just left all by himself. It's going to take him more than a full lap to gather a run here on this inside line unless somebody can pop down in front of him and kind of pull him along. Jim Westerfield, he's going to stay to the outside as we got contact in the back, and there they go. Caution's out.
Go to a second attempt as again we're under caution. Driver slowing on down because the incident happens. Oh, the teams. This time it was Phelps making door-to-door contact coming off of turn 2. Mikey Neal ended up getting squeezed in towards the wall after trying to get the run. It was near 4 wide on the exit here.
And it's hard enough to do 3 wide. 4 wide is not the move. And, yeah, you can see it kind of cost him a good bit here.
Neal there in turn started to ride the wall a little bit there, trying to find a way around. Just couldn't get around in turn and lost the front clip from the contact. Meanwhile, Anton was the lucky dog last time by. See how the number 8 tried to deal with this situation. After all, they were already 3 wide the row ahead.
Let's see.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Clean run to be able to avoid there. Let's take a look now at the 18 machine who was a little bit behind that. And what's the difference from to the other in terms of a lineup? No. This is the difference. Able to just escape to the apron in turn with the contact. See one more time from above here. Joel penalty in turn for Feltz. This caution.
And he's arguing the case. He's saying that, look, I held my line. I got hit. It wasn't me hitting him that happened. He drove into my door. I didn't use my door to hit him. We'll see how that argument works.
You kind of also have to, you know, leave space since there's a wall to the other side of the 8, right?
Right. It kind of reminds me of what Bobby Allison used to say about that fight from 1979. Cale Yarber was beating his fist with Cale's nose, something like that. Bobby wasn't punching him at all, you know. It was just Cale beating his nose off of Allison's fist is all.
Once again, we do not promote physical violence.
Right.
John Butler was the lucky dog, so he is happy. He avoided that incident too. He is now only 5 laps down.
Well,
4
4
laps down, check that. Yep. If he gets one more lucky dog, he can finish as high as, depending on how many drivers make it, if we get a third GWC attempt, to 24.
Yeah, I don't see Sean making it. I don't think they're going to be that little cars running at the end. But, I mean, still, considering he's driving a modified, not too bad.
After all, modified class is a fan favorite, right? And he knows he's on TV and wiggling hello. Please don't do that again. As we get ready for the 1-to-go signal, Michael Guest, Alex Kalonix, Westerfield, and Meeks are the top 4. Villalobos, Martin, Davis, and Hayward the top 8. Chatelaine and Elvis are still the first drivers out in turn, Jacob.
Yeah, and Chatelaine, you know, these guys are going to have to work together. They have to figure out a way to break up this duo of Guest and Kalonix. If they can figure out a way to break this game up, it's game on. In the meantime, you know, if they get hooked up, then it's the job of, let's hurry up and get our own stuff together so we can go catch them before the white flag and hopefully give them a run for their money.
And to remind folks, this is the second of 3 GWC attempts. The first 2 laps to go mark was a natural green-white checkered, so that did not count for that respective mark in turn. So right now, there are, as a result of some of the attrition points of this race, 23 drivers on the lead lap, 21 who have grouped up to the pack, and then 2 modifieds who are half a track behind coming to the restart. How are you going to do it, though, to be able to move into the top 8 is the question, Jacob. How do you get this done right?
Keep your foot to the floor and avoid the chaos. It's just that simple. Don't crash, don't lift, right?
Right, but it's not that simple, because cars are, for the most part, solid. We'll see how these drivers think how to play this out here in turn, Jacob.
Just don't hook anybody. Don't push him properly, which we've seen already, so I'm sure it's going to happen.
Green flag is out. We'll try this again. 2 laps to go for the LCQ.
And again, they can't break him up. Kalonix is there right away. Westerfield picks up that 3rd spot. He's going to have to go and get out of line here if they get a run down the back straightaway. He can't just ride around because this inside line doesn't exist. If he makes the move, he's going to have people to go with him. If he hangs up there, it's really going to hurt everybody else.
Oh, a big stack over the bottom side, and Villalobos is going backwards. He's now dropping out of the top 8. Garrett Maines is one to the doorstep for the top 8. He forces a 3rd lineup. He goes to the top. He's now inside the top 8 coming to the white flag.
Gotta keep it clean, guys, and you gotta break up this outside line. If you stay up on the outside, this is probably gonna be it. They're coming to the white flag. I'll be darned, we're going to make it.
White flag is taken final time around. Chatelaine gets shuffled back. The bubble spot held on to Chris McLean. Can he hold on to it for 2.5 more miles? Maines tries to stay up top, but it's McLean who gets ditched. Clayton Davis jumps on by. He tries to side draft Maines as he checks up into the line.
Almost got the wall. These guys got to go now. Right back here. Here we go. Maines pulls out a line. This could be it. Do or die for him.
McLean on the outside, inside for Davis. Maines losing ground. Davis trying to bump draft. 3 wide as Elvis goes for it. Elvis turns him. They crash to the back. Maines tries to hold on to 8th and will, but for the checkered flag, Michael Guest gets side drafted as Kolonix will steal it.
Oh, what a finish. Kolonix played that absolutely perfectly, and Garrett Maines got lucky. He left the bottom wide open. Instead of getting down on the bottom, he stayed right next to that outside line. It opened the door for everybody behind him. He got lucky that they weren't clear when they made the move and got turned because of it. Garrett Maines should be counting his blessings that he's going to be racing on tonight. What a finish here at the line. Textbook.
Only time he led this race, and he takes it at the line with the side draft. What a move and what a decision there. But what a crazy moment or 10 for the battle for the transfer.
And we get to do it all over again.
I think Garrett Maines was already celebrating down at the bottom of the racetrack maybe a bit there.
About to get out and start doing snow angels.
He just barely avoided the trouble underneath him to be able to get the 8th and final spot to move on to the duels.
Like I said, he got lucky. He got lucky that everybody behind him couldn't figure out a way to get by him and wound up taking themselves out. Otherwise, he probably should have been 10th or 12th coming to the line. He should have gotten down to the yellow line. Instead, because the middle has not worked. If you go to the bottom, that leaves the middle as the only option. If you stay in the middle, the bottom's wide open and people are going to see that, take it. If gap car, that's what they're going for there on that last lap.
Take a look at the unofficial race result. That's the key word from this one, as Kolonix took the checker flag with the side draft of Michael Guest. Then it was Westerfield and Meeks, Martin and Hayward, McLean and Maines got the final spots at the line. Kohler is the first one out, with Chatelaine rounding out the top 10 in turns here in this one.
So everybody from Kohler on back, out, going home empty-handed. Villalobos, Bowers, Alexander Goydam, Scala, Ricky Thompson, Charles Feltz back there, Clayton Davis, Connor Anton, Raul Alves, who got in that crash there on the last lap, finishes 20th.
21st spot tonight, and this one went to Kenny Height with Tyler Rush. Up and down the pylon, went to 22nd. Joey Stats 1 lap down in 23rd. The fan favorite, Sean Butler, ended up motivating some by coming back from his incident to be 4 laps down in 24th, as predicted. Mikey Neal in 25th, Shane Wyatt in 26th, with Moore and Rice 27th and 28th. Then Devin Requar ended up being involved in the incidents towards the end of this one. Hayden Swank blew a motor to finish in 30th.
And everybody from here on back, multiple laps down, 10 or more. Hayden Swank, Colton Harvey, Zach Hudson, Colin Martin, Joseph Sullivan, Nate Stewart, Devin Rogers, Eric Sanford, Dylan Alt, Zach Carr, the newest member of the Podium Esports Space Force, Kyle Urbanek did not start. That's your field of 40 in LCQ number 1.
An intriguing run for LCQ1, and oh boy, Jacob, does that make me more excited to see how LCQ comes to be, because that's supposed to get underway in just a few minutes, mind you. Right.
You and Taylor are kind of going to pick us up, take us going into this second LCQ. I think you're going to see a lot more of the same, and I think these drivers in this second LCQ have kind of learned a little bit from the mistakes and some of the moves that they saw out of this first LCQ, just to try to prepare them and get them ready to go.
With that, that completes the coverage of the first LCQ of the night for the 4th annual Podium 500. Now let's throw it back over towards the studio as we get ready for LCQ2. What are you guys?
Hey, hey, hey. Well,
Thank you very much,
yes.
Justin and Jacob. That was a fantastic race to,
Yeah, it
do
was.
some commentary for, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah. And we got one more. We got one
Yeah.
more.
Absolutely, one more coming. And one common complaint that we've been seeing from drivers in the Podium 500, from chat, as well as from the commentators as well throughout the race. It's just a lot of drivers aren't giving each other space, and it has not changed, even though the people currently racing in the LCQs saw what it was like in the heats, saw all of these drivers being very aggressive, learning that the bumpers are not very friendly for bumping through the corners, and it seems a few people have yet to learn that.
Yep. And now they all get to drive under the tunnel, across Daytona, head over to Daytona International, and fly home. And leave their cars for the teams so they can cannibalize the parts.
Yeah, we're gonna have to cannibalize those parts for the other NASCAR teams, but at current tally, we have 12 pit violations, and we have 35 end-of-line penalties. So, 12 of those do come from, driving through too many pit stalls and whatnot, but that hasn't been happening, at least in the LCQs, quite yet. We may see that change heading into the duels, but 35 end-of-line penalties, that does mean that drivers, are getting into each other when they shouldn't be, doing some unsafe driving and other various things. So, not a great record, heat to heat, over into the LCQ as well. But once again, I need to remind everybody, this is 400 drivers. Like, a lot of drivers, or rather 320, I think it is at last count. All fighting for a spot into the Podium 500. When you have that many drivers all doing sim racing in one sim, you are going to get a wide disparity of skill.
That's right, and not just a spot in the big show, but $1,000 if they come in first. It's all that blood in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think, at this point, if I was one of these drivers waiting for the next LCQ, waiting for the one that's going to happen just shortly from now, I'd be taking some tips from that LCQ and applying it into mine. If I was in the LCQ2, I'd be thinking, okay, so first of all, be safe. Second, assume everyone around you is dumb. And third, just try and put your foot over the brakes, because it does seem like a lot of people aren't using the brakes, and it's causing a bigger wreck than there has to be.
That's right. And remember that your A and Pro license is for the ground, not for the sky.
Yeah. No kidding. We don't give out pilot's licenses here.
Nope. This is not Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 Hit the Wall Edition.
Yeah. It do be what it is.
Yes.
But, heading...
Alright, cool. Final thoughts before we get into the final LCQ?
Well, final thoughts. I hope the LCQ2 goes a little bit better. I hope we get green flag racing all the way. I can't really guarantee that, but, it is what it is. We'll see what happens in the LCQ2, and then after that, we're going to get into the duels, probably the most exciting part of today.
That's right. And with that, we are going to throw it back to Taylor and Justin for the final LCQ. Take it away, lads.
Thank you, Lady Aberdon. Thank you, Strix. I am, of course, back at it once again along with Justin Prince as we get ready to watch LCQ race number 2 live from the virtual Daytona International Speedway located in beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida, my home track. And Justin, after watching a chaotic LCQ number 1, what do you think we could expect from LCQ number 2?
Well, for LCQ2, I wouldn't be surprised to see some bold moves, first of all, because it was pretty clear if you were among those who know you've got talent, know you've got friends, they are not afraid to take a 3 wide off to start. Garrett Maines and some of the ESE drivers is one of the best examples of that. So expect some of the drivers trying to make that third line work early on and group together with who you're comfortable working with. But the second thing, and the more important thing I think too, is how are things going to fare out defensive-wise when it comes to that battle for 8? Will drivers elect to ride along and be careful? Or will drivers elect to try and seesaw and try and fight for every last bit to not give up that 8th spot? We've seen a mixture of both in the first LCQ, Taylor. The second LCQ, we could see that again.
We certainly can, and it's going to be an exciting yet chaotic race here in LCQ number 2. And a couple of big heavy hitters in this race. You have Kenny Kibbe, Ricky Harden, Austin Coop, DJ Lyon, and so many more. Gary Sexton also in here. Will Cooley, who was so close in his heat race to move on, but was cut short towards the end. Keep an eye on that 00 machine. But who are some of the drivers you're going to be looking at for this LCQ?
Well, you have Daniel Eberhard, who is among those registered into the LCQ. Curious to watch the 90, but the interesting mark is, we take the green. After all, he's amongst those who had the professionals coming into this event. But you have, in terms of drivers I'm watching, you mentioned Kibbe. Keeping an eye on him. I'm keeping my eye, though, on some of the people who may be a bit under the radar, like a Luke Knupp, a Reese Bayham, who's gotten experience in good technical alliances. Seth Knoll, keeping an eye on him in particular. There's some very talented drivers, but keep in mind, super speedway racing is a whole different beast. It's down to how you pick your friends, who you have friends in turn, where you pick your lines, how you strategize to get to said lines, and how lucky you can be. It's not just about straight up talent, straight on forward when it comes to Daytona, but it's a mixture of everything, including said talent.
A lot of great talent, and of course we're going to see who is going to be able to come out on top as we now give you your starting lineup here for LCQ race number 2 as the field gets themselves set up here at the World Center of Racing. On the pole for LCQ number 2, it will be Chris Wilhite, followed by Will Cooley in second place. Austin Coop will be starting in third, followed by Josh Kosick in fourth position. Robert Hunrado will be starting in 5th, followed by Austin Johnson in 6th. Kenny Kibbe will be starting in 7th, with Eric Papineau in the 8th position. Rounding out your top 10 will be Luke Knupp and Seth Knoll.
Reese Bayham, keep an eye on him from Lowline Racing in 11th spot, with Saffron Davis in the 12th spot. Ralph Hutchinson, one of the biggest up-and-comers over the past few seasons of action for Lockdown Racing, 13th, with Robert Vormwald in 14th. Bobby Cheney starts 15th. The infamous DJ Lyon starts in 16th for the drill spill. Then it's Jeff Bergener in 17th. Then it's Jared Wishon, who's in 18th. Stanley and Hayes round up the top 20.
21st position will be Lucas Sylvester, followed by Ricky Harden in position number 22. 23rd position will be Chad Mizza, followed by Gary Sexton in 24th. Steve Martinini will be in 25th, with Chris Shoemaker in 26th. Moon Car himself, Travis Brown, will be starting in 27th, with Thomas Stewart in 28th. Wyatt Ruggiero is in 29th. Rhett Nichols rounds out your top 30.
31st spot goes to the number 90. That is the team's Daniel Eberhard, with Jeffrey Mathis in 32nd. Joe Howell's 61 machine starts 33rd, and Noel Ogur starts in an iRacing D paint scheme in 36th, 34th. And it's Trey Edson in 35th. Chris Sherburne in his 66 in P36. Michael Rosero starts 37th, representing Panasonic tonight in his 52 on track. Nicholas Presley and Ryan Johnson were the last drivers to make it to the green.
Field is lined up behind Barry, the pace truck driver, who has been hard at work, and he continues to work hard here today at the World Center of Racing in Daytona. He will be making that hard left turn as Chris Wilhite and Will Cooley will lead them to the green flag. Chevy versus Toyota. Then, of course, in row number 2, you have 2 more Toyotas, followed by another Toyota and another Camaro to round out your first 3 rows. Barry, the pace car driver, about to make that hard left turn down into pit road as Barney the flagman will once again be back at it, waving the green flag. Green flag is out, and we are underway for LCQ number 2. With one lap complete, Will Cooley back at where he started in his heat race, up in front of the field, leading the outside lane to perfection. Now the inside lane of Chris Wilhite will start to work in the inside lane. Great drive indeed for them, as we see the 30 of Austin Coop helping out with Wilhite as they come out of turn number 2 down the Daytona Superstretch. But Cooley and Josh Kosick and Austin Johnston lead that outside line so far.
And it's fitting the trends right now, as we talked about. If you're able to group enough drivers together, you can run on the top. Guess what, though? If you leave a lot of space through the middle line, you may have drivers jump the train. The 90 of Daniel Eberhardt has been able to do that amongst the 3 wide. He just went back to 2 wide. One driver got shuffled from said 3 wide. It's worth noting the 90 is doing the gauntlet, where he's running through off qualifying day, even though he has the provisional, which allows him in turn to possibly start not last for the duels. Otherwise, he'd be at the very back. Keep an eye on the 90. He's up to 13. Check that 11 for the caution.
Caution is out for the first time here tonight in LCQ number 2, as the big one happens towards the back half of the field. Looks like towards basically those outside of the top 30. Trey Edson involved in that as we take a look at the replay. Let's ride on board with one of these competitors here. This is Steve Martini, and see what happens to him as you ride on board through the middle of turns 1 and 2. Big issues for the 52. That Panasonic machine goes up and around. One car will slide down on his roof. The 29 involved, of course. Tough break for several competitors here tonight.
And knowing the preparation put in by one of the JPS machines, he's not going to be happy. Sid barely was there on the squeeze. But let's take a look, though. From there on board, take a listen. I believe he was right in front of the situation for the most part, and was a part of those having to slam on the brakes. Of note, Ricky Harden also switch channel hard in the wall.
So, tough situation for a lot of the heavy hitters here as they continue on. Let's ride on board with Gary Sexton. Was he able to avoid the chaos here? Lawn mow the field down. Oh, go a little airborne almost. He holds on to it. Might be a little bit of damage to the underside, especially to that diffuser to the back bumper of that number 13 Battle Beaver machine.
He definitely damaged the front nose, I should say, Taylor, pardon me there, because watch the bump right on that ricochet off the grass. Right there, that slam down is enough to crinkle the nose, and that's going to really impact him potentially for parts of this race, depending on who he's working with. He may become a pusher role type of driver as a result from that.
Well, the good news is when it comes to racing here in this LCQ number 2, you do not have to be the winner. You can only just have to be in that top 8, and Gary Sexton just needs to focus on that. 8 is the magic number for anyone here in these 2 LCQs as we now go back live. As Barry, the pace truck driver, will lead the field once again. Currently looking at the temperatures right now here at Daytona International Speedway. Track temp has dropped significantly. 118 at one point, Justin. We are now at 79 degrees, so a lot cooler, a lot more grip in the tires here at this circuit. So that means the tires won't be as badly damaged and wore out compared to what we saw during the heats.
That's the interesting thing, because tire wear is something you usually don't factor into too much of on the super speedways, Taylor, but here's the thing. When it comes to this type of racing, by the end of a run, if you don't change one or both sides of that said set, some of the drivers may get really squirrely and or push up the track into the corners in turns 1 and 3, and that may in turn trigger some incidents. Several drivers had to get major damage repairs done, which helped them in turn be able to charge ahead and get through some of the attrition, but also potentially get the tires on. I'm curious if anyone has that same thought process tonight if they get involved with heavy damage. Keep in mind, only Shoemaker and Sexton still running took repairs this caution.
So as the field paces behind the field right now, we're going to see here Gary Sexton has rejoined the track. Probably got some of that damage fixed on that number 13 Battle Beaver machine. Rejoin. He currently is sitting in the 35th position. So he didn't take the fast repair by the looks of it. He decided to utilize that time to fix the damage on pit road. Smart call. And he will rejoin the racing circuit. Currently, right now, it is Tryphone Davis in the 96 machine, who holds that coveted 8th position right now. And as the field will now get double filed restart, we'll go ahead and give you a rundown of your top 10. Will Cooley, Josh Kosick will start on the front row, followed by Austin Johnson, Eric Papineau in the 4th position, with Chris Wilhite and Seth Knoll in row number 3. Then it's Austin Coop and Tyrone Davis, who will be in row 4. Robert Hunrada and Ralph Hutchinson rounds out your top 10.
Keep in mind, mention the importance of charge to the pack when it comes to Eberhard. Get to the top 8 positioning. He said he moved up to 11th, right? I'm keeping my eye on the driver for the team because he's been working with Kevin King for the past little while for some of the past runs for pro competition since 2021. Keep an eye on him, but also keep an eye on one of the drill spill machines. You're on board with him. DJ Lyon getting back into major competition after being in the ownership scene a few years ago. Interested to see what the drill spill can do here.
Drill Spill team has always been a strong convergence team in the eNASCAR and iRacing competition. We'll see what they can accomplish as they try to work their way into the Podium 500 Duels at Daytona. As the pace car truck is working through 3 and 4, it'll make that hard left turn and we can get back underway here at the World Center of Racing.
Keep your eye as well, though, on a few others who charged ahead. How about Moonhead, Travis Brown? I believe he's in field, yes, in 21st. Very quiet, the Total Advantage driver so far. He's going to look for a reason to send that car into the field.
With that, in honor of Mr. Travis Brown, the Moonhead, it's time for a Moonhead Crank It Up.
Wow. Was about to say there, Taylor, Travis just floored it into somebody. Massive checkup in front of them.
Massive checkup indeed, but we stay under green flag conditions. Everyone's trying to get themselves sorted out. We're going to go 3 wide as they enter into turns 3 and 4. I believe that is Daniel Eberhardt who leads that middle train. He tries to find an opening, can't make it work, has to stay stuck in the middle with that Battle Beaver SK machine. Luke Knupp right there with a Shenandoah Shine machine, trying to work his way through the bottom of the racetrack as they try to come across the line. Knupp sits 14th.
Trouble in front! Missed him!
Chaos at Daytona once again, and this time it affects some of the front runners at the front of the field.
Lots of heavy hitters in this one in the infield. Johnson, Knupp, Moonhead amongst those upset. He's been hit at the last end. Ricky Harden amongst those who spun in the infield. Wow.
Well, I think some of these drivers have had a long day. Right on board with DJ Line. Could he avoid the chaos that ensued in front of him? So far, yes, he does. Hold your breath, DJ, and make through it. He will indeed, by the looks of things, as the 30 car will receive the penalty for causing that.
I'm curious what happened to Austin Coop to cause this, because we've seen a few drivers get some bump drafts coming out of the tri-oval cause incidents. I think when it came to Coop, he pushed up the track. At the same time, there's a small bobble from Seth Knoll, both of them maybe leaning towards the middle line, and it just absolutely causes calamity here. Like, watch right here. That's Knoll on the outside. This is Coop to the middle. Bigger cut for sure, though, coming from Coop right there into the door.
Yeah, Austin Coop sends it around, and then the chaos ensues in front of him. I think some of the things that these drivers still need to realize is patience. A lot of drivers still trying to get up there and get whatever they can and making not the right decisions here, especially this late early in the going. We have not even gotten a third of the way through. We're about to momentarily. Let's ride on board with Wyatt Ruggiero, who is going to try to work his way through. Does he make it? No. The 71 machine having a tough race here tonight at Daytona.
Pretty hard hit, and as mentioned, a lot of drivers known for being able to get through trouble, or in some cases, have fun with the nickname getting involved in trouble, charging on through. Ricky Harden uses his brakes. Congratulations.
Ricky Harding, that is a Martin Sports winning moment. If he makes it into the top 8, that will be... As a matter of fact, if he is going to be able to do that, that is going to be a Martin Sports winning moment. And of course, today's race is brought to you by Martin Sports, founded by Scott Martin nearly 10 years ago in the frozen regions of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Martin Sports strives for the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether you need shirts for your office, jerseys for a local sports team, or specially designed apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sports has got you covered. Along with shirts and other teamwear, they also offer gloves specially crafted for sim racing that are lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded leather palms. Use code PODIUM to receive 25% off any racing glove at martinsports906.com. You can also find them at facebook.com/martinsports. I do have to give another shout out about Martin Sports. They are some of those amazing gloves. I have a pair myself. And another thing I also want to mention out is their customer service. I had a thing that I needed to mention with Martin regarding the pair of gloves that I have. He was very amazing with his service, letting me know what we can do to fix it. And I cannot thank the entire Martin Sports organization for all their great craftsmanship and work.
Yeah, they do some great work, and I had the opportunity to actually have some discussions with some of those from that camp. Very good people, but also getting involved with some big things when it comes to NASCAR side of things as well. They're definitely on the up and up, that respective grouping. But with 20 to go, and a lot more drivers compared to LCQ1 having significant damage now, we're down to, in terms of clean cars, 16.
16 cars, 8 spots. It's going to be a mad dash to the finish with 20 laps to go here tonight at the World Center of Racing as you're on board with Gary Sexton. Gary is sitting in the 16th position. He has a little bit of a ways to go, 8 spots to make up, but he is going to be one to watch here as we continue to progress. Green flag will be back out next time by. Let's give you a quick rundown of your top 10 after that chaotic restart. Will Cooley is currently going to be on the front row with Josh Kosick. Then it's Eric Papanio in the 3rd position. Austin Johnson sits 4th with Robert Henrata in 5th. Kenny Kibbe sits 6th with Ralph Hutchinson in 7th. Daniel Eberhardt holds on to that final transfer spot in the 8th position with Reese Bayham in 9th. Jeremy Stanley rounds out your top 10.
And keep in mind when it comes to Eberhardt, he's where he needs to get towards Taylor, top 8. It's the matter now of how far can he get, because he knows how to cut through the pack, and he's made it clear. You leave the middle open, he's charging into it, and right before the side draft factors in, if you leave him a hole, he'll spill said hole up quick. So watch him on the outside row 4 here for the restart.
Keep an eye on him as the pace truck will lead them to turns 3 and 4. As we will see what will happen here in these closing stages at the World Center of Racing. Barry, the pace truck driver, has the lights off. He's Mr. Cool, Calm, and Collective as he continues to lead the most laps here at the World Center of Racing here tonight. And as he will make that hard left turn, we will see the restart as Barney the Flagman. He's working that arm out pretty hard. He's going to keep on working, keep on waving. There is the pace car goes. Barney the Flagman has that green flag in hand, and we're back underway for LCQ number 2 here at Daytona.
We saw it launch for the outside, but the inside, my goodness, what happened to Papineau? He went on the apron there.
He certainly did, and he decides to now go back up to the top side of the racetrack. He has caused a big gap for the drafting package. Currently, your top 5 is separated, then 6 on back, has about 3 car lengths advantage behind that first top 5. Now they're starting to make headway. Eric Papineau now leads the charge to see if they can get around Kenny Kibbe. Meanwhile, back up the front, Daniel Eberhardt looks to the inside of Johnson. He wants to get into the top 3.
Not able to do so, though. Just not enough help, even with the side draft here, to pull back the 21. Here comes Kibbe, though, the short track ace. Electing to focus on this one tonight. Usually runs in a lot of short track action, but he's in 4th gear here, Taylor, interestingly enough, not in 5th.
Very interesting strategy call. He's got to get that shifted over. Redlining it all the way through the corner. 9,000 RPMs and growing. And let's see if will he keep it like this. 9,000, will it hit 9,100 down the back straightaway? The answer will be nope, just stays right at that. In fact, now goes to 8,900. So interesting that that car has not blew an engine yet.
He's already being taken 3 wide, I think, because in part of that. And here's the interesting thing. Drivers I've seen mention if they got front nose damage, they may do that in terms of temperatures and feeling it's faster with the 4th gear. He's got the clean race car. I'm not sure why he's got it in 4th gear instead of 5th gear.
Only time will tell. Can Kenny Kibbe find a way to get up into the field? Trouble as they come out of the tri-oval.
Right next to Kibbe, too, as they spin hard in the middle of the pack. And an air caution, DJ Lyon with heavy damage from that.
Let's take a look at the caution here and see what happened. DJ Lyon sends the bump right there to the back bumper of the 96, and around he goes from the contact with the 24 machine, who gets into the back bumper of him.
I believe it was Bobby Chaney, yes. Big checkup behind Travis Brown, who somehow got back up to the front. It was in the 10th position still, mind you. And then all this happens with the checkup.
Tough break for a lot of heavy hitters in this competition. DJ Lyon was having a great run here today, along with several other competitors. Ricky Harden makes it through. Noah Cressy is currently in that 15th spot. Let's ride on board with Travis Brown to see him from his way. He was able to scoot his way by, no problems.
I believe one of the drivers up front don't even have a front clip, though, from that heavy hit, because several drivers seem to pack into each other right before the big kaboom. Austin Coop, involved in the big kaboom?
Survey says yes.
And that's an even bigger.
Very big kaboom for Austin Coop. As looks like his chances of making it into the duels has flown the coop indeed here tonight.
Very punny. But look at the bright side. If you're Rhett Nichols, who goes from 30th to 9th through all of this, who is looking for a team, mind you, if you've seen his car, what a better way to showcase you can run well in a big stage event than making it into the main event. If you can get yourself into the duel from the LCQ and then make it from the duel to the race itself, Taylor.
It certainly is a great way to showcase your talents and have a chance to maybe work with some of the biggest teams in iRacing competition. And who knows, we could see some of these future Podium 500 winners or racers who race here tonight, who make their way through the duels and into the big show tomorrow afternoon. That could possibly open so many doors and opportunities. We've seen that time and time again with some very heavy hitters in the world of eNASCAR and iRacing competition, where if you're able to showcase your talent in special events such as these, the doors are endless and the possibilities are very much so where you could be able to have a shot to compete with some of the biggest names in motor racing and e-racing competition.
And to be quite frank, and most drivers will tell you this, you kind of need to perform at the stage to showcase you can do it, right? To be able to prove that you have a chance, and most drivers kind of scream towards that direction, that mark. So it's something that a lot of people believe, and if Rhett Nichols can do well here, he might be able to convince some people to give him a chance here. By the way, Travis Brown is in 10th. Lucky Dog, this caution flag is a modified in Seth Knoll.
The good news is, of course, here on iRacing, we don't have the damage repair clock. We just have, if you have too much damage, you're going to get the meatball flag and have to come down and fix it in order for you to continue on. So, but Seth Knoll will continue on.
Just now, about 35 drivers still in the lead lap. Much more by this point, just past halfway, we've seen the last time out of Oil City Taylor for the LCQs. Give credit to Cooley and Josh Kozik, who have kept themselves very clean up at the front, inside that top 2. They've controlled the outside groove and have stayed very committed to each other. How long that stays will be interesting after what we've seen off turn 4 last time.
Well, one thing I know for a fact is Will Cooley is along with Josh Kozik, is someone who's been very consistent. Same thing with Austin Johnson. When they stick to a point and they realize, hey, I just need to stay in that top 8. Yes, a win in the LCQ would be phenomenal. That means just a better starting position for you in the duels later on tonight. But also, what's more important? having a chance to stay in that top 8 to be able to have a shot of making it to the duels and then having to only worry about being in the top 20, or racing hard to where you risk the chance of being removed out of that top 8 because of how hard you're racing and not even make it into the duels later tonight. For someone like Kosick and Cooley and Johnson and even Everhart, I think they're going to be playing a little bit of a smarter game, knowing that they still are going to have a shot of making it to the duels.
Absolutely, and I'll say it's an impressive recovery drive for drivers like Brown and for Gary Sexton because of the situations they've had. I'm curious how Kenny Kibbe fares, though. He took a hard shot to the right side door, and from what I've seen, depending on how hard the amount of contact you get is, you're going backwards. Several drivers tonight in the LCQs, especially if they got front bumper damage, or in some cases, rear damage that bumps up that spoiler or damages the diffuser, you're a sitting duck. Several drivers have taken others 3 wide as they've gone from 5th to 17th in the span of a lap and a half, Taylor. You're going to have to keep an eye on the damage if you're anyone who's electing not to get damage repairs done.
Well, one of the key things as we get ready to see Barry, the pace truck driver, take that hard left turn is watch to see where the damage is, on the nose or on the bumper. If it's on the bumper, they have more of a shot to finish well. If it's on the nose, they're more likely to help push someone into position. So we'll keep an eye on that as we progress. Meanwhile, Barney the Flagman, he has that green flag back in hand, and we're back underway here at Daytona. Ooh, a little sketchy right there with Will Cooley. Did he change lanes before he crossed the line? Race control have to possibly take a look at that, but that looked pretty too close for comfort, I'd have to say.
And make it look down indeed, and the reason for the oops was, just as I spoke it, Nicholas Presley, who was in 15th at the start, in a freight train because he's got no front bumper, and they're turning each other off turn 2.
And caution is back out once again here at Daytona International Speedway. 13 laps to go. Let's take a look at the podium replay. Luke Knupp here as he ride on board. There's the 94 who has no front nose. And 71 trying to make a move, and around he goes as he hits the bumper of the front nose of Luke Knupp. And it's made official. Will Cooley given an EOL for changing lanes before the start-finish line.
That's huge. Cooley's dominated this race so far. Absolutely huge for Cooley. Absolutely huge drive in full throttle into the wreck there.
Well, I guess it's, as the old adage goes for some car owners, Justin, either bring me the trophy or bring me just the steering wheel. And I think he was definitely trying to just bring home the steering wheel to him.
If the steering wheel is still in the car and nearby the car, as Shoemaker just barely able to avoid that after being involved in caution 1.
Shoemaker hot shoeing it around here, around the World Center of Racing to avoid all the chaos at Daytona as we're under caution once again. We'll keep an eye to see who will be able to come out on top. Of course, I'm your host, Taylor Burrs, along with Justin Prince, Ryan Bauer. I got to give a big round of applause to Ryan Bauer, our producer here. He has been hard at work since the start of this at 12 o'clock Eastern Time, and he is still going strong as of 8:30. And our day's not over yet, Justin. We still have the 2 duels that will happen immediately after following the LCQs.
And those are going to be hotly contested because here's the thing, that's where the first green flag stops potentially could be a factor. There is a bigger tank with the next-gen car this year, so that will impact how long cars can go, but they can, in theory, make it unless you have an early caution, and the pressure's going to be high when things get heated up and underway for those duels tonight to see which drivers move on to race in the Podium 500 Sunday.
Going to be interesting to find out who moves on to the big show on Sunday. And as the field works their way through, it's going to be 11 laps to go right now, possibly under 10 laps to go when we take the green flag as the field paces their way around the World Center of Racing, this 2.5-mile circuit. Currently, a couple of cars have come down pit road. Austin Koo, Mr. Davis in the 96, Jeff Berringer, Lucas Sylvester. Also, Chris Shoemaker has made his way down pit road along with Thomas Stewart, Jeffrey Mathis, Ryan Johnson, Wyatt Riviero, Luke Knupp, and Chris Wilhite and Steve Martini have also decided to come down pit road. Trey Edson and Michael Rosario are out of today's competition.
That's going to be heartbreaking for some of the drivers, especially people like Knupp or Knoll or Davis, who live for these types of events, or will hide who's several laps down and out of contention, essentially. They're considered by some to be very talented drivers, and I think for some, they love to see those drivers make the field, especially with the respect they've built up over the years on the platform. But again, it's just the nature of the track, right? It's not easy to make it into the top 8. It's not easy to survive the big one. It's not easy to survive the 17 big ones. It's not easy to survive the huge one in some cases. It just takes the matter of luck and the matter of being able to also be in the right spot at the right time. If you're in the wrong spot at the wrong time, you see the result.
You certainly see the results here as 2 more cars have pulled behind the wall, Luke Knupp and Stephen Harry.
I believe in regards to Harry, as when it comes to Harry, well-known, respected driver as well, we've had experience with. I believe he's working with one of the drivers tonight for reference. But as we get to the 1-to-go signal, as race control starts to bring the music on forward to help things calm down, we'll see if the intensity levels pick up and up in response.
I think that was more of a customer service style music coming up that you hear while waiting on the phone. So I don't know if that's the more upper one to calm the nerves of all these drivers here tonight.
So race cars.
Race cars indeed. Let's watch race cars go around in circles.
Well, some of them are in circles.
Some of them are up in the air. Some of them are down in the infield. Thankfully, none have landed in Lake Lloyd.
Yet.
Hashtag soon.
So, to go back on the train tracks just a little bit, I'm curious how the 21 controls this run, because he's been the pusher for most of this race, and he'll have to deal with somebody different alongside, in Eberhard. This could get intriguing how this fares out for the restart in turn, and if these two are willing to work together off the jump.
We're going to find out indeed here as we see Barry, the pace truck driver, hard at work. He's about to pull off and see if he can maybe let these guys have some fun under green flag conditions. He makes that hard left turn. Barney the flagman back out with the green flag, waving vigorously once again. That arm has got to be tired after all today's racing. And we're back underway here at the World Center of Racing.
And Josh did not get a great launch off the start. In fact, still side by side. Eberhard, because he got the better launch on the outside there, Taylor, he's got the lead from that.
He does indeed, and he is going to see if he can lead this train on the outside. He's got help from Ralph Hutchinson in the 51. Throw in the 60 machine as well as they work down the Daytona Superstretch to the outside lane, starting to come into play. How about Gary Sexton back in the mix?
Oh, Travis Brown forcing a 3-1 to the edge of the yellow line. That's a little bit tight, to say the very least there. But Brown, because of the side draft, he can't get anywhere from it.
You can't break away at this moment. He's got to find an opening, and he's getting freight trained by the choo-choo train on that outside lane. And the Pied Piper is going to be Daniel Eberhard on that outside lane.
He's still getting side drafted by Nichols. Nichols finally backs off. That decision for Travis Brown to pass one car has cost him 7 spots. And DJ Lyon is now in the sucker hole.
How about this?
Sexton?
And yes, indeed, and look at this inside lane starting to come into fruition right now. Josh Kostick working hard with Austin Johnson. Those two starting to come into play. Eberhard drops to the bottom of the racetrack, and he will now get to the inside lane and lead it through.
I think he's seen the momentum starting to build up on the bottom, Taylor. That's why he had to cut down there, find the hot hand, control the bubble. And hearing a bit of contact involving that grouping where Brown and company were, because some contact with Nichols.
How about Gary Sexton? He was inside the top 8. Now he's in 9th and dropping back. That outside lane now is getting more organized in the inside. As it's only 3 cars on the bottom, Sexton drops up to the top side along with Eric Papineau. Austin Johnson, however, well, he's going to be taking a little bit of a ride all the way to the tail end of this long line.
Gary Sexton right now 10th position because of all that shuffling. Bye-bye, Austin Johnson, meanwhile. See if he's able to find some friends on the racetrack tonight. And
So
unfortunately, no friends around him.
So no friends in low places here tonight?
Fortunately, none of them were on the low line. All of them were on the high line.
He'll have to hopefully find some friends in low places later on as we progress through this race. And now it looks like he might have a couple, but they're going to go up to the top side of the racetrack and continue to stay to the top side. As we watch here, everyone's trying to get situated. Just at 6 laps to go here for LCQ number 2. A couple of cars taking a peek to the outside, but no one really has any dancing partners to make it work at this time. You're on board with Jared Wishon in the 17 machine with a head of steam. He'll dive it down to the bottom of the racetrack, tries to send it up through the field. He'll get right up to the 45. And then he will have help this time. How about Will Cooley? He's going to give him a push, but it's going to be to no avail at this moment, as the outside lane is still a little bit more organized than that bottom lane.
They're trying hard to get things going. Keep in mind, though, the 96 heavy damage to the front nose and especially that back bumper can only hold them up with 5 laps to go.
Caution is out.
And it's about 20th on back. Contact is one driver trying to clear on by. It's Reese Bayham who ends up getting involved in this one.
Let's take a look at this incident here, and towards the very back half of the pack. This is around 25th on back.
And there was a bump draft there. I believe there may be some frustration for the 36, but here's the thing. Jeff Bergener, if anything, gave a bump draft and sent him off center. That pushed Bayham up into him, and here's the thing. You need to be able to bump square. You bump off center like that, you end up sending someone a little bit to the right, or in some cases spin them. That little bit to the right led to a spin out.
A lot of spin outs happening here at the World Center of Racing, and we're just getting started. We still have 2 more races left to go to set the field for the Podium 500, and there you go. There's the contact. And let's just say they're spinning around more than the Mad Hatter's Tea Party over at Disney World in Orlando.
Wait, that's a thing?
That is a thing.
I attended it?
If you live in Florida, yes, you do go to Disney World, and you do ride in the Mad Hatter's Tea Party teacups.
I've never actually rode in the teacups, and I've been there 10 times. Either way, we're coming to 3.5 laps to go.
Well, you need to come back to the happiest place on Earth, because it's certainly not here at Daytona for some of these drivers.
Huh. I mean, it's the spring break capital of the world, and unfortunately, a lot of drivers are having broken hearts by the end of this one instead of partying and fun. So,
Well, the good news is, if they did not make it into the Duels later on tonight, there is a lovely, nice restaurant across the street over at the One Daytona that they can go and have some fun, or if they'd rather, have a little bit of drowning their sorrows with Ben & Jerry's ice cream over across the street at One Daytona.
Funnily enough, I've been to Daytona as well a few times, and I didn't realize there was anything outside of Greyhound track and a random Home Depot that's about 3, 4, 5 blocks or so from the track. You learn a lot.
Well, Justin, how long has it been since you've been back to Daytona?
A decade?
Okay, a lot's changed in about a decade. I can promise you that. There's so much you can now do, and for those who are actually going to be at the Daytona 500 Speed Weekends, make sure you go and check out all the great things that are happening. Of course, they also have the Motorsports Hall of Fame right next door where the One Daytona used to be at, so go check that out. A lot of great stuff involving the history of motor racing and at Daytona. So go check that out also if you have a chance. And then, of course, you got the One Daytona right across the street to go and have a lot of fun, whether it be for food, dining, entertainment. You've got a movie theater towards the back half of the One Daytona Pavilion.
Really?
Yes, indeed, with motion seats.
I remember there used to be, before iRacing became mainstream, should say, they used to have these sim racing rigs similar to that you would see with the arcade side of things, like a setup of 10 or 15 where you could all race each other on that and race against one another, where some of the real-world drivers would come into the circuit as well. Of course, things have changed in about 20 years, but it's crazy how far things in turn have come.
Hey, you can still have fun with Sega's Daytona USA any day, and you can go do that over at the One Daytona Pavilion at the Game Time restaurant, so go check that out when you have fun. James has still yet to beat me in that racing game, by the way, last time he was down here, so James, I think he might need a rematch.
He's going to challenge you when he comes on to air next, you know that, right?
Hey, I'll take it. I'll challenge him any day.
So we're at 2 to go, or 1 to go, should say, by the way. For those tuning in for the race, it's Eberhardt, Kozik, along with Hutchison and Stanley, the top 4, Howell and Kibbe, Hardin and Miskowitz, the top 8. Cooley's up to 11th, by the way, after the caution flag tower. The 00 is going to be seeing red here, with the first of 3 GWCs now in effect.
We'll have to see how this will play out. We've already seen several races where we've used up all 3 green-white checkered attempts ending under caution. But for the most part, I think once we can try to get a little separation from the field, I think this could be a good one here to watch. But we'll find out momentarily. It's going to be Eberhardt and Kosick in the top 2. Hutchinson and Stanley rounding out in row number 2. Then it's Mitchell and Kibbe, or Mitchell Howell and Kenny Kibbe in row 3. Ricky Hardin and Chad Miskov will be your top 8. And then Jared Wishen and Eric Papineau will round out your top 10.
I think the importance of finding some friends is going to be so critical again. If you want to be able to get a good launch if you're outside the transfer spots. Cooley and Sexton and Johnson maybe amongst those. I wouldn't be surprised to see at least 2 of the 3 group. Travis Brown is going to find, well, any possible lane. If he has to, he'll make a 7th lane, I think. And DJ Lyon, he's looking to try and unhook the parachute. There's so many drivers I'm keeping my eye on who are looking to be going from the outside in to the inside out.
Well, let's see what happens here as Barry, the base truck driver, will make that hard left turn. And Barney the flagman will get ready to go. He's holding them back a little bit, making sure. Green flag is back out. And first attempt of a green-white checkered here at the World Center of Racing. Daniel Eberhardt gets a little bit too far out. This might open the door for the 21 of Kosick, but we see Eberhardt now shut the door on him. He will leave this field through the top side of the racetrack as they work through 1 and 2.
And it looks like Hutchinson leading the bottom line. Keep that interesting to say the least there. As one driver is spotting for the whole pack.
That is JT.
Oh, and that's not clear. Hutchinson just got taken 3 wide in 2.5 lanes by Wishen, and he made it work.
That is what we call a brave and heroic decision, but let's see here. Everyone hold your breaths here as we see the leaders out of 4 coming to take the white flag here for the final time in LCQ number 2. As they come across the line, it's official. White flag in the air for the LCQ number 2.
And somebody's going to have to try and peek to the bottom and make it work here. Most of the field content to run that top line. Here comes the snake.
We're seeing some snake action here as they work their way out of turn number 2. Papineau will try to see if he can peek to the inside. Not going to work this time. Trouble! He gets turned around. Now this opens the door for so many different possibilities. The 20 gets pushed out of the way as he will lead, and Gary Sexton tries to throw the block. He will see if he can lead the inside lane through 3 and 4 for the final time. Eberhardt, Kosick, they're starting to pull away from the field as they come out of turn number 4. It's going to be a drag race. Eberhardt gets turned. Here they come to the line. Eberhardt back to the track, and it's going to be Jeremy Stanley winning LCQ number 2, and Kenny Kibbe guarantees him a spot in the duels tonight.
Oh my goodness.
Have you ever?
No, I haven't this year yet.
Oh my goodness, what a race to the finish. Let's take a look at the replay.
And it looks calm for the most part. Drivers trying to hold on to that top line, knowing the momentum. And then I think right when you seen that 8 car get turned on the bottom, things intensified. You had Nichols shuffle Sexton immediately. And then just the bad bump, I think, possibly off of turn 4 may have just sparked, well, everything.
Wow.
Right there.
And of course, Eberhardt makes it in because he has that provisional.
About to start dead last, though.
He will have to start dead last, but the good news is there, Justin, is he still makes it into the big show as Jeremy Stanley in the number 60. I was kind of curious. Watch this indeed. Watch Kenny Kibbe. Chaos ensues.
This ain't gonna be pretty. Wow. Am I the only one getting WinVal 8820 vibes there?
I think you might. I like that reference, but I think you were the only one who could get in that one. Indeed, I was thinking more. I don't even know what I was thinking towards the end of that, but that was chaotic. But let's go ahead and take a look at the unofficial results. They still have to be checked over and make sure everyone was clean and green to a degree as best they could. Notice the words best they could, because I think it's safe to say everyone except maybe Stanley had some form of contact after that.
Wow, Moonhead living up to his name there too.
Oh, let's take a look at the unofficial results. It is Jeremy Stanley who wins the LCQ number 2 and moves on to the duels. Ricky Harden will come home in second, followed by Josh Kosick in third, Rhett Nichols in fourth, with Chad Miskoff in fifth, Austin Johnson in sixth, with Eric Papineau in seventh. Kenny Kibbe is currently the unofficial results to where he transfers into the duels. Chris Schubert will come home in ninth. Will Cooley rounds out your top 10.
More than 11 again. Eberhart should say, has the provisional in 12. LaShawn is out along with Sexton. Hutchinson was amongst those nearly in before the craziness started. 15th is where he ends. Unofficially, of course. Cheney, Howell, Davis, Virginia, along with Ryan Johnson, your top 20.
DJ Lyons will come home in 21st, followed by Travis Brown, Mr. Mooncar himself in 22nd, Jamie Haynes in 23rd, Wyatt Ruggiero with 24th, with Nicholas Persea in 25th. Noel Fergari will come home in 26th, with Chris Shoemaker in 27th. Lucas Sylvester in 28th, Reese Bayham in 29th, Jeffrey Mathis rounds out your 30-car field.
First goes to Henrata with Will Height. The second, 4 laps down. The first one, multiple laps down. Austin Coop, 9 laps down, 33rd. Thomas Stewart, 64, 34th. Seth Knoll finished 35th. Luke Knupp, 13 laps down and 36th. Hey, Arrow, Edison, the 39 drivers. And to remind folks for a third time, the finish is under review still, so a lot could change on who the 8 are here.
It will change a lot of things here tonight as we watch over a couple of things, and we will determine who makes it into the duels later tonight. Justin, 2 duel races, duel race number 1, duel race number 2, top 20 get to go to the big show Sunday afternoon. Your final thoughts on this situation?
Well, best way to put it is, if you want to make the show, you have to be able to put yourself in the position to make it. And if you're, say, starting in 40th spots in an LCQ after some attrition in the craziness of the heats, you gotta go. And it's not just as simple as ride about for 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 laps. It's a 30-lap race before GWCs are factored in. You have to get to the front, put yourself up there in the conversation, and then you can think about trying to ride about once you know you're safe and you know you're in that spot. And we've seen that come into play a few times tonight. That intensity level, the amount of drivers who shuffling inside and out of that top 8 was very busy, to say the least. And in turn, a lot of drivers are probably going to be thinking, what if? But for others, they're thinking, thank goodness if they do get confirmed in.
Well, we'll find out who gets confirmed in momentarily while Race Control works over all the data and make sure that we have the final results to determine who will be in dual race number 1 and dual race number 2. With that, myself and Justin Prince are going to step away, but we'll be actually making the run down towards pit road to get ready to call the dual races. So for that, we will turn it over to the best ladies in pre-race show business, Lady Auburn and Strict Pulsatrix.
What? Woo, 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 woo. This racing was so intense. As I look at my frozen face here. It was so intense that the reason my face is frozen, my internet crashed. It crashed right at the
Unfortunate.
end, yes.
Yeah. No, actually, you're frozen in shock.
I know.
All right,
Or is it
so
disbelief? Who knows?
yeah, so LCQs, I believe, are done. That's 2
Yes.
LCQs. So now
That's
we're
right,
heading
too.
into the duels, the penultimate portions of the Podium 500. The top 20 in both of these duels will be headed to the Podium 500 tomorrow. This is going
right.
to be the ride or die event. And I gotta tell you, I have not been more excited all day.
Yes, it's certainly going to be something over the next 3 hours or so, I believe. We have, I believe, 90 minutes between or for each party. Let's call it a party.
Yeah,
My brain
somewhere around
scrambled
there, yeah.
again, so my brain
Nah,
scrambled. The
you're good.
internet scrambled my brain.
Yeah.
Uh,
So,
so yes.
I do have I have my notes here. Again, it doesn't seem like it because we are still seeing a lot of yellows, but we
Mm-hmm.
haven't been seeing very many penalties being doled out. So, as of right now, as of the tally up until the final last chance qualifier, we have 38 end of line penalties in total, as well as still as of last time, the number hasn't changed, 12 pit lane violations. So it seems people have finally figured out the pit lane. But beyond just that, I have seen over the period of this broadcast a lot of people complaining about the product of the racing on track. And
Mm,
I can understand where a lot of people are coming from. There's a lot of cautions and a lot of very dumb mistakes happening on track, but one thing we do got to keep in mind here as well is that these next gen cars are still fairly new to us all. So I
yes.
think there's a lot of drivers out there who are still trying to figure out the limits of where you can and cannot push, how you cannot push, and stuff like that. And it does seem to be getting better throughout the day. So, with that, I gotta ask you, Lady Aubernon, what's your takeaway from so far, having watched the heats, having watched the LCQs and whatnot? What's your takeaway from the event at the Podium 500 so far? Oh, did your internet explode again? Unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think her internet exploded. Well, anyway, you got just me. So, hey everybody in chat, how you doing? Hey everybody. All right. So, uh a few things that I should probably mention as well. Heading into these duels, I do believe these are going to be much longer races. So we're going to be seeing drivers more than likely hanging back on things. We're going to see drivers driving a little bit more defensively in the sense of just driving more safely, more conservatively. And that's probably what we're going to be seeing in these next few races. So if you've been disappointed in the quality on track, don't worry about it. I'm sure this will at least clean things up a little bit heading into the duels. And beyond that, tomorrow is definitely going to be a much better show because once again, the race length is much longer. We're doing it for 500 miles at this 2.5 mile super speedway. So, honestly, as the event rolls on, the quality of racing is going to improve much, much better as the event goes on. And as well, one thing that I think we all forget a lot, I've forgotten it throughout the event. It is hard to drive these cars so fast. Like you would think, oh, they're just driving cars in a circle, you know, just going in a circle, and that's just how it happens. But keeping these cars straight is really difficult because of the way that the cars are set up. They're set up asymmetrically to handle the numerous amounts of left turns that you got to do with no right turns in sight. So, you know, that's going to be a bit of a complication it comes towards driving these cars in a straight line because they really don't want to go straight. Now, while Lady Aubernon gets her internet fixed, I do believe we have somebody else popping into the booth, Taylor Burris. So you've been talking a lot today, doing a lot of commentating. What's your take on the event so far after the final LCQ?
A little out of breath right now. I had to run from the tower to get over to pit road and then got the call to come over here to help you out here in the in this broadcast booth. So this is going to be a little bit of a fun workout for me now, trying to get things going. But overall, Strix, the racing has been interesting. We saw a lot of great storylines, a couple of drivers who have made their names known here in podium competition for the Podium 500 qualifying day. But now that kind of goes all out the window as we, in a sense, reset the field. We now set up 40 drivers in 2 separate races, 60 laps. So we'll see one attempt of at least a green flag pit stop, possibly. But also, one other thing to keep in mind is top 20. 20 is now the magic number for today's action in duel race number 1 and in duel race number 2. The question is, how patient does everyone want to be? I'm pretty sure from drivers 21st on back, they're going to be a little more aggressive than those inside that top 20, but it's all about being patient. We have 30 more extra laps, so hopefully some of these drivers will be able to calm it down and maybe just try to run some laps early on. And then when we get to that 5 or 10 to 5 laps to go, then we'll see the chaos that we've seen all day long ensue even more so.
Absolutely. And one great thing about the Podium 500 as it exists, like, sure, the on-track quality might be iffy at times, but I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of drivers to test their mettle against the best on the iRacing service. We see drivers like Cosmin Yonishu. We saw drivers like Ray Malik. We saw drivers like Ryan Hill and numerous other drivers, Justin Melillo, even Anthony Alfredo, an Xfinity NASCAR Series driver here today. It allows everybody to try and sign up, and, as long as you meet the minimum iRating requirements, you can compete against these top names in racing and in sim racing. And that is the benefit of sim racing, is just being able to do this kind of thing. And Podium 500 is a fantastic, kind of like a benchmark for that. But this is where your mettle really truly gets tested, because all the best drivers from Podium 500 are going to be here in the heat races, the duel races. This is where it counts, and if you can pull it off here and get the upset, get that underdog win, you are well on your way to the Road to Pro and possibly even the Coca-Cola Series.
Well, Strix, here's a point we can talk about right here. In duel race number 1 alone, we have one eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion competing in this race. Two of them who are returning as veterans to the series, Michael Guest and Garrett Maines, and one rookie, Donovan Strauss, competing. We also have a couple of other great names competing in here. Of course, you have Jeff McConey in the 03 with the McConey Setup Shop group. Justin Levine, a well-known sim racer who has done a lot of great work in his competition, mostly in the Road to Pro. And then, of course, Justin Knobloch as well, another competitor who has made his name known in eNASCAR Road to Pro competition. And then, of course, who can forget some of the biggest streamers and also some other heavy hitters, Septa Merchant, who is the former winner of the Podium 500. And also you have Presley Sora, the Monday Night Racing Road to Glory Series champion, who just picked up his championship early on this week. And then, of course, we have Justin Melillo, a well-known racer as well as broadcaster and writer for all things esports with the Traction GG company. Blake McCandless, who is now one of the voices of eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competition, as he joins Evan Pasoko in the booth this season in 2021. So a lot of great heavy hitters are in this first of the 2 duels that we'll have here tonight. We'll see what is going to happen, who will move on. It's the number 20 that we're looking for.
Yeah, and that is one benefit of having the cutoff being extended to just 20. It gives some extra leeway to these drivers, to all of these drivers, to give it their best shot, and the length of the races also helps with that. So the other thing that the length of these races offers for us as the audience and also to the drivers is, as you mentioned, we could see some green flag pit stops. We hadn't seen it before in the LCQ or in the heat racing because the racing was just too short. The race wasn't long enough. But here, we do need pit stops. Whether it's under a yellow or a green remains to be seen. But, of course, this is where your pit strategy does come in, and this is likely where we're going to see a bit of separation from the big dogs and the rookies. You know, you're going to have some people who've been around the block numerous times who know the right moment to take that pit stop, who can take that pit stop quickly, get in and get out, and not take any penalties for it. And that is the one thing we may want to look for with these green flag stops. We were seeing a lot during the heat racing that a lot of people were taking penalties by driving through too many pit stalls. There was about 13 or 12 at last count. And it's possible we could see more this time around as some people haven't been practicing their pit stops.
Yeah, a lot of drivers probably in this session here in the heat race number, or not heat race, we just got done with heat races. What am I trying to do? Go back in time? No, we do not need to do that. For duel race number 1, that this is going to be more difficult to see here as we work through this scene and watch through all the action getting ready to go. One thing that we have to know for sure is watching the drivers of how they enter pit road. You got to remember now we're going at 200 miles an hour, and then they have to drop it down to 55 miles an hour if we have a green flag stop. And for some of the drivers, especially our leader who will be leading this, he's going to have to come down pit road earlier because of him not having anyone in front of him to conserve fuel. So the leader, in a sense, is in the catbird seat if we have those green flag pit stops.
Absolutely, and there is one thing that I did notice. I was doing commentary for the FTF 500 for the FTF Racing Series, and last month, near the end of January, they were also racing at the Daytona Superspeedway, although it was the bumpier 2008 render of the track. And we saw a lot of issues getting the car wound up for the pit road. So that's going to be another concern. We have to worry about how these cars brake under pressure, how the drivers are able to handle how these cars behave under braking like that after spending so much time going straight and around corners. So it's going to be a very interesting thing to see whether people have actually been practicing their pit stops and their braking, because if we do go with green flag stops here, if we do see green flag stops, which is entirely possible with this strength of field here, we could see some pretty big whoopsies, or we could see some positions made up into the cutoff because of this.
It will be a very big implication here tonight as we watch and see all the action that will kick off this wonderful week of speed that we're about to get things started. And as we get ready to go, a couple of things, and pretty soon we'll turn it over to the voice of Podium Esports momentarily. James Pike will lead the field and get things started with tonight's action at Daytona for Podium 500 weekend as we bring to a close the qualifying day, the chaotic and fun, exciting moment of qualifying day as we set the field to determine who will be the 43 cars that enter into tomorrow's Podium 500.
We have had a very busy day, a very, very hectic day, and over 220 laps of racing completed on this qualifying day for the 4th annual Podium 500, but it is time for the main event of the evening, or rather co-main events of the evening. The 2 duel races, 60 laps apiece, just like in real life, and the top 19 drivers not already locked into the show will join our pole sitter and number 2 qualifier from last night, Logan Helton and Nathan Rabideau, and our 3 provisional drivers, Seth DeMerchant, Daniel Eberhardt, and Casey Kerwin. DeMerchant is the 1 provisional in this race, worth noting, so we could extend the cutoff by 1. Kerwin and Eberhardt are going to be in Duel 2 just a little bit later, so there's a little bit of math for you, but it's top 19 that get things going. Let's introduce you to the team that will help call these duel races. I will be atop the tower along the start-finish line and looking at everything coming out of the exit of turn 4 all the way to the entry of turn number 1. And when they start to climb the banking, they will head out of my purview and into the purview of Glendale, Arizona's Devin Henry. Devin, welcome to the Podium 500 broadcast team for the first time ever. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm excited because I know I'm going to do a lot better here than I did last year in this Podium 500, because when you get to turn number 1, that's your first look at this 31 degrees of banking in the corner. it's not just getting into this corner and having the draft. It's also the speed over 200 miles an hour you hit it. The car really wants to float up. You want to hit the guy next to you while still trying to follow the train and ride that choo-choo up to the front of the field. This is your first step in getting around the track, and hopefully at the green flag, it's not the first time you're in the wall tonight, but turn 1 is the start of the race, but for some people, it's also the end of the race, depending on what lap. Now, once you get past turns 1 and 2, hopefully at least on lap number 1, then you're going to slide on down to the rest of the track, back onto the first flat part of the track down the back straightaway, and over with Jacob Hitz out of Shippensburg, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Devin Henry, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Super Stretch on the back straightaway here at Daytona International Speedway. It's all flat. It's the back straightaway, and of course, this leads right up to turn number 3, where the banking returns, and you all of a sudden have to turn the wheel back to the left so you can make the corner. This is where we will see those last lap thrilling moves going into turn 3 and 4 in the last lap. We've seen the big wrecks coming off turn number 2 when the field accordions together, and then they start to spread out by the time they get through turn number 3. They wrap it around through turn 3 and 4. They'll come back to the front straightaway, and you'll get all the action from here from my perch on the infield just at the end of the Super Stretch. Now let's go to pit road and Edgewater, Florida's Taylor Burris.
Thank you, Jacob, and good evening, everyone. I've made the run, of course, from the booth, then now down to pit road, where we'll be seeing drivers hitting speeds of 200 miles an hour and then make their way down to 55 miles an hour to see if they can make the perfect pit stop. Trial and error has been some of the major players for some of these drivers, as we've seen penalty after penalty, whether it be speeding or coming through too many pit boxes throughout all of the heat and LCQ races. Will these drivers have learned anything from the previous races to determine that? Well, we're going to find out. But for now, we now head on over as we go a little further south from Hialeah, Florida, Kenneth Bueno.
Thank you, Taylor. And whenever you think about last lap passes for the win at Daytona, you immediately see this long stretch of asphalt just before the tri-oval and the main straight in the start-finish line. This usually is the last lap opportunity for many drivers to build their runs, get that last charge, and of course charge for that checkered flag at the end of it. This duel, though, going to mean a lot when it comes down to that front straightaway, especially off turn 4. You can get a big run with these NASCAR Next Gen cars, so be on the lookout for the exit turn 4 and straight for the checkered flag. James?
So this is going to be really interesting. Yes, I've not been on the broadcast in a few hours, but of course I've been watching everything. And things that have stood out to me over the course of this day that we've noticed, number one thing I've seen, the outside line has more speed and more power in the draft than I think we've seen in any Podium 500 prior. I don't know whether or not it's the draft package or this new next-gen car in particular, but one of those two, Kenneth, certainly has made a difference, and we've seen a lot of drivers control these fields from the high line, almost reminiscent of the 2017 and 18 Daytona 500s. I think that absolutely is going to be a factor in both dual races tonight.
It's going to be absolutely crucial, and especially from Heat 1 all the way through Heat 8, and even the LCQs that we experienced just a couple of moments earlier, you saw the development, you saw drivers learn how the dynamic of the outside line works and just how good it can be when you get a couple of drivers with you and you end up all the way just next to that outside safety barrier, inches away, trying to make sure you can get as much of the draft as possible. With these next-gen cars, it's a full underbody and a diffuser underneath the race car, so no dirty air within these stock cars. All you get is kind of more pristine air on the rear end of the race car. Gives the opportunity for big runs and all those lines to happen, James. It's going to be very dramatic. A lot of these drivers are going to get huge runs. Not sure if they're going to be able to take it through at least the first section of this event, but it's 60 laps. Time to make your agenda is there, and that means that these drivers are going to try all that they can, especially inside, outside, wherever they can, to make sure they can be at the front of the field for the Podium 500 tomorrow.
And you make a good point that we've seen a lot of crazy runs too. The other piece that I was going to talk about is that, yes, we've seen incredible ability for these cars to suck up from long distances. You think about the old draft package that we had, the most recent version of the Gen 6 track package that we had, and the suck up rate was about maybe 7-8 tenths to a full second tops. We've seen drivers from maybe about 1.3, 1.4 seconds back be able to get runs, and it makes this field a lot more fluid. I won't necessarily call it identical to 2011 and the way the tandem package worked, where you could suck up from anywhere and get runs and go, but it's certainly more than what we saw in the Gen 6s, and certainly something that a lot of these drivers aren't going to be used to, because there aren't really many drivers that have experience with this new car at this track in competitive racing conditions.
But the great thing, James, is that a lot of them have had experience throughout the heats and the LCQs in this day on qualifying day. So at least for the most part, they've got a couple of notes. They know exactly what can work and what doesn't work with this next gen car in package, and essentially with a lot of the drivers that they may know over the course of this duel. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how they adapt, how they play the skill set when it comes down to drafting. And obviously it could mean a lot. When you come out of turn 4, you see the checkered flag for the very first time in Duel 1. That's where it's going to matter the most.
We are currently waiting on race control to give us the all clear to advance into the session. So if you're wondering when Duel 1 is going to start, shouldn't be too much longer now. Just crossing the I's, dotting the T's. There's also work to be done setting up the second duel, because that server is supposed to go live here right as Duel 1 gets the green flag. So all those drivers getting set and getting ready. Keep your eyes peeled on the Podium Esports website and the Podium Esports Discord channel for the Podium 500 in the server for more information. But naturally, of course, as soon as I say that, the checkered flag comes out on practice, and we are set to roll with the first duel here for the Podium 500 in 2022. Let's take you through your starting grid for our first of the dual races this evening, led off by the 4 winners from the first 4 heats. Zach Novak, your pole sitter for this first duel. He'll start alongside Justin Levine, and then Donovan Strauss and Lake Peterson, who won heats 3 and 4, will start 3rd and 4th on this grid respectively. Matthew Dula, joined by Chris Akers in 5th and 6th. Row number 4, made up by one of our 3 provisional drivers and the only one in this heat, the 2019 and inaugural Podium 500 champion Seth DeMerchant. Brandon Houth to his outside. Kenneth Bueno, the final 2 drivers in the top 10, Jeremy Miller and Brock Whitehead.
Connor Horn going to occupy the inside of row number 6 with Monday Night Racing Road to Glory champion from earlier this week, Presley Soren, the 98, to his outside. Jared Darling will start 13th with Michael Finlayson along his outside in row number 7 before you find McConey Setup Shops, Jeff McConey in the inside of the top 15, and Tyler Krupp in the 16th place position. Out of Great Britain, Jack Mace will be 17th here in this duel with Kenny Brady to his outside in P18 before you get to the final drivers in the top 20 for Duel 1, Ryan White and Justin Knobloch.
Justin Mahar and Jacob Bell making up 21st and 22nd positions. Row number 22 goes to Brian Baker and Alec Carson. Ace Booth and Alex Thurber in 25th and 26th. Blake McCandless lines up in P27 with Hunter Brittle beside him. Rounding out the top 30, Cody Niegels and Justin Malillo.
Alex Kolodix lines up 31st, James Jacobs in the 32nd position. Jim Westerfield, Michael Guest, the NASCAR Coke Series driver, lines up 34th. Philip Martin, Tyler Meeks, 35th and 36th. Chris McLean in 37th. Hunter Hayward, 38th. Garrett Maines rounds out our field of 13-9 drivers in this first duel. JP?
Tonight we get set to go racing for 60 laps in this duel. The in-sim weather looks like this. It's the default day for iRacing with a static sky, so it's right around 9 p.m. on May 15, 2022. Air temp is 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temp 78 degrees Fahrenheit as well. Wind steady to the north of 2 miles an hour and 55% humidity. For a final hit from pit clear, let's go to Taylor Burris. Taylor.
Just talked to Justin Malillo, who's going to be behind that Traxxon GG machine, and he is nervous as all get out there. But the good news is he's got a rowdy in hand. He took a swig, and he's ready to get rowdy here at Daytona. Watch that Traxxon.gg machine work his way through the field as he gets ready for all the action.
Time for the big show to begin. Lights are off for the pace car, and for the start of duel number 1, let's go back to Hialeah, Florida's Kenneth Bueno.
Field will be in the hands of Rise Esports' Zach Novak in the 5 with Justin Levine to his outside. Barney the flagman waves the green. We're underway in Duel 1 for the Daytona International Speedway. Immediately a huge jump to the rear end of Zach Novak's machine. Levine even as they come for turn 1.
2019 NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion and Rise Esports driver Zach Novak leading them off into turn one as we get going proper, Devin.
Justin Levine in that great car on the outside, trying to lead that triumph on the outside lane. But right now, Donovan Strauss and Zach Novak really working together, trying to create that momentum to get that run down the back straightaway. Levine comes back again, though, on the outside.
Seth DeMerchant almost got put 3 wide on the bottom side. He had a lot of pressure from the 30 of Jeremy Miller. They rocket down into turn number 3. Here comes Levine up on the high side, but it's going to be Zach Novak leading the charge off turn 4.
Zach Novak with a big gap out of turn 4. That may leave him in a big opportunity for Donovan Strauss and everybody else to pick right back up. Levine going to pick right here on the outside. He's going to reach to the start-finish line. He'll have a nose ahead. The Ford Mustang does. Still even, 2 by 2 all the way through the field.
Luke Peterson is the one bumping and banging, pushing that great car out front. You got a couple of pros at Novak and Strauss trying to lead that inside lane, but everyone looking really just calm right now. Start of the race. This isn't your duels or your heat race. This is 60 laps. Got to be a little bit patient here.
Yeah, everybody just has to keep everything kind of in check for the time being. A long way to go. This is more than double the length of any race that they've run tonight. As they come through 3 and 4, Levine's still up on the outside, trying to get the outside line to work. It's all Novak on the bottom.
Novak's got control, but look at Levine to the outside. Donovan Strauss trying to push Zach Novak as they come across the stripe, but nothing doing yet. And Blake Peterson's not quite tight enough of the bumper of Levine to make the move go. But again, we'll get that outside line, get momentum as they come back to 1, Devin.
And you know what the crazy thing is that the inside line seems more composed. You go back to that third car on the outside, the orange number 4, Chris Akers. Even behind him, they kind of start to separate a lot more, but they still have all that momentum on the outside lane. I'm curious how much composure is going to matter here with these two groups.
Yeah, we'll have to kind of wait and see, as everybody's kind of been in and out with these lines. Some people have been adamant about working together with each other. Others have just been in it for themselves and themselves only through the heats and the LCQs. As they come off turn number 4, Levine staying just about even with Novak.
Levine had a nose ahead coming into turn 3. He had a big shove from Blake Peterson in the number 25 as they come for the start-finish line. Looks like the Ford Mustang will have control of Duel 1, and we wonder, when can they split up? We'll have to find out. They come back for the 31 degrees of banking, Devin.
Everyone who started inside the top 10 still remains inside the top 10. You don't have any big movers until you get outside the top 20, so got to find out when is your go time. Obviously a lot of time to go, and right now it's the learning period.
Everybody has been gridlocked 2 by 2 down the back straightaway and down this entire racetrack since the drop of the green flag. Not many spots have changed since they let him loose just 5 laps ago. Here comes Levine. He sticks a nose out in front, coming through 3 and 4. He's not quite going to be clear of Novak coming through turn 4.
Maybe it was just the strength of the drivers, perhaps, that didn't necessarily have the ability to pull the outside in their earlier races. But now, look at the inside lane with all that talent. You got 2 Coke Series drivers in Novak and Strauss leading that bottom, and they haven't necessarily given up the fight to the outside just yet.
And you know what's really telling there, James? You have 2 cars clear for the lead. Levine and Peterson, neither one of them wanted to go to the bottom. If you want to make passes, I think right now the outside lane is where you want to be.
The outside lane has been the strongest part pretty much since heat number 4 or so in the middle of the afternoon. Drivers have been learning and how to use that outside line to their advantage. As Levine is clear for the moment, he's going to stay to the outside line. Novak and the inside line get a charge through turn 4.
And you got to also think this is a testament to the patience. 60 laps, a lot longer than the heats we had earlier today, and also longer than the LCQs we had just a couple of moments earlier. So being a longer race, you'd expect drivers to be a little more patient, play the long game, maybe get their agendas to the right places. They head back for turn 1, still even for the lead.
Novak actually beginning to grab a little bit of momentum here in extra speed. Of course, he has Donovan Strauss behind him. Then you have Matthew Duel, you got Seth DeMerchant. That inside lane with a lot of big names. Able to get back up. We're still just door to door going down the way.
Everybody pretty even. Levine gonna try to put together a run here on the outside line with help from Blake Peterson, but in the meantime, Novak pushes back out in front. He's going to go to the high side in turn 4 up in front of Levine. That's going to allow Strauss to lead the bottom line. He pulls even with Novak off 4.
There's your first big move from the Clinton, Connecticut native. Went from the bottom, decided to go to the top. I wonder if he's seen what we've seen over the course of this day and get a good view to just how strong that outside lane is. He's clear of Donovan Strauss by a car length, and it's Rise Esports versus Williams Esports. Back to turn 1.
I don't think I've seen that in the real world or the sim world. When the guy on the inside makes the pass and they take over the outside lane, you always want to move to the inside lane. But now this inside group getting really composed. Donovan Strauss now makes the move to the high side. He leads that top row.
And this could be the beginning of the end of that inside line. It just takes one driver to go up to the outside line and pull that outside line further ahead. Once that outside line starts showing its dominance, that's when we could see this inside line start to dissolve. Donnie Strauss now leads the outside line, leading downstairs Matthew Dula.
It's not over for the inside lane just yet. Now it looks like Matthew Dula will have control. He's got help from a previous Podium 500 champion in Seth the Merchant for Logitech G Alta C Sports. The Toyota Camry giving a big shove to the Ford Mustang as they head for turn 1. Strauss up top. Nothing to say just yet.
We have our first guy starting outside the top 10 to crack it. Connor Horn in the number 67 machine. Able to use that inside lane that everyone is jumping out of. He's the 4th car on the inside row. Is all this shuffling going to lead to some players moving inside this bubble and transfer spot?
That's the positive with that inside line shuffling, is you allow drivers to cycle their way toward the front. The only problem is the less drivers you have on the bottom side, the smaller of a run you're going to get. Strauss continues to lead the high side. Dula fighting hard on the inside with help from DeMerchant.
Horns gained more spots than anybody else, but there's not really much to talk about in terms of movers and shakers. Not too much shuffling throughout this field and very minimal movement compared to where these drivers started this first duel. But it's still Donovan Strauss in control with his Williams Esports Toyota leading the field from the outside as they go back to 1.
Still cars clear out front right now, but you have Justin Levine, who was this race just a few ago, stuck back 3rd car in line. Can Matthew Dula get that extra burst off of turn number 2? They can't seem to really gain like they did back when Novak and Strauss were up there.
This inside line starting to dance a little bit. Seth DeMerchant appears to be getting impatient and a little bit eager, second on that inside line with help from the 30 of Jeremy Miller. He's going to stay right behind Dula for now, but it looked like DeMerchant, maybe that right front tire, not holding up as well. A little slidey coming off turn 2. He holds the line off 4.
They get out of shape, but they gather it up quickly out of turn 4. Coming back to the trial, well, it looks like Donovan Strauss going to have the opportunity to keep in the lead. Remember, his teammate Vicente Salas got knocked out in one of the heat races earlier today. Strauss trying to make sure that doesn't happen for the Williams Esports cars.
DeMerchant shoving Dula in that inside lane. They close the gaps in turn 1 and 2. That inside groove now gaining space. Will Dula move up? He does so. New leader of the race, and here comes DeMerchant.
DeMerchant with the head of steam down on the inside line. I think he's relieved that he has some clean racetrack in front of him. He's got the help from Miller. DeMerchant is clear for the lead heading into turn number 3. Connor Horn now 3rd in that inside line. DeMerchant is clear up top. He's going to stay down low in front of Miller off 4.
DeMerchant, your leader, obviously already in the top 19. That would extend the cutoff by 1 if that holds. And Tyler Cook, who currently runs in 20th, would be the last man in. Now Michael Finlayson with live time gets scoring as it updates, but DeMerchant, the inaugural Podium 500 champion, out in front of duel number 1 early.
Oh, don't wait on time in scoring. I can't even keep track of what's going on right now. The entire inside lane almost disintegrated. They're kind of back in composure now, but here comes Connor Horn making the move to the outside lane. He wants to lead that fast group, but boy, this inside groove all of a sudden has a big burst of speed under him.
Connor Horn started at 11th. He's now leading the outside line. He was for a moment. Now Jeremy Miller goes upstairs. He's going to try and go by DeMerchant on the outside. DeMerchant now has help from the 1. Jared Darling, he started outside the top 10. Now here comes Donnie Strauss, 3 wide for 3rd. In line off 4.
New players at the front of the field. How about Miller on that outside lane? Donovan Strauss tried to peek it flush through the middle, and now he's able to occupy 3rd on the outside. Groove shuffled the 17 out of the way, and now everybody who started near the rear of the field could have the opportunity to get into this fight.
Duel in that black 17, stuck in the black hole. He's going from the front almost all the way back to that transfer spot now. This has got to be scary for the driver of the number 17 machine. It's DeMerchant. It's bringing along Jared Darling way out front now down the back straight.
They are boot scooting boogieing down the back straightaway to try and get away from this pack as much as they can. Miller has fallen back in this top side. Here comes the 30, Donnie Strauss. He's going to peek to the outside. He's going to try and go around, or the 20 rather. He's going to go 3 wide and put Connor Horn in the sucker hole.
They're battling for control of the top line as Donovan Strauss goes straight to the middle, and might bring Zach Novak with him, and that may just shuffle some people out on that high line, but they're all fighting for control up there, and it's cleared about the first 6 or 7 cars on the inside lane.
Man, I can compare this to speed dating. It looks even worse than that, trying to find a partner in all of this. The outside lane has completely diminished, and now Donovan Strauss is trying to take advantage of what he can. He's all the way back outside the top 10 now.
And he's got help now from Zach Novak, trying to do everything he can to push him down the back straightaway. They're 3 wide, back outside the top 10, getting dangerously close to the transfer position. Now leading this outside line is the black number 9. That's Brandon Hoff up on the outside. He's leading it down the front straightaway.
And all of a sudden, you have Michael Guest, the NASCAR Coke Series driver, just behind Brendan Houff, giving this shove in his Ford Mustang for Jim Beebe Esports. A couple of drivers behind him also trying to shove through. Look at the run they get back to turn 1.
So how about this? How confident can you be when you are in a transfer spot? Well, let's look at Justin Levine, who now is in the 18th position. He was leading this race. Now he's only a couple spots in front of the transfer. Him and Chris Akers not in a good spot. Just got swapped back in a matter of laps.
Here comes the outside line. Now Miller's going to peek out of line and try and make a third line about 6 rows back, side by side for the lead. Brandon Hoff round the outside, bringing Michael Guest. He's saying, be my guest, through 3 and 4. Hoff, the leader.
Brandon Houff to the point. Meanwhile, another driver who was in lead of this race a few laps ago, Matthew Dula, now on the outside looking in currently, back to 22nd as Michael Guest will try and take control of the outside lane in his Jim Beebe Esports Ford Mustang as they come back to 1.
Merchant is smothering the rear bumper of Brandon Houff, even through the corner here, almost interlocked all the way through. That gives the inside lane a huge push, and Merchant wants to go up the lane, and he's going to be forced to commit to it now.
Chris Akers got the wall in turn 1, had to check up Alex Kolodix, and that almost set off a crash in the middle of the pack. Instead, 3 wide from the 5th row on back. Johnny Strauss stuck in the middle. Here comes Levine on the outside. He's got company. Jeremy Miller is up there. So is Connor Horn. Levine moving inside the top 5.
Everybody trying to put each other in the box like Roddy Rich. Justin Levine, who was up at the front of the field now, he's up in control and about 4th on that outside lane. The Merchant thought quick of it, knows this simple drafting effort of the Super Speedway Racing. He's got control inside lane, no help.
Levine and Akers literally went from 17th and 18th to now 6th and 4th in a matter of 2 laps. This is utter chaos at Daytona. Trying to navigate this next-gen car as one car dives down to the inside.
Yeah, that was Johnny Strauss. He about got turned head onto the inside wall. Everybody scatters to avoid him. That's going to cause him to lose some time. Everybody now up to the high side of the racetrack. Couple of stragglers deciding to stay down low. Some of those including Zach Novak down there off of 4.
Inside lane had control a few laps ago. It's the outside lane that's now clear by about 6 or 7 cars for side-by-side battle. Connor Horn and Jared Darling fighting for 8th and 9th, but Seth the Merchant and everybody well clear up on the high line.
One thing that I've learned so far, no line and no spot on the track is safe if you want to transfer. On board with Jeff McConey, you see the chaos in front of him. Timing more important than ever here at Virtual Daytona.
McConey was able to catch up deep into this lead pack, then decided to drop back. I think he was starting to sense the blood in the water and wanted to get out of there before it was too late. The top 4, single file, never mind. Here comes Brandon Hoff down to the bottom. He's going to get joined. Michael Fenlison's going to join the party. He's going to look for the lead off turn 4.
I believe they were waiting for a moment, Jacob, for somebody to drop down so that everybody can join the fight. Michael Finlayson now in control of that inside lane with a chance to get on the quarter panel, set the Merchant's Toyota Camry. Still not enough from Houff, though, as they head back for turn 1.
But Michael Guest is relentless on that rear bumper of Seth the Merchant. Will not let that momentum calm down. Levine's still behind him as well. Vendelson is able to grab a little bit of a burst here, but really not what he wants off of turn number 2.
Down the back straightaway, Michael Guest staying right in line. Justin Levine right there as well, getting help from Akers as they continue to storm down the back stretch. Fenlison continues to lead the bottom side. Nobody's going to pull in front of him. He's going to try to pull together a run with Hoff. Let's see what kind of run they get as we're back double wide through most of the field. He's stuck on the inside of Guest off 4.
A little bit of a run there for Finlayson and Hoff, but not quite enough to draw even with even Michael Guest, who's in second at the moment, much less Seth the Merchant, so they'll continue to work their way around the World Center of Racing. This is the 20th lap of 60 that they're working, so we're almost a third of the way home in this first duel already.
And James, it's strange to think this is where everyone's catching their breath when they're not bobbing and weaving like Mike Tyson. This is the calm part of the race so far. Everyone taking a breath, but it might get chaotic again here soon as everyone's vying for position 1/3 of the way through.
Well, in the chaos that also has to enter their mind, Devin, has to be the fact that they're going to have to pit before this thing is said and done. Pit strategy may become a factor if we stay green the rest of the way. Here comes Fendelson, though, on the inside of the Merchant, looking for the lead coming through turn 4.
Two Chevrolet Camaros on the inside lane brings Michael Finlayson to the front of the field for the very first time in Duel 1. He'll switch up top in front of the 2019 Podium 500 champion and Seth the Merchant, and immediately goes for the block. Hauff not able to get in momentum. Merchant pushing the 39 back to turn 1.
Brandon Hauff now off one of that inside lane, getting a big push from Jared Darling, doing what they can to catch back up. But Fendelson able to lead the way with the burst of speed in that black number 39. On the inside, here comes Brandon Hauff.
Hoff looking down on the inside with help from the one of Darling's. Zach Novak is there as well as they continue to charge their way into turn number 3. It's all Fendelson, though, leading this outside line. DeMerchant's going to stay with them side by side for third. Hoff on the inside, and you got Guest up top.
I'm curious to see how many drivers filled the notebook earlier. We saw some aggressive moves from Donovan Strauss and company, but it seemed to settle down in the last few laps. Looks like these drivers might be more in the mode of clicking off laps as Finlayson continues to lead DeMerchant and Guest up on that top line.
I think you're right to an extent, because this is certainly more relaxed than what we saw about 5 to 10 laps ago, so everyone's starting to get back in position. But you know that the intensity will ramp up at any second. It just takes one move here or one move there, and everyone will scatter once more.
And some drivers have kind of been peeking toward that middle line, but they decide not to use it just because with the aero draft that you get there, the side drafting, it's just not worth it. Fendelson continues to lead. The top 4 are single file. Hoff is falling back on that bottom side. Now the top 5 is just about clear with Akers in that 5th spot.
And James, to your point on that last lap, if you looked at Heat 3 earlier today, Seth the Merchant, Donovan Strauss, and the leader, all 3 were together. Garrett Maines included in that trio, were all coupled together for most of the race. They didn't separate to the final laps. It looks like that's going to be the same agenda tonight.
The Hornets' nest beginning to form right around the bubble. Presley Sora, Joseph Mahar, Tyler Krug, all in that little path. On board with Garrett Maines. He sees exactly where he needs to go. Right now, 27th. He needs about 8 more spots up ahead of it.
And these guys are trying to calm down as much as they can, and I think that might be part of the order here at the front. Let's get single file, let's get in line, so it's not as much of a headache whenever we do have to look at making green flag pit stops. If we stay side by side, that's just going to increase the risk of carnage as they come off 4.
They checked up big right around the transfer spot. I saw a lot of drivers at the high line give up a little bit of gas, and that allowed folks like Matthew Dooley to come forward, like Brian Baker to come forward, Joseph Bahar to come forward as well. Part of that pushing and shoving that if we go green towards the last lap could be noteworthy.
And I'm having a hard time comprehending that. You're saying Matthew Dula moved forward and he is still outside the transfer. This is a guy who was battling for the lead about 10-15 laps ago. That's how quick everything is changing here. Like I said earlier, I don't think anyone is safe any spot on the track. Unless you're Michael Fendelson in the lead right now, I don't think you're safe anywhere at all. This field has just been battling tooth and nail for every position, and I have a feeling it's going to be like that all the way to the end as this inside line is stuck side by side for the 7th position with Darling trying to give everything to Hoff.
That inside line has been back and forth over and over again, but Hauff in the lead of that inside line has still yet to break in to the top 5 as they come back for the stripe. It seems to be all Finlayson at the front, and that outside lane all composed together back to turn 1, no change. Finlayson, DeMerchant, Guest, Levine, and boy, Chris Akers is making me hungry. That top 5 on the top row is relentless, not allowing that inside lane to get just enough of a gap on them. Hauff is doing everything that he can, but this top lane is just too organized right now.
And Darling he's got to be worried about that engine temperature right now because he has been glued to the back bumper of that number 9 since they've dropped down to the low side. He's been pushing, giving everything he's got to Brandon Hoff. The only problem is they've only been able to make it up to 4th.
It's going to take a concerted effort, I think, for the bottom. We talked about it at the top of the duels, how the outside lane has more strength than we've seen in any of the prior years in the 500. Not that it's impossible to pull something off of that inside lane, but you're going to have to be right up on each other's bumper. Do you really push that issue now, though?
That's the issue. I mean, when you talk about drivers in real life and the sim world, they do say even with the rounded rear bumpers, you can still push really hard, almost like you could in the Gen 6 car, but I feel like it becomes even more so dangerous if you're just off center of someone. It can cause a big one very easily.
If you try pushing on that left rear, it's death for you and everybody around you. That's what we've learned from the racing that we've seen so far this afternoon into this evening and now into the nighttime. Fenlison continues to lead. These drivers, I think, have learned enough about pushing to be smart now.
And especially with these next-gen cars with the rounded rear bumpers, if you get into the left or right side of somebody's rear bumper and they get loose, chances are it's going to be very hard to save it. No side force, a symmetrical body in these next-gen cars, and with the tires, not as much to bite into, it's going to be harder to save the car if you get loose.
Speaking of saving, how aggressive do you want to save and conserve right now? Chris McLean, Blake McCandless, and Jim Westerfield are all about half a lap behind the field. They want to hold back and wait. If this race stays green, that could be detrimental and potentially put them a lap down at this point.
I think it's a risk that they're willing to take, Devin, just because I think they are planning on a crash to happen. Whether it's trying to get onto pit road, whether it's in the final laps of this race, they do not think that we're going to stay green the rest of the way and keep it clean. And frankly, the way they're racing, I don't either.
Every race we've seen, and even the duels here, yes, you've got some time to go. We're near the halfway point, but it seems like every year we find a few wrecks towards the end of these duel races, so I wouldn't necessarily rule that out, but for now, everybody chasing Michael Finlayson and Seth the Merchant first and second.
I mean, honestly, I've been flabbergasted by the technicality, how these guys have been running. They've been running really well, but to your point, Jacob, I don't think it's going to come from a lack of talent or a lack of just precise skills. I think it's going to come from the intensity ramping up when you need that extra spot or two when this race comes to an end in 32 laps.
And it looks like this inside line is starting to surge a little bit again. You've got some more help on that inside line behind Darling. More than likely it's the 7 of Ryan White that's kind of giving this a little bit more of a boost. Brandon Hoffey's still side by side for P4 with Levine, but they seem to be hanging around. They haven't fallen back.
Inside line, trusting the process right now. It looks like Brandon Houff continues to man this group. He's wasting the most fuel, by the way, out of anybody apart from Michael Finlayson up at the front of the field, so keep that in mind once drivers come down for pit road stops soon enough.
Good point, Kenneth. For Finlayson, who are you talking to right now for when you need to come down and pit under green? That's going to cause a massive issue if you're the only one who needs to come and pit. He might need to try to persuade a couple of drivers, hey guys, let's just pit a couple laps early, because why not, right?
Trying to avoid the chaos as much as they can. Not sure anybody's going to go for that, though, just because if too few drivers pit, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to lose the draft, and you're going to have a huge hole to dig out of. You don't want to accidentally lose the draft. If anything, if you want to lose the draft, you better plan on it.
And as we approach lap number 31, lap away from halfway in this race, Finlayson, DeMerchant, Guest, Levine, and Akers all alone on the high line. You have to go back to Brown and Houff and Jeremy Miller for the first door-to-door battle.
So here's what concerns me right now. We've been 2 by 2 for the majority of this race. When we tried to go 3 wide, it was just guys getting sucked into a black hole. Eventually, they're going to go 3 wide and going to try to make it work. And right now, it feels like the nighttime is the right time for how the speed is. I'm wondering if we do get a third lane, how is that going to affect how all these lines are being manipulated?
I think if we get a third line, you're going to see contact, you're going to see spinning, you're going to see crashing. We've got people, though, dropping to the inside line here in turn number 4. Finlayson, DeMerchant, the entire top side that was clear, the top 5, they all come to the bottom. It looks like some of them are going to come onto pit road. Here comes the leader.
Here they go all the way to pit road at this point. 39 going to hold on the brakes. Everybody in Taylor Burris. Pit road is busy.
Pit road is busy indeed down here, and we're about to see the action. Here comes Finlayson to his pit box. Seth DeMerchant along with the rest of the field. They're going to go up onto the tracks. Of course, with these new next-gen cars, 1 lug every single time on these tires makes it a little bit quicker pit stops. We now watch as we see Finlayson complete his pit stop. They're going to go around to the eye. He will complete his stop. A beautiful stop for Finlayson as he will come out of his pit box leading the way, but he will be beaten off pit road by Seth DeMerchant, as well as a couple of other cars, including Kenny Brady and Garrett Maines. Garrett Maines with an 8.1 second stop, fastest one of the track.
Drivers coming down pit road here. We've got a few more takers, so we'll go right back to Taylor Burris, as it looks like we've got Jack Mace in, Matthew Dula, Justin Knobloch, and Justin Malillo.
Jack Mays coming over from the UK to come out here and race in the Great American Race here, the Podium 500, get his way in. Great drive for him as he works his way around the pace car. As they continue to do battle, we also have Matthew Dula, Justin Knobloch, and Justin Malillo, who just completed his pit stop, a 10.8 second stop, and he'll continue on his way. The rest of the field works their way through, and we should be seeing the rest of our front runners coming around this time to see if they're coming to pit stops.
And at this point, Taylor, it's not a concern about tires, it's a concern about fuel. Once you can get that splash, you can make it all the way to the checkered flag in Duel 1. That's all you need to complete. A couple more drivers fake to go to pit road, but most of the field still staying out. It seems to be a little content up at the front of the field. There you saw one car head for the pit lane, but so far it looks like Justin Levine in the number 34. He's got control back to turn 1.
And now things are a little interesting as we'll have some cars here and there begin to start folding into the pack as we have one car here just trying to do whatever he can to stay above and not in anybody's way. Things getting a little bit dicey up front as Jeremy Miller now takes the lead on the inside lane.
Not sure if the top line is the safest place to go when you're off pace, but nonetheless, the pack can get by. They'll rocket through turn number 3. Jeremy Miller leads the way here until they decide to come onto pit road whenever that is. You've still got half a dozen cars are still leading this outside line. Couple more dropping to the bottom off 4.
Few more cars coming down pit road, but not too many, and then a fake. So we've got folks who tried to split this at halfway, and we have folks who are going to try and make this to the end of the fuel road, which means we're going to try and get in our iRacing midway race break now. This is brought to you by iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in Australian supercars, IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, the world of outlaws, and more. Jeremy Miller, your leader at the stripe, followed by Connor Horn, Brendan Houck, Jared Darling, and Ryan White complete the top 5. It's Justin Levine in 6th, Alec Karen 7th, Chris Akers 8th, Alex Kalonix 9th, and Presley Sora completes the top 10 Kenneth Bueno.
So far in 11th, it's Hunter Brittle in the 18 car, with Brock Whitehead in a battle for 12th with Brian Baker in the 3 car. Jeffrey McConey currently sits in P14, followed by the driver just behind him, Jacob Bell in the 77, to complete your top 15. Hunter Hayward in the 48, 6P16. 17th belongs to Tyler Krupp in the 16 car. Lake Peterson moves all the way back to P18 after a strong run early on in this first duel. Hayes Booth will be in 19th, and rounding out the top 20 will be the 10 of Cody Eagles.
James Jacobs and Tyler Meeks are the last 2 cars in the pack yet to come down on pit road. They followed up by Chris McLean, Blake McCandless, and Jim Westerfield. P26 is Michael Guest. Then you have Garrett Maines, Kenny Brady, Michael Fenlison, and Seth the Merchant round out your top 30, Jacob.
And some of these guys back here have already pitted. Donnie Strauss is in 31st, Zach Novak 32nd, Matt Dula 33rd, Justin Malillo 34th, Justin Knobloch 35th, 36th, Maher Thurber in 37th, Philip Martin in 38th, Jack Mason 39th, 1 lap down, Thurber and Martin also 1 lap down each as we come across the stripe.
And that concludes tonight's iRacing Midway Race Break. With over 200,000 drivers on the service and over 90 laser scan tracks and corners to choose from, iRacing is your portal to the racing world. And you can get on track today at iRacing.com. Jeremy Miller still in control of this. Nothing going yet here as they come back to you. Jacob hits on the middle of the backstretch.
Everybody single file for the most part, nose to tail. Gotta wonder if that means that they're going to be coming to pit road this time by. Got a couple of cars, make it 2 of them up on the outside line. McConey is 1, the other is the 3. That belongs to Brian Baker as they come off turn number 4. We'll see what the field does.
Nobody coming down pit road yet. They'll stay tight right on the bumper of Jeremy Miller. And all these drivers running single file as well. Not much competition, so they may make them just a little bit faster, Devin Henry. Certainly something we need to watch. And how does this affect their pit in and their pit out? That could be crucial too.
Well, Brian Baker, Jeff McConey are the only drivers in the outside lane right now. For everyone else, this is an absolute pleasure to have a clear lane to get down on pit road. So this is the cleanest way to get there with having no one else around you. But these two, they want to pit now. They got issue.
And Baker and McConey are kind of holding their own up on the outside. They're not really gaining time, but they're not necessarily losing time up on the top either. As Miller's going to continue to lead us around through 3 and 4. We'll keep an eye on pit road, see if anybody makes the hard left turn.
Everybody still tucked in that double yellow line. Jeremy E. Miller continues to man this race, and what I saw a couple laps ago was that Presley Sora on the 98 faked low to make sure that there were others going with him. When you pit here at Daytona and the super speedways, you need others with you when you come out. If you don't, good luck too, as the field comes back to turn 1. Miller in the lead.
And you have to wonder how these guys are going to merge with the other half of the field who is already pitted. Most of the cars are still in this lead pack. You have about the top 20 cars who have yet to come down pit road. How will you then eclipse the rest of the cars coming into one another once we finish this pit cycle?
Top 4 single file down the back straightaway. Make it the top 5. Brandon Hoff just about clear of the 2 cars that are up on the outside line. And you cannot run forever. Even though the low line is the quicker way around, it saves you a little bit of fuel. It's not going to save you enough. You have to come to pit road.
When do they pit? That's the question for all these leaders. You've got a few more laps that you can make it, but I imagine no one's going to be able to go past about lap 45 or so. So these drivers would love to see a yellow somewhere to give them track position when they do come down for 4 tires of fuel.
Those guys in the top lane starting to come back down. You got to wonder when that number is going to come. I think you could stretch it down another lap or 2, but like we said, tires don't really matter. You just want to get the fuel to the end. I wonder if some of these guys are going to try to really cut the amount of fuel they put in to save time on pit road.
I got bad news for the people that are waiting for a caution. They're probably going to have to be the caution in order to see that yellow tablecloth get thrown at the start-finish line, as the field now entirely single file this lead pack off turn 4.
Still all the way to the inside. Now you gotta wonder when they come for pit road. Answer is now. Here's Hunter Brittle. Brandon, how many? A majority of the field. Taylor Burris coming your way to pit road.
It's a gaggle of cars coming down pit road, led by Brandon Houff in that number 9 machine. That marketing machine will work its way down pit road. Here comes Jared Darling as well to his pit box. The pit crew will go around and get to work on these machines here. Lake Peterson is coming into his pit box as he will be a little further. Almost mits his pit box right there as they work their way through. And now as they race off of pit road, Brandon Houff will win that race, but he has no help. He's finally got Ryan White to catch up along with Alex Karen. Jared Darling and Lake Peterson will finally get off of pit road as the top 5 for that group. As we wait for the next group, which is on their way now, Jeremy Miller, your race leader, leads them down on pit road.
So Jeremy Miller, Connor Horn, Justin Levine, and Chris Akers, your final 4 that needed to come down for service and have, and that means that depending on how this pack goes, Brandon Houff has the lead, but there's a big pack coming from behind, led, I believe, by Michael Finlayson, who may overtake Houff here as they come high of the slower cars, and it should be Finlayson in control of this when we get back to it, and when they come back to turn 4, Kenneth Cueto could have a battle for the race lead.
Definitely could. Donovan Strauss peeking a little bit to the bottom, and that was just to lead the top 2 there, faking it just a little bit. Everyone's going to tuck against the double yellow line for what looks to be the first time tonight for the top 2 leaders. After a while, 39, 57, and 20 all in control. They catch the lap car, Brandon Houff. They're going to split them right here going to turn 1, Devin.
Finlayson is now 5th place on track, and they are going to absolutely blow by the 4 cars who waited to come in last. They're not even off the pit road apron yet. Levine, Akers, Horn, here comes the rest of the pack. They're going to freight train them on the outside. Take note, guys, in this next race, you want to pit early, it looks like.
They're just going to drive by them like they're standing still. Here comes that outside line. Choo-choo! Finlayson goes by. He retakes the lead with help from DeMerchant. Now the question is, do these guys stay on the outside and go to the inside? Finlayson looks to the bottom.
There's the opportunity to go to 2 lanes if they want, but for the moment, they're going to stay single file up on that wall, reminiscent of the 2017 and 18 Real Life 500s, as it's Finlayson in control of this. He's had a strong car all night long up to this point.
Oh no, they're going to wait, aren't they? We're just going to bottle up all the emotion, all the frustration, all the intensity, and unleash it on one given lap, because we look way too calm right now. Fair to say, this is the calm before the storm, and I imagine it's coming here in about 15 laps, if not less.
They might as well click down these laps before they start to get too racy. They don't want to make a mistake with 15 or so laps to go and cost themselves a shot to make the Podium 500. I think they'd much rather do it coming to the checkered flag when everything's on the line instead of when there's a long time left.
And what this did this cycle at least brought a lot of the dominant cars up at the front, but brought some newcomers in it. How about Garrett Maines in P7? And how about Justin Malillo in the 53 and P6? Posted on Twitter earlier today, he was nervous going into duel number 1. He sits P6 after starting P30.
With the Merchant in second, that means the top 20 will transfer into the Podium 500. If I'm Chris Akers in 16th, that's great because he's actually 4 seconds ahead of 17th place. There's a 5-car battle for that transfer spot right now. That makes things very scary for guys who want to transfer on at this stage green.
This transfer battle certainly is going to get interesting, especially if you're looking toward the rest of the pack, which is further up the road, and you've got less drivers in your pack that's fighting for the cutoff. That means it could come down to just these 5 as long as we're able to stay green.
everybody who's up in the top 17 would go to the 500 if it stayed single file. So I think you're right there, Jacob Hitz. If we're going to see an incident that brings out a yellow flag, it could be from this pack of 5 cars that you see that may race each other and may take each other out of contention for the big show as we go on board with Jeffrey McConey. Good shot of all this as he closes in to make it a bigger battle going into 1.
McConey is in 22nd. If he can catch up, that group in front of him is 17th through 21st. So those 5 cars right there, 4 cars would move on, 1 car would fall out. Here comes McConey and Kalonix and Jacob Bell to make this an even bigger battle. Maybe this is where the caution will come into, guys.
It's going to be very fun to watch this battle. In fact, this might be something where we keep our eyeballs instead of the race lead for the time being as they rocket off turn number 4. We now have 7, make it 8 cars in this pack for the transfer spot.
Yeah, but what you want to do, or at least what you don't want to do if you're the second pack, is go side by side all the way through, because in turn you're going to lose time to the main pack. So I believe what they're doing right now, waiting for the opportunity to pounce for that final spot. But at the moment, they want to stay single so they can catch up to the first group, Devin.
You are watching 17th through 24th. That means that 4 of these cars will move on to Podium 500. 4 of them are going to try to send it and give it their all. This is a very interesting mix here. Split them right down the middle. Make it and go home.
The question is, who in this group would you want to work with? Does Hayes Booth want to work with Jared Darling, or would he rather work with Jeff McConey further back in the pack? That's something that these drivers are going to have to sort out here in these final coming 15 laps to determine who's going to make the show.
Bigger number, though, to watch out. We talked about the top 16 and how they're clear of this whole group. That group from 17th, though, has chopped off a second and a half in the last lap. They are charging to make this a bigger battle for the top 19 spots for folks not already qualified for the 500 tomorrow.
Issue for Justin Levine. He has lost the draft. That means that Booth, Darling, Peterson, and company are going to catch the rear bumper of this number 34 machine. That means we're going to have another big group here.
I think he's doing that on purpose. He downshifted to 4th gear to try and catch this pack. Now he's going to go to the bottom. This second pack was already catching the leaders because they were running the inside line. The leaders on the outside. Now the second pack is going to go by Levine and blow by him on the outside off 4.
Levine must have made the mistake that could cost him an entrance to the Podium 500. Downshifted to try and slow down, and everybody blew by him. There's on board with the 34. He's going to tag into the rear end of this group, but they're still single file trying to catch up to Finlayson and company.
Boy, I'm not happy if I am Jeremy Miller looking out of the rear end of this car, because you are able to see those cars get a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger. Right now he sits in 15th, and those guys right there are going to potentially knock him off a Podium 500 seat.
And Justin Levine played it perfectly. Fits right in line at the back of this train, and that's just going to add another bit of horsepower to this second pack to try and reel in the leaders. The gap's 4.5 seconds.
Stabilized at 2.8 between 15th and 16th, and it could be a lot of fun here over the course of the last 13 laps in this race. Duel number 1 for the Podium 500 could get very intriguing around the transfer spots.
It almost seems inevitable, James. Hayes Booth is now only 3 seconds behind Jeremy Miller for that 15th position. What is going to happen when the second group catches up to that lead pack? I think we're going to see him scatter with potentially less than 10 to go.
My question is, there are so many spotters that are in this session, especially for those in this lead pack. They see this second pack is closing in, using the inside line while the leaders are using the top side. When will that communication come over to the drivers? Hey, they're catching you. Go to the bottom of the racetrack. You might be able to pull away.
It's probably already there at this point, Jacob, but for the moment, they want to stay at the tail line, want to be where it's best. But at the moment, Hayes Booth and the rest of the drivers behind are starting to catch. A bit of move to the middle for Finlayson. Zach Novak, a peek to the bottom in turn 1.
The second group gained more than half of a second that time by. It is inevitable. That second group is going to catch up to this main squad, and that's going to completely change what happens for the 20 qualifying spots for the Podium 500.
They continue to crawl down the back straightaway. The gap just 2.3 seconds between 16th and 17th. Jared Darling is pushing Hayes Booth like crazy, just trying to gain any ounce of time they can to try and close in on the leaders.
It's down to 2.3 seconds, so they're not gaining by near as much, but they're still gaining on this lead pack. And if they come back together, it then becomes an absolute free-for-all for what would be about the final 5 transfer spots. The last one right now currently held by Jeff McConey in 20th.
Meanwhile, as we're watching this, Fenlison is actually leading with Seth the Merchant, Donovan Stroud, Zach Novak, Matthew Dula. But you have to wonder who will be the first drivers to come down and block. I think that is where the intensity is going to ramp up, and we are going to completely change this race once the second group catches.
The second group picked up another 2/10 on that last lap, so they are still closing, and they are still closing with pretty tremendous speed. The only question is, we are coming to just 10 laps to go this time by. They've got to step the pace up if they want to catch these guys and have a legitimate chance to put some pressure on Fenlison.
And the leaders may be in a compromising position here, because if they go side by side with each other, that's going to allow that second group to catch even further, and that's what they don't want to do. They want to be as far away from the battle for 19th as possible. Fenlison and company still on the high side. Second pack still trying to catch up.
Zach Novak currently in fourth, just apologized in the chat. Hey, sorry, I just kind of dozed off. Apparently they're getting a little bit tired in that lead pack. It's time to wake up, boys, because you might lose your spot in the Podium 500 if you're not ready for this group to catch up.
While Chris Akers just pulling out of the line, he was running 13th up on that outside line. He pulls to the bottom. He's going to let everybody go by. This is certainly going to help this second pack a little bit. A little side-by-side action is only going to help those further back. The gap just 1.4 seconds between 15th and 16th, making 16th and 17th.
1.4 to 1.3 to 1.2. It is rapidly dissipating right before our eyes as the one lead group may well form right here. 9 laps to go in this first duel, and it could get very hairy around the transfer spots as Akers goes down low once again.
Nobody in the back likes Chris Akers right now. They do not like him because right now he's playing devil's advocate. He's giving everyone behind him a line saying, guys, jump on in, let's go. Just push me up to the front. And we'll see what we can do here in these final 8.5 laps.
Hayes Booth is there. The gap is less than a second. They have caught the draft at the end of this lead pack. Here they come. They'll have 8 laps to go when they come across the line, this time by through 3 and 4. That second pack, honey, I'm home. It's time to race.
Look at the battle for 14th. Chris Akers now on the inside, and this could be the catalyst indeed for Hayes Booth in that second group to officially catch up. They're still tucked in the double yellow line. Fenlison and company not concerned. Here comes Connor Horn at the bottom.
Brian White shuts the door in front of him. He's actually been practicing this move, but the block comes earlier than expected. Here comes the inside groove. We're going to go 2 wide, maybe 3 wide to settle this.
This inside line going to stall out a little bit. No, Kenny Brady going to peek to the inside, and he doesn't know where to go. He's going to try and get down in front of White. Now he's stuck in the middle. 3 wide down the back straightaway as Kenny Brady has to hang on to the race car. He couldn't go low. He couldn't go high. He's just going to fall through the sucker hole, and that's going to allow Hayes Booth to get so much closer off 4.
They're almost there. It's within car lengths now as we look off the back of Connor Horn, and they have finally come together. It is one group now at the front officially fighting for 20 spots as long as Seth the Merchant can stay within the top 19. Currently, he's P2. Man on the bubble right now, still Jeff Piccone.
Urgency at an all-time high. Justin Malillo moves down to the inside row. He leads the pack on the inside. Look out Fenelson. Look out Seth the Merchant. That inside line is pumping.
Justin Malillo was so close to making the duels by himself. Instead, he had to go to the LCQ. He was able to pop in that way. Now here comes the 17. He can't come down the block. Malillo drives by him. That's going to send Dula back in the sucker hole. 3 wide as he falls through the field. Justin Malillo makes it up to P6 on that inside line.
Dula now stuck through the middle. He's got no help. Fortunately, finds space just in front of the 07 at Jack Mace. But for the moment, Justin Malillo now brings in the inside charge. This is what they've been working for the last half of this duel. Question is, can they catch up? Coming to 5 laps to go.
Ring the siren. We got a storm alert. The Traction GG number 53 continues his trek forward. Ryan White behind him, followed by Connor Horn. They're picking him off one at a time, and the 53 is up to 5th.
White backed off, coming through turns 1 and 2. He got a big run, got right to the back bumper of Malillo. He's going to push him down the back straight away. They're even right now for the P6 position. Malillo trying to catch up to the 31 of Garrett Maines to make it P number 5. They'll still say side by side for position number 5, Fenlison. And the top side continues to lead.
Malillo, the first car on the inside, currently scored in the 7th position as Barney the Flagman flashes the one hand with the 5 fingers. 5 laps to go in this first duel. The inside line has shown the potential to get momentum, but they'll need to do a little bit more, I think, especially the backside of that.
Ryan White really floated up to the tri-oval, almost lost a spot in line, and guys, I'm starting to wonder, I think we're going to see some drivers team up and try to make this a 3-lane race. When is it going to happen, and how hard is it going to be to keep your composure?
You got 3 co-drivers in the top 5, Strauss, Novak, and Maines. When will we see them try and peek out a line and make a move? They're 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We'll just have to wait and see. Fenlison and DeMerchant continue to work together. This inside line starts to fall apart. A little shuffling in the back. Malillo still leads the bottom side, sitting P5.
You're riding on board with Jeff McConey, who's currently sitting in that bubble spot, P18. But I figure here, Jacob, that they're waiting for the right moment to strike. Garrett Maines now can't make a move to the bottom because Malillo is there. Top 3 still waiting for the 53 to charge closer.
Well, there's still time. Go back to those first opening laps, Kenneth, and how quickly everyone shuffled forward and backwards. This is still plenty of time to make your move, especially if this front pack begins to shuffle. That inside lane continues to move forward. Malillo fighting for that 4th spot now.
Malillo side-by-side with Novak. He was side-by-side with Strauss for a moment through turn 2. Strauss got a good run and got right to the back bumper of DeMerchant. But here comes Malillo with help from Ryan White. They're side-by-side for 4th. Here comes Malillo on the inside line, side-by-side for 3rd off turn 4.
Going to be so tight here. Justin Malillo had help, but they didn't quite get up there. He's up to 5th now, so the inside line can do something, but they're going to have to push a little bit more. And then the question is, what about these drivers on the outside? What do they duck underneath Michael Finlayson as they go back to 1?
And we saw Finlayson and DeMerchant move up to that outside lane earlier in the race to keep their composure up high. I'm thinking that they just want to stick here, get themselves into the Podium 500. I don't know if any of these guys up front on the high side want to risk making the move.
Remember, the only thing at stake for those at the front is starting position in tomorrow's race. It's the back half of the field where we have to worry about who is going to make the Podium 500 and who will not. Malillo continues to charge on the inside line, side-by-side with 4th for Zach Novak as we come off turn 4, coming to 2 laps to go.
Keeping it clean may be the agenda for the drivers at the top lane. No moves, no hands out just yet. Still waiting now 2 laps to go for the virtual Daytona International Speedway. We have yet to see Michael Finlayson give up the lead. Malillo still holding hope on the low side.
You know when you're on the beach and there's just that really quiet moment? We call it the calm before the storm, but even more so in this case, everyone feels like they've calmed down. Just give it about another half lap.
Down the back straightaway, let's see if anybody decides to abandon ship and come down and help Justin Malillo. Everybody is going to stay single file, 3 wide further back. 1 car squeaks up to the outside wall. That's going to be the 77. A huge run. Justin Levine going to help him. Jacob Bell leapfrogging a couple of spots. That's going to put him in the top 20 off 4.
Here they come to the white flag in the first duel. Justin Malillo had a little bit more momentum. Will there be any moves from anyone in the front as Barney the flagman flashes the white flag? Final lap here in this first duel, and it's Michael Finlayson out in front by a car like McConey, still on the bubble as they come around one more time.
Still 2 by 2. We're going wire to wire, green to checkered. One last chance to make your case. Who's going to the Podium 500?
Here they come off turn number 2. Malillo side-by-side for 3rd with Donnie Strauss. Down the back straightaway. All eyes are on the middle of the pack as they continue to shuffle down the back straightaway. Everybody just stays too wide. Here comes 1 car down in front of Malillo. It's Justin Knobloch. He goes downstairs. Here comes Novak down on the bottom. Finlayson continues to lead as they approach turn number 4. They're 3 wide in the back for the transfer spot.
Zach Novak to the inside, but the time is not there. Here comes Strauss, 3 wide to the line, but as they charge for the start-finish line, it's Seth DeMerchant, 2019 Podium 500 champion, a Duel 1 winner, and he will start on the front just behind Logan Helton and Derek Rabideau. Seth DeMerchant wins Duel 1.
How about it? The Podium 500 champion from the first edition of this event in 2019 made the move off of 4 as Finlayson tried to go low to hold them off. It ended up being a move that sort of shot himself in the foot as DeMerchant was home clear and free, and then they wrecked all behind him. And the last man in the transfer spots, because DeMerchant was within the top 19, that extends the cutoff by 1. And Matthew Dula, who comes home in 20th, is the last driver in from duel number 1. Here's a look at his onboard and what he saw as they wrecked in front of him.
Guys, this here, the difference between making the Podium 500 and not, 2/1000ths of a second. 4 wide, front straightaway, shoot the middle. I don't know how, but Matthew Dula is in the 2022 Podium 500 by .002.
2 0.01 of a second. How many times have we heard that before, Kenneth Bueno?
I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe too many times here at Daytona, the super speedways, but an unbelievable run to the finish. And look at the pass and an attempt for the entire duel win. I mentioned earlier tonight, James, that it would take the final laps for anybody within the top 3 that were holding up at the top lane to go to the bottom and switch for the checkered flag. Strauss tried it, got contact with Michael Finlayson, and it left the door wide open for Seth the Merchant to take away Duel 1. Here's a look from Strauss.
Donovan Strauss had a pretty good shot at this too. Had a nice run coming out of 4. You see the duck down by Finlayson, and he realized he had one option and one option only, and that was to go to the bottom and try and beat the Merchant to the line. I don't think he expected Garrett Maines to come on through there, but Maines managed to make a good run even with all the chaos, and even after getting wrecked, he comes home second. So Garrett Maines, first year of this event that he's not had a provisional, and he had to run the gauntlet, had to go through the LCQ, and was the last man in from that first LCQ, and still finds a way to make the Podium 500 anyway for Elliott Sadler Esports.
Certainly an impressive run for Garrett Maines, even as he was just sliding it through the triangle. They're 4 wide just about here as the Merchant's trying to block 4 lines at once, and you see the 9 go flying up into the catch fronts at the start-finish line. Certainly a wild finish. Wire to wire from the front all the way back to that transfer spot. A great win for Seth the Merchant, and a lot of cars just sliding across the line within tenths of a second of each other.
So, buddy, as it's time to take you through the full field rundown and tell you where your favorite driver finished and tell you who advances into the Podium 500 tomorrow from this first duel. Seth the Merchant will try and get his second win in this event and become the first multiple-time winner in the Podium 500. He will start third tomorrow. Garrett Maines finishes this duel P2. Kenny Brady, Zach Novak, and Donovan Strauss. Plenty of experience there in the top 5. Michael Finlayson had a great car in this race all night long, comes home 6th. Brandon Houff was up there too, finished in 7th. Justin Knobloch, who's won races during Podium 500 season before, he comes home 8th. 9th was Alec Karen. And how about the man from Port Jefferson Station, New York, a fan favorite and the Ebopocracy of eNASCAR, Justin Malillo, will make his first start in the Podium 500 proper on Sunday afternoon by virtue of his 10th place finish in Duel 1.
And by the way, James, he started P30 in this duel all the way en route to P10 tonight. Ryan White finishes just behind him in P11. Jacob Bell in the 77 comes home 12th after starting 22nd. Connor Horn shifted through the field multiple times, but he finishes 13th. Jeremy Miller led the field for a good portion before the green flag pit stops. He's 14th, with Chris Akers in the 4, the Reese's car, up to the top 5th. Hayes Booth, who led the second pack that was charging up to the front in the final segment of this duel, he ends up 16th. Justin Levine in the 34 is 17th rather. 18th will belong to Jared Darling in the 9 car. Luke Peterson in the 25 will be 19th. Lake Peterson, by the way. And Matt Dula in the 20 car is 20th, the final driver into the Podium 500.
Well, now I get to talk about the guys who unfortunately are going home. Alex Kalonix was being forced down on that apron, did what he can, but got squeezed too much. 2/1000ths of a second is the difference between going home and what would have been a Podium 500 in 21st. Cody Niegels finishes in 22nd. Hunter Brittle 23rd. By the way, only 1 second behind the leader. That is where 23rd finished. Then you have Jeffrey McConey in 24th, Brock Whitehead in 25th, Brian Baker in P26, Alex Thurber and Tyler Meeks behind them. 29th goes to Hunter Hayward. Joseph Mahar rounds out the top 30.
And those that decided to fall back at the initial start and lose the pack, well, that didn't work because there were no cautions. Presley Sora finishes 31st, Michael Guest in 32nd, Chris McLean 33rd, Blake McCandless 34th, Jack Mace had a pit road penalty. He finishes 35th, 1 lap down. Westerfield 36th, Tyler Krupp 37th, Philip Martin 38th, and rounding out the field 1 lap down, James Jacobs. Everybody finished this race incredibly, no cautions, wire to wire. What a night. And we got one more to go.
We do have one more to go, and yeah, it's a great testament for all the racing that we saw earlier. There were a lot of wrecks, a lot of yellow flags, but Kenneth, this is sort of the nature of this beast, where drivers who find a way to get here usually just have that little bit of extra something compared to their compatriots who got eliminated in the heats or the LCQs, and we usually see the level of competition step up a little bit, which is why you end up with a wire-to-wire green flag race in duel number 1, and you have to feel for some of the drivers in big big names in the back who didn't make it. The Presley Soares, the Michael Guest, the Blake McKinleys, and even the Jack Macy's, who had speed, had pace, and quite frankly just ended up choosing the wrong strategy. It was a roll of the dice, but it just didn't work out for them this time around.
That's the thing about racing, James. You cannot predict what happens out on the track. And those drivers, they figured a caution. At least one was going to come out to help them. Unfortunately, didn't. And now, unfortunately, they're going to have to be watching from home tomorrow afternoon in this Podium 500. But if we had a duel like this, James, how do we top it in duel number 2? What's going to happen in that race to try and be better than what happened here with Seth Demersion taking the win?
Seth Demersion, we knew he was going to be a factor, champion of this event in 2019, and going to be very, very strong, you figure, for Logitech G Altus Esports tomorrow afternoon. But for now, it's time for us to take a quick commercial break, and then we will come back on the other side with coverage of duel number 2, the final race of the evening on qualifying day for the 4th annual Podium 500. More action from iRacing's Virtual World Center of Racing coming up in just a few here on Podium Esports.
Side by side for the corner. This is for the win. Still 4 abreast into the braking zone. This is sensational racing. And getting ready to cross. He goes around the outside, but it's not enough. Oh, right by it. Hollander's gonna come back at him. It's gonna be a race for the line. Does he have enough?
Welcome back to coverage of qualifying day for the 4th annual Podium 500 here on Podium Esports. James Pine, voice of Podium Esports, alongside Kenneth Bueno and our team here at the World Center of Racing, Devin Henry, Jacob Hitz, and Taylor Burris. And Kenneth, my goodness, what a barn burner of a duel that we just had. Certainly not what I would want to have to deal with if you are trying to top what these drivers just witnessed watching. It's a tall order for duel number 2. But then you stop and you look at some of the names in the second duel, and yet again, it is just heavy hitters all over the place.
Yeah, James, it is hard to argue that this race probably won't be as good, if not better, than duel number 1 based on the talent of drivers we had earlier. At least this is going to be an outstanding race. We saw it go flag to flag in duel 1, which is something we didn't expect. Maybe duel 2 has the same story, just with a different cast of crews. So maybe we end up seeing some major passes, maybe we end up seeing some crashes, but hopefully what it should do is finalize the rest of the field for the 500. We already had the first half already get underway. Now this second half has to decide their fate.
Maybe, just maybe, could be nutty, but at the end of this, it is going to be just as crazy, I think, as it was. And in fairness, we saw that sort of craziness with the real-life 500 too. They were practically wrecking across the line as Casey Kerwin drove into victory lane 1 year ago. It's Kerwin's chance to defend his title for the first time, and he is in the second duel. Did not elect to race earlier today, so this is his first race of the evening, or of the day, really. But because he has the Champions Provisional as the most recent winner of this event, he has the opportunity to start in the back of one of these duels, and that's exactly what he'll do. He'll roll off from the 41st position alongside Daniel Eberhardt, who did not make it through via his LCQ normally, but again, has a Champions Provisional to fall back on, so we'll start in 42nd alongside Kerwin. Lots of drivers to talk about in this, and just so much pace, so much speed, and so many storylines here, and big names all over the place. Falkingham, Cosmin Nunishu, Jesse Atchison, Garrett Brown, Cole Freilich, Chandler Parsons, Eberhardt's in here, Dylan Jones, Ricky Harden, Robbie Lyons, Braxton DeWeese, Josh Kosick, Ryan Hill, Spencer E. Burns, Anthony Burrows, Sean Boundy, Garrett Conrad, Josh Robin, Colin Bowden, Jason Maines, Kenny Kibbe, Max Brady, Michael Cozy Jr., Liam Brotherton, Brian LaPrade, Nick Olson, and Raja Caruth. That's as talented of a field you're going to see for many races within the sim.
If they were all papers, all those names, we would be stacked all the way to the top level, maybe the ceiling, maybe if there's no ceiling, just all the way to the clouds, up to the sun. There are so many big names in here, so many talented drivers, whether you look at short tracks, road courses, natural ovals, so many parts around this sim these drivers excel at, they're amazing at in terms of what they can do, and bringing them all together in a cluster like we've done so far in duel number 1. Now what we're going to do in duel number 2, it means the excitement's only going to ramp up. And that means that the tension's also going to ramp up as well, because we had a great battle for the final transfer spot in Duel 1. Duel 2 may have the same story pan out.
Let's go to our drivers in the turns, or rather, drivers and commentators in the turns. They've done it all here. I think everybody on this team has at least some experience behind the wheel. But Devin Henry, you look at this second duel, and especially given what you just saw in the first, what stands out to you? What do you notice? What do you think we need to be paying attention to set the final 19-plus drivers for the Podium 500 tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I mean, I've made the LCQ before in the Podium 500, but I really don't think I constitute as a driver from my recent performances, just in iRacing and in life in general. But when it comes down to the guys who are actually good at racing, I'm really intrigued about how these drivers migrated to the top during these nighttime conditions so quickly. But then later in the race, how the inside lane was able to get that draft with that smaller group, but they still couldn't prevail over the outside line. I'm curious with the drivers who watched that race, if more guys are going to do the opposite of what we normally see. Are they going to bonsai to the top lane when they can? That feels like the safer lane, because 1, you're going to get more passes, and 2, there's less guys bobbing and weaving in that top lane than the inside lane, which is almost opposite of what we see. So I'm curious if we get more clustered up top, and maybe that even helps the inside lane get more momentum. But it's pretty obvious that the top side was where you wanted to be if you wanted to make passes or hold your spot too.
And again, Kenneth, I feel like that just goes back to another point that we've hit on more than a few times. Just people don't know what this car races like on this track this year. Brand new car. First time we've run the next gens in the Podium 500. First time most drivers have seen this package that we'll also see in the NIS 500 and the Coke Series opener from Daytona coming up next week. So everybody writing the notebooks, but it's a clean slate. Nobody really knows what to expect.
And this car on iRacing released back in May of 2021, but that was still when the car was testing in real life on the track. It was before they finalized the rule packages, finalized a lot of the organizational tests, and then at this point now, this should be the most finalized version of the next gen car until maybe they change it after the Daytona 500. There's so many new features on this next gen car that we have yet to talk about. We'll probably expand on it later tonight and through tomorrow afternoon. So this car brings a lot of excitement. This car brings a lot of nuance to what these drivers can experience. And that means when they get put on the learning curve, it gets so much fun from up on the booth, James, to watch them learn as well.
Jacob Hitz, let's go to you with the same question. You had a pretty good view of things over in 3 and 4. What did you see? What did you notice that we haven't already touched on that you think we should be watching for the second dual race?
I was really surprised how clean everybody kept it. I don't know if it was just the drivers in that first duel wanted to be a little more conservative, or if, everybody is just kind of on the same game plan where they're going to take it easy. They're not going to push the envelope too much until we get into the last half dozen laps or so. But I think if we get a situation like we saw out of that last race, it'll still be just as good, setting something up right for the very end, or you've got a second pack trying to close in on the leaders, which will determine the cutoff line. I'm really interested, though, to see if these guys are going to be able to keep it clean the whole way. I didn't think it was going to happen in that last race, and I was wrong. Looking at this field, it could go either way. And I've noticed in this practice session that I did not notice in the last one, they are practicing pitting at speed. I think these guys are planning on having a green flag pit stop like the last one.
You wonder maybe if they might have been watching things, and maybe we might have seen some of these drivers pay attention to that last race and thought, well, maybe I need to practice pitting at 180, 190 plus miles an hour. It might not necessarily be as easy as we think, which, honestly, Kenneth, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Because it seems like, especially in the real life 500 too, drivers tend to struggle, especially in that opening pit stop under green flag conditions. It seems like there's always some sort of incident, whether or not it brings out a yellow, or whether or not somebody runs into trouble on pit road, or gets caught speeding, or something to that effect. But there's always something, right?
There is always something, and that's a result of the cold brakes. I mean, these drivers don't warm them up when they're going almost full throttle. Yeah, sometimes they may dab the brake just a little bit to slow down to make sure they don't ram the car in front of them, but most of the time, when drivers do slow down for those instances, they just let off the throttle. They don't even touch that brake pedal, and usually the first time they do touch the brake pedal is when they're heading straight for pit road. They've got the windshield focused on that cone, on the flags, and everybody waiting for their chance to go in for 4 tires and fuel. So that produces a lot of problems, and even when you're in traffic, some drivers overshoot the entry, some drivers be a little more conservative, so then you see the big gap in braking distances between many competitors. That results in many miscommunications, could result in some contact, and when you think about contact, especially here at Daytona, you're thinking a crash.
You're thinking. It's going to be nutty, going to be wild. Taylor Burris, pit road. You saw how crazy the pit stops were. We just talked about them. So let's come to you. Same question. What did you notice? What did you see? What have we not talked about that we need to be talking about as we prepare for duel number 2?
Well, one thing that we pointed out is we did have one penalty involved with that where a driver went through too many pit boxes on their exit off of pit road. You got to be careful. Remember, 2 in, 2 out. That's all you get. Even if you just barely cross over into a third pit box on your way in or out, it will cost to have you a penalty, as we saw for one of the drivers in dual race number 1. Keep an eye on that as well to see what strategies drivers will choose. Some of these drivers, since the cooler temperatures, may not take any tires, just a full tank of fuel and get back out on the race surface. We saw that happen with Garrett Maines, but some of these drivers may try to stretch that fuel here in order we make it all the way towards the end for some of them. Some drivers, like we saw in the first duel race, they waited till about lap 35. That's the absolute limit that you can take it to before running out of fuel. And I'm going to see what will happen here. Brian LaPrade, of course, is going to be one to watch. He knows a thing or two. And when you have someone like Dale Earnhardt Jr. as your team owner in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, I'm pretty sure you'll learn a thing or two about how to conserve fuel, as well as how to lead the field here at the high banks of Daytona.
Yeah, that junior fella did have a little bit of success here. He's
Yeah, a
got
little
2
bit.
wins in the big race to his credit, and one of them under conditions just like these because we got so much rain in 2014 that it pushed the finish back to about 1 in the morning local time. So, makes sense then a little bit now, doesn't it, Kenneth?
Yeah, it does just a little bit. And I mean, Taylor and I could attest to this. The weather in Florida, especially here at Daytona around this time, isn't usually the greatest. We get a lot of rain, especially in July when they used to hold the second race here at the Daytona International Speedway in the summer. And now when they run in August, the weather is not very happy with the track most of the time. They're not very happy with the drivers, and most of the time you get torrential downpour. And then when just you think that the clouds are going to peak out, the sun's going to end up shining through, the clouds come back again, you get another round of torrential downpour. So fortunately, drivers in the sim won't have to deal with rain until iRacing decides to release it. But nonetheless, I think with these conditions, with how cool it is, and with how much grip is on the racetrack, drivers are probably going to take advantage of that as most as they can, like they did in Duel 1.
As best as you can, as much as you can, but it also comes down to A, whether or not you can read runs coming from the high side or the low side, and B, and I think this is the more important thing to make note of, when somebody decides to step out, because the moves came very, very late. And for that last about 10 laps or so, we talked about the closing gap between the two groups that developed after that first round of pit stops. Yes, the second group caught the first, but they weren't really able to do much of anything until right at the very end when they started wrecking at the line. And even then, a lot of the drivers that were stuck in that backpack just didn't have the opportunity to drive up to a transfer spot. Eventually just sort of got caught out by circumstance. So with that in mind, how important then do you think it is, Kenneth Bueno, to come down and get the undercut and pit early like you talked about in our coverage of the first duel?
It's going to be very crucial here, James, and fortunately for many of these guys, they've got the advantage apart from the drivers in Duel 1, because they saw what happened in Duel 1. They kind of visioned what went on, what drivers went down at what certain times, and how they grouped up together in the aftermath in the green flag cycle. So with these drivers, now that they probably got all the notes taken from Duel number 1, they can apply it to Duel number 2. And chances are, if we end up in a situation where drivers have to come down pit road under green flag conditions, they're going to use that knowledge to their advantage to go for the undercut, maybe just hit the sweet spot in the middle, and then just go from there. Bring a couple of guys with you on the exit of pit road, and then just cycle through and hope it sticks.
Small update for those of you wondering, current time here is 10:32 p.m. on the East Coast. We received word that we are gridding for our second duel at 10:35. A slight delay in the procedure. Took a little bit more time than usual to get the servers up for the second duel race, so a little bit of extra time for these drivers to practice, granted by race control, but we are now within 3 minutes of putting together the grid for our final of 12 races on this day, which is always a marathon. Always sort of tricky to deal with, but so much fun to be a part of, no doubt about it, Kenneth Bueno. It is a celebration of a lot of sim racing.
You know, when we started the broadcast earlier at about noon Eastern, I mentioned it was a marathon of speed. Unfortunately, the marathon is going to come to an end tonight here with Duel number 2, but it is indeed a celebration of Daytona, a celebration of Speed Weeks. I mean, think about what's coming up. The eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, they're kicking off from Daytona. The real-life NASCAR Cup drivers going to kick things off from Daytona as well as the Xfinity Series drivers in the truck field. All of them getting ready for a great culmination of speed, of high banks, and of great stock car racing in history and tradition. We're ready to continue history here with Duel number 2.
Indeed, it is time to get things going, and we now bring you the starting grid for this 12th and final race of the day, the second and final duel. It's time to find out which are the final 19 names to join everyone else that's already made it into tomorrow afternoon's Podium 500. Dylan Jones and Heath Snyder, your top 2 drivers on the board in this duel race. They'll start up front as the winners of Heats 5 and 6, joined in the second row by the winners of Heat 7 and 8, Max Brahney and Spencer E. Burns himself. Josh Robin completes the top 5. Michael Cozy Jr. will roll off from 6, trying to get another big win after getting the firecracker back in the summer. Garrett Conrath rolls off from 7th. 8th on the grid will be Anthony Burrows, Craig Janzak, and Braxton DeWeese complete the top 10.
Jason Maines in the 33, a relative of Garrett Maines. He'll start in P11. Brian LaPrade for Junior Motorsports. He'll be in P12. Cole Freilich in the 27 will line up 13th with Josh Ball to his outside in P14. Cosmin Oneshu in the 84 will be in 15th. Daniel Fockingham, the birthday boy, will be in P16. Hunter Goganin will be in 17th. David Phillips II will be in 18th. Justin Lisenby will be 19th. And rounding out the top 20 is the 2 of Liam Brotherton.
Former Monday Night Racing champion and real-world driver Robbie Lyons lines up in 21st. Joey Maskowitz in 22nd. Sean Boundies rounding up the top 23. Chandler Parsons in P24. Jesse Atchison lines up in 25th alongside Francisco Villarreal. Ryan Hill lines up in P27 with Colin Bowden. Nick Olson, Matthew Baker round out the top 30.
Starting in that 31st position, going to be Jordan Coons. Garrett Brown will line up to his outside. Jeremy Stanley, Ricky Harden in 33rd and 34th, and John Cossack, Rhett Nichols, Chad Mikos, rather. Yeah, there we go. 37th, Mikos. Austin Johnson in 38th. Eric Papineau, 39th. Kenny Kibbe in 40th. Then rounding out your top 43, Casey Kerwin, Daniel Eberhardt, Raja Caruth, shotgun on the field, a full 43 cars in this second duel.
Same setup here for this duel as it was for the first. 60 laps, 3 green white checkers if we need them. Same time, same day in Civ. Default day, May 15th, 2021, 9 p.m. local time. Air temp, track temp, 78 degrees Fahrenheit under a partly cloudy sky. Winds to the north at 2 miles an hour, 55% humidity. You know the drill, you've seen it before. It's time to find out who goes to the Podium 500 tomorrow as Barney the Flagman waves the green flag one more time, and we get our final initial start of the evening. The second duel for the 4th annual Podium 500 is underway.
It's a pair of prancing horses up at the front of the field. Heath Snyder in the 36, the 17 of Dylan Jones. Side by side for the lead. Spencer E. Burns giving the push to Snyder going into turn 1, Devin.
Burns in that white and pink car trying to give that extra push, but yeah, watch out. Michael Cozy Jr. is typically someone to be reckoned with. Each third row on the outside lane. So also those guys in the back, those last 3 cars, be scary to kind of have those guys come through the field at me.
How about 3 wide? You've got Daniel Fockingham upstairs. He's got help from behind. Liam Brotherton is there to join the party. The 69 up there as well. That's not Colin Bowden. Maybe it is. It is Bowden up top.
2 by 2 by 2 as you go on board with Joey Massowitz, who's a little bit further back in this field, but as it stands up front, Heath Snyder in control of this up top. Dylan Jones in control of this down on the bottom, and Spencer E. Burns up on that top side in third.
Everyone looking pretty even, and also not nearly as much aggressive pushing as we saw at the beginning of the last duel. So Snyder in that black car on the outside in the 36, leading the way up there. Dylan Jones in all white on the inside of the lane, and everyone right now looks pretty calm and comfortable. I don't know how much longer we'll be saying that, though.
Yeah, everybody's giving plenty of room, plenty of space, but back by this transfer spot is where some people have been jiggling around a little bit and starting to make that third line work and just bullying people down to the middle line. Colin Bowden just did that a moment ago.
Similar though, clean all the way through lap number 1. Now here comes Max Brady with a shift up top to the Toyota Camry, the JDR graphics car. Now going to fight in for the race lead against Dylan C. Jones, who's got help here from Josh Robin. Looks like in the 29. Heath Snyder still giving up top side by side for the lead.
So Brady's the first driver to slide up into that outside lane, and we again don't typically see that most of the time at Daytona. Typically guys are trying to get to the bottom, but we already see numerous drivers trying to get up to the safer line, it feels like, the outside.
Down the back straightaway, and we saw how that outside line worked really well in that first duel. Meanwhile, further back, here comes that 69 of Colin Bowden up the middle, dives to the inside line where there's a space. He's now 10th or so on the inside line.
Beautiful work there for Bowden to make it happen. The E-Racer Chevy Camaro now on the inside line and up into 15th, so he'd be in the 500 if we drop the checkered flag now. Problem, Devin Henry, is that we still have 55 laps plus to go.
Yeah, still got a little bit of time to make your moves and also lose plenty of spots. And as we saw him kind of shoot the middle, we haven't really seen a lot of drivers try to make this 3-wide lane. So I'm interested to see if maybe we get a few more guys pushing the issue just like they're doing up front.
Ask and you shall receive. One car gets shuffled out of the deck, and he's going to lose a lot of spots down the back straightaway up on the outside line. He actually has some front-end damage to the car. That's Heath Snyder. He is just falling way back. Looks like the front end a little beat up, and that outside line just fell apart.
Snyder in a bit of trouble now. He's getting shuffled out as everybody continues to go side by side. A potential third line being built up here, but now move up top. I believe that may be Craig Janksack in the number 26 car. He's going to go up top. He's going to try and lead this group back to turn 1.
Man, they're 3 wide back, almost around the 30th position. Now what you want to be doing if you want to gain some spots, get yourself back up front. But right now, Janksack on the outside lane leading the charge. We'll see if this outside group can gain that momentum once more.
Janksack on this outside line is charging. He's up to third, trying to close in on Conrad for the second position, but instead the inside line pulls out ahead. With this inside line is just resurging here in this second duel.
It's so fascinating to see how the inside and the outside work in concert with one another depending on who is in those respective lines. It seems like the more talent you've got on the bottom, the more you can make it work. But the default, I think, is still going to be to head to the top side if you need power.
And I think that's just how you have to do it, because the inside lane, it's kind of the shortest lane, but we're not seeing how aggressive those drivers were back in that first duel. Everyone is really giving each other a lot of room to find their way forward. Garrett Conrath now moves to that outside group. They gain their momentum once more.
And here comes Conrad. He's going to go all the way to the lead. A huge push from Janksack. He is way clear of Max Brady. I don't even think that's Max Brady down there. Oh, no, yeah, no, maybe. Here they come off turn 4 nonetheless.
EPI working with Nexus. First time we say that. Garrett Conrad and Craig Janksack, the 26 and the 40, manning the high lane, but there's no space. Now here comes Max Brady. Help from Spencer Eburns. Side by side for the lead. Brady with an advantage to turn 1.
Burns with a massive shove trying to get Max Brady back out front, and just behind them, Anthony Burrows will slither into that third position on the inside row. Everyone kind of bobbing and weaving right now up front, trying to find their spot in line.
Michael Cozy Jr. with a big push on the outside line right behind Janksack, which is going to go all the way up to the leader in Conrath, and side by side for second with the 57 down low. Brady, Janksack up top. Here comes that third line once again, creeping up into this fifth row. Way up top outside Briar LaPrade, it's Daniel Falkingham.
It's the birthday boy, Thunder Dan Daniel Falkingham, who was the leader of that for the moment, but then Braxton DeWeese decided to pop out, and we are 3 wide up at the front, and now Janksack will go up there too, and maybe, just maybe, they might get Max Brady for the lead into 1.
DeWeese tried to poke his nose in the outside again, couldn't get it, almost taps the wall in turn number 1. Still those guys up front, not sure where to go. Michael Cozy Jr. forces the 40 to the outside.
Oh, Briar gets turned into the wall. Big crash off turn 2. Caution flag is out. Daniel Falkingham is around in front of the field. Briar slides down to the inside. 5, 6 cars wad him up coming off turn 2.
And there is your answer as to whether or not we would go clean in this duel, and that's a big one there as Braxton DeWeese and Brian LaPrade come together, and it is likely curtains for both of their 500 chances, barring the unexpected. A lot of drivers caught up in the back of this, Kenneth.
And it all started there with Braxton DeWeese, the Reaper Sim Lab car. He was all the way on the outside, and it looked like he tried to side draft either, or maybe just try to find space behind LaPrade, but just could not get it completely clear. Got the rear quarter panel, and all of a sudden LaPrade just gets turned into the outside wall, and everybody else gets caught up in it. Unfortunate for Daniel Falkingham. He was leading that third line up until this crash. Here you're right on board with the Junior Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro. You'll see the orange car coming to frame, and bam, right there, little touch, but it's enough to make a big impact. LaPrade, pretty much one of the only drivers trying to make it into all 4 Podium 500 features. This may dash it right here.
It's a very, very quick decision from race control, by the way. They had pinned that on Braxton Deweese, so Deweese gets his first strike and an EOL. But more importantly, for the purposes of this incident, is you get a good look on board Francisco Villarreal's machine. Lots of drivers caught up in this. Thunderdan Daniel Falkingham was involved. Josh Kosick got some damage in this, as did Josh Robin. More drivers coming to the back who tried to make it and just could not get there in time. Colin Bowden picked up damage in this. Looks like David Phillips also was involved. I see damage on Cole Freilich's car. Trouble for Rhett Nichols. Trouble for Jeremy Stanley too. So maybe about 10 to 15 that got caught up in this, but the big casualty, no question, Brian LaPrade is one of the few drivers who has multiple Podium 500s to his name, may be in trouble now as they all come down to pit road into the purview of Taylor Burris.
Watching the field come down pit road, looking at that number 88 machine, Brian LaPrade has severe damage all over that Chevrolet Camaro. He's going to have to come down and get quite a bit of work done on that. Meanwhile, as they get to their pit stalls, Max Brady and Spencer E. Burns will decide to stay out. Garrett Conrad will come down and win that race off of pit road, followed by Michael Cozy Jr., Craig Yanzik, Liam Brotherton, and Dylan Jones, your top 5 as they battle off of pit road.
Big time battle off of pit road to get things serviced as Brady and Burns will take the track position, but Conrad with some of the fast times. And an interesting mix here, Kenneth Bueno, of strategies. Yes, you had some drivers just go with a splash, some drivers take 2 tires, and some drivers take 4, and they're all sort of spread out across this field. So really, really interesting to see how that's going to play into things. And then also for Brady and Burns, who get the track position, but will still need to come down pit road. However, I think that's probably going to be the case for everybody in this field because 50 laps is tough to make, and especially if you get a green, white checker, you're probably still going to have to see one stop from everybody anyway.
Exactly. Most drivers, at least the ones pitting right now, they're not going to be able to make it all the way to the checkered flag in this second duel. Only problem is Brady and Burns, they have to hope for a yellow to equalize themselves with the rest of the field, because if it stays green from here all the way to lap 60, Burns and Brady are going to have to pit at a time where nobody else is going to. They're going to pit a lot later, and so Brady and Burns only being 2 cars together, it's going to hurt them drastically. They have to hope that Barney the Flagman finds another yellow, that a crash somehow appears on the racetrack, or else their strategy may hurt them in the deep end.
It'll be interesting for sure because, yes, in theory, they're still going to have to go down pit road. And yes, in theory, a yellow would help them. But I don't necessarily mind this call, given that there still are going to be pit stops made. Yes, you might not have the tires or the fuel, but, if we've seen how nutty it gets in the middle of these races, and we saw it there between Deweese and LaPrade, but who knows? This could end up being really beneficial, especially if you get a quick yellow and there's a wreck in the middle, KB. Big time things could happen. Who knows?
Well, we say big-time players make big-time plays. Well, cautions are not big-time plays, but nonetheless, it could be a big-time play for the top 2. We'll see. They're already double file. We're coming off turn 2. We're getting ready for a restart, and now the big question mark is about to be answered. If we stay green, do Brady and Burns have enough to stay up at the front with this call, or does everybody else who pitted this time by pounce them and get away with it all?
A friendly reminder that tonight's broadcast of the Duels for the 4th Annual Podium 500 are brought to you by Battle Beaver, who has everything you need for your next custom controller, console, or PC skin. And with options for PlayStation, Xbox, GameCube, and more, Battle Beaver has everything you need to make your system look exactly the way you want it. Head to BattleBeaverCustoms.com to pick up your next skin and use code Daytona for 10% off when you visit BattleBeaverCustoms.com. Max Brady and Spencer E. Burns leading this field to green. We're going to approach lap 13 in the second duel, and then all of a sudden, we weren't going green flag racing this time by KB. Race controls extended the yellow flag by 1 lap, so lights back on the pace car, and this time we will get the 1-to-go signal, which means our green flag will come on lap 14 of 60.
All right, well, we'll extend it. We'll build the anticipation a little bit more. Why not here at lap 12? But it's interesting that this caution came out at this time, of course, with the racing that we had. And really, James, that was the first time we really had 3x3 racing almost all night long. We never really saw it in the heats because cautions would come out too quickly for it to happen. Duel 1, a lot of drivers somewhat thought about it, but many of them couldn't make it work with the people that they were working with. Now, a lot of people are finding more people, and when you get more people, it means you can add an extra lane and get more drivers up in that 3rd lane and be able to pounce for the race lead. It just made a big difference in terms of the first duel and the second. Maybe these guys are a little bit comfortable knowing what they saw in Duel 1 that they can push here in Duel 2.
They might be able to push. Just to remind you that broadcast is brought to you this evening also by our friends at Boosted.biz, which builds a custom platform for your brand to sell your products. They take care of everything, so pay nothing and let them handle the rest. So to get started with your online store, visit Boosted.biz today. Max Brady, Spencer E. Burns, Garrett Conrad, Michael Cozy Jr., Greg Janzak, Sean Bounty, Dylan Jones, Austin Johnson, Daniel Eberhardt in the mix there too, and Jason Maines, the last driver in the top 10. How about that? I don't think, to my knowledge, we've ever had a father-son pairing go after the main in the Podium 500. I know Jason and Garrett have both raced in qualifying day before, but I don't know, just off the top of my memory, if Jason has ever made the big show. So, an interesting story there. We could see a father-son duo for Elliott Sadler Esports become the first father-son pairing to make the Podium 500 if Jason Maines can make the big show here in this race. Cars coming down to the flag. All about Barney the Flagman once again as Brady and Burns will take off under the auspices of the press box here at the World Center of Racing. Back into green flag racing in duel number 2. Brady will go. Everybody jumps, and he'll go right ahead of his fellow Toyota Camry driver and Spencer Burns. They'll lead the top side into turn 1.
Again, how crazy is that? The leader saying, I want to go to the outside lane. And don't look now, but Daniel Eberhardt went 42nd to 9th in 10 laps. Yeah, he's a coming.
There's no doubt about it that he is strong. It'll be interesting to see with, people making the pit stops and everything, how old tires versus new tires could play out. If anything, it's just going to be handling and whether or not you can make big moves. It's going to be those top 2 in Burns and Brady that we're going to watch. Everybody else is on fresh rubber off turn 4.
Well, so far, big moves not in sight. Michael Cozy Jr., you see him there in his bright yellow and blue Chevrolet Camaro just behind the top 2 leaders. He'll stay content, so will the 34 Sean Bounty. Garrett Conrad trying to man up that inside lane. No success. Max Brady leads him back to turn 1.
First 4 cars all feeling comfortable right now in that outside groove, and just behind them, that's Austin Johnson from 38th to 6th. On the grid, that number 9 car really putting in a lot of work right now and getting himself up front.
He is flying right now as we've already got moves back in the middle of the pack. Somebody's deciding, yeah, we're going to go 3 wide, and I'm not going to think anything about it. Casey Kerwin, former winner of this race. Chandler Parsons going to go with him as they come around through 3 and 4. That's back for the transfer spot.
Well, how about Casey Kerwin making moves here up to 15th now, trying to go for more as he'll jet to the outside, and he'll blitz Ryan Hill and maybe try and go 3 wide, and then tucked in right behind, I believe, that might have been Jordan Coots that he stuck his nose in behind. So Kerwin on the top side up in 14th and gaining more spots.
Justin Listenby with that final transfer spot 20th, the yellow and black number 31 machine in that outside lane. He holds exactly where everybody wants right now, and again, we're starting off pretty calm here on this green flag run.
And things are getting back to normal. This outside line is back to being king here down the back straightaway. Here comes the middle line once again. Casey Kerwin busting his way through. He's going to try and bring, that's the 55 of Ryan Hill with him. Instead, that middle line is going to peek forward for a moment and fall back.
Ryan Hill going to give the push to the 95 of Casey Kerwin for XSET Gaming, but not before Masowicz is able to give the block. So Kerwin now stuck in the middle 3 wide with some help, but not much space to maneuver back to turn 1.
And Kerwin is making the 10 cars in front of him make a choice. A bad choice could put you into some sort of black hole on the outside. But right now, that white and red number 95 is doing exactly what I was wondering why we didn't do back in that first duel, forcing it 3 wide and making it work.
And Joey Masowicz can't really pick a line. He started to go to the middle, then he went back to the outside. He's going to be stuck up there now because Casey Kerwin is at his doorstep and down on the inside. Now Masowicz is going to look to the bottom because he's clear again as the middle line starts to regress.
How weird is that everybody almost centered towards the middle because they see Kerwin coming? That's the kind of respect that you gain by winning the Podium 500, and he will jump to the bottom with help from Ryan Hill, who's made the big race before himself. Those two nose to tail as they rise to the banking once again.
Half of the top 10 started 23rd or worse. Adam Johnson in 38th. Kerwin started 41st. Jordan Coons, he's cracked the top 10. He started back in 31st. A lot of moving around here in this duel.
Another back-to-first challenge. In the last race, it was Seth DeMerchant. This time around, it's Casey Kerwin storming down the inside line with help from Ryan Hill. They lead the bottom side now. They are side by side for position number 4 off corner number 4.
And so far in history in the Podium 500, the 3 winners, 2 of them had to start 40th or worse. Casey Kerwin was the only exception. He started 4th. So with this move right here on the inside lane, it's going to look to protect his run into the top 5 if he can make it stick.
Kerwin muscled his way through the middle to get himself to the front of the inside lane. Now what can he do to reel in this front pack? They're passing, moving, and shaking right now. Kerwin has Ryan Hill behind him and Garrett Conrath. They are chugging down that inside road.
Down the back straightaway, this inside line is trying to do everything it can to keep up with that top side. We saw the inside line work, but there were more cars down there before that first caution. Now the outside line is where everybody wants to be. It's the hottest place in town. Casey Kerwin is trying to recruit people down to the bottom. He's side by side for 3rd.
Oh, what a move there from Casey Kerwin to completely abandon Ryan Hill and go topside. I was about to say, if anybody could lead the inside, it would be Kerwin, but here he comes, maybe back down to the inside, ducking underneath Michael Cozy now for 3rd.
Casey Kerwin is moving and shaking, bopping and whopping. How about Kerwin just doing whatever he wants with that race car? We have not seen anybody drive like Kerwin has so far in this duel.
Well, Kerwin's gotten to this place before. He's made the big show. He won the big show last year, so he feels like he can do whatever he wants to here and still have a shot to move on. He's going to get turned off the bumper of Ryan Hill, down into the grass. Kerwin's going to spin it. He's going to try and save it down through the grass. Everybody's going to get by. He keeps it in the grass, and he is going to drop all the way to the back of the field. Single car spin, we stay green.
Casey Kerwin, how did he save that Chevrolet Camaro? He got hooked by Ryan Hill in the 55 going into turn 3. Here's a look at the replay. Hill giving the show. We talked about curved rear bumpers. That's a misalignment right there, but Kerwin sails it through the glass, Lightning McQueen style. Turn right to go left. Casey Kerwin does it. He saves the race car, although he loses the track position.
My, oh my, Casey Kerwin just about lost everything here, but an incredible job from the dirt track it through the grass and keep the X-Set Chevy Camaro in this whole deal, as now the front maybe 14, 15 here, all single file up top, and I don't think anybody's really interested in trying to race all that much. I feel like that spooked the field a good bit, so we could see a calmer race up until pit stops, which you would imagine Devin Henry would start right around lap 30 like they did in the first hole.
Well, even beyond that, James, it completely disintegrated the inside lane. That means that everyone will now need to pioneer to recreate all that momentum that is now lost. And that creates a little bit of a bubble. You have to spend time to go down there and make that work. And like you said, I don't think anyone in that outside lane up front right now cares to make it work. They're up front.
Yeah, everybody on that bottom side got scared after Kerwin got turned, and I don't think anybody wants to make the effort, you're right, to go to the inside right now. They're just fine riding where they're at to eventually get them to green flag stops, which at least for the top 2 we'll see pretty soon.
And if they go all the way to the bottom, if they stay down there, that gives them the best position possible, Jacob, to come down pit road. Of course, we're going to see the leaders do that at some point throughout tonight's race if we stay green. But Ryan Hill and the guys behind him do have an advantage. They can have the straight shot to pit road if they get there.
But we still have 6 or 7 laps to go, right, Denham?
Exactly. So you're going to, especially with like the caution flag and whatnot, you're going to have guys definitely working on different pitch strategies as well. That inside lane is beginning to kind of bring themselves back forward, but I think strategy might be able to get a lot of discussion over the team radios.
Headed to turn number 3. This inside line starting to claw back a little bit, though. Ryan Hill leading the charge down there. Let's see what he can do as they come off 4.
Virginia Native's got speed. No question about it.
He's got a lot of speed, and they're trying to work the inside lane. Brady, though, at the top. They're catching some lap traffic here, so it should be easy work for Brady and company. It's a 3-car trio. Down low, lots of damage there. And we'll see how Hill and everybody else gets around it. Could this result in a wreck? We'll see.
Jordan Kuhn seen in 10th in the number 99 machine. Eric Papanou, I think I said his name right, probably not, currently sits in 9th. And that 45 car started this race in 39th position. One of the many cars we've seen going from the back all the way up to the front.
And everybody, for the most part, at least in the main pack, is going to get by this string of lap cars and damaged cars on the inside. The inside line had to shuffle a little bit, but they are still closing in up front of the race leader.
Lap cars on the inside could make this interesting. One car coming to the middle. Is he going to get on board with Daniel Eberhardt, who's pushing the car that leads that middle pack, or at least was leading that middle pack, and then they all sort of fell into it. It was Cole Fralick that he was trying to follow. So everybody sort of spread out there towards the back of this pack.
And I was talking about Daniel Eberhardt when he was inside the top 10 when we went back green. Now he's battling for that final transfer spot again. Just an example of how fast things can change, including, hey, how about right now? Austin Johnson getting company from Ryan Hill, battling for that 5th position.
A great rebound for Ryan Hill, and this inside line, they have not completely backed down. They have not given up. They have not just gone home. They are just going to go pretty much as far as they can to get to the front before they see any green flag stop.
And so far, that inside lane now continuing to be a little more consistent, a little faster this time around. Ryan Hill, I think they've got a little more comfortable after the Casey Kerwin incident, so now they're trying to catch back up. But remember, top 2 Toyota Camrys, they have to come down pit road. They haven't pitted yet.
The inside lane's starting to get a little bit of help, but Max Brady controlling the tempo right now. I'd be surprised if maybe one of these drivers from the top wants to jump down and try to block Ryan Hill and all that momentum. I doubt it, but the inside line finally seems like it's getting back to their former glory.
Well, remember, you're going to see Brady and Burns pit here potentially in the next 5 laps or so. They did not stop, so they could have saved a little bit of fuel under that caution, but certainly not enough to get them close to where everybody else is going to be after they made their pit stop as they come off 4.
You figure if we hold to the strategy that we saw in the first duel, you'd expect Burns and Brady maybe to poke in around lap 30 or so. Otherwise, they're going maybe around 35, 36. You can't go too much longer than that, but they've got 27 laps underneath their cars right now.
And actually, to go back on that point, Jacob, Max Brady, Spencer Burns, Sean Boundy, and Eric Papineau are the only drivers who have not come down pit road in this main pack.
Here they come down the back straightaway. Hill now getting up to P4. So this inside line continues to crawl its way up. As I'm not rolling this inside line out quite yet, especially since we know most of these guys are going to be able to stay out a little bit longer than this top 2. It's going to get interesting up here at the front.
They are indeed there. The problem, though, is that if the top 2 in Brady and Burns come down to the inside for pit road, what does that do for Hill and company? Do they check up? Do they slow down? Does it result in a miscommunication? We'll have to find out. So far, top 2 leaders still at the top lane.
And that's the concern, but we saw back in that last duel how everyone was able to really cycle it through very simply. We really didn't have a lot of drivers having issues getting onto pit road, and I guess we'll see. This duel has been a lot bit different than the last one. We'll find out if these guys can communicate their way down on the pit road too.
But that's normally what we see out of the duels, right, Devin? The first duel, or a duel, is calm, cool, and collected. The second one, pandemonium. It looks like we found out which one's going to be pandemonium, and here's a hint, it's not the last one. Hill falls back a little bit to top 3, single file off 4.
I get the sense that everybody's just trying to angle for pit stops now and just trying to click off laps until we get to pit stops, which you've got Brady and Burns on the A strategy, then everybody else that came down under caution under the B. They probably still have about 10 or 15 laps left, but everybody's still got to come in once.
And Max Brady might have to send out a lifeline, because for him, not only is he one of the few drivers to not come down pit road yet, but he is wasting his fuel far more than anyone else not being in the draft. Quite frankly, Spencer Burns might not want to pit with Max Brady because he's going to have more fuel. Brady may be in an issue of a spot.
Yeah, but if he waits too long, he's going to be the only one pitting. Then he loses the draft. And then he's really out of luck, especially if there's no caution the rest of the way. So he's got to weigh his options. And really, I think they should try to pit together on the same lap. Otherwise, they're both going to be in trouble.
They're going to have to think long and hard here, Jacob. The top 2 do, but for Cozy and everybody else, it's all about staying content until the next round of pit stops, which should be under green if we don't get a yellow. So far, the 99, only one with the freshest tires in the field. He'll sail to turn 1 behind the 2 leaders.
And maybe one of my biggest concerns is what are the drivers in that transfer spot going to do? It's not quite a hornet's nest, but it is certainly congested once you get back to that 20th spot. And oh yeah, there's guys like Liam Brotherton, Colin Bowden, Garrett Brown, Robbie Lyons, all there waiting.
Here come the top two. They drift down to the bottom and they just came over the radio. I would expect that means we're going to see these top two come on to pit road. Michael Cozy Jr. drops downstairs. He's building a little bit of a buffer between these top two. They come off turn 4. Let's see where they go. They're going to crash!
Oh my goodness, there goes Max Brady in front of the entire field as they were trying to set up pit stops that everybody goes sideways out of turn number 4. Yellow flag out once again, and I almost think that's got to be miscommunication between Burns and Brady, which is unbelievable to think about given that they have been working together for so long and they had tried to set this up, and they still managed to find a way to mess it up themselves, Kenneth.
I mentioned earlier tonight when they made this call to stay out that they would have to hope for a yellow. They were hoping the yellow was not a cause of them getting together. Spencer E. Burns drifts up the track, gets into the quarter panel of Max Brady. That's enough to send the 57 into the outside wall to careen down the racetrack to get the 06 in it. Some front end damage to the 99 of Michael Cozy Jr. Damage to the car right behind him and Sean Boundy in the 34. And we talk about the differences of next gen versus Gen 6. Curved rear bumpers, misalignment. There's a crash waiting to happen.
My goodness, my goodness. There you see Burns' car sideways, just trying to get a sense of who all got caught up in this and who got involved here. Josh Kosick had some rear end damage, but there were a lot of folks who just got swept up in this, and if anything, were more wrong place, wrong time, as everybody tried to scramble just at the edge of pit road. Anthony Burrows involved in this. Joey Masowitz picked up some damage, I saw. I think Justin Lisenby just snuck through this as everybody went spinning and crashing. Michael Cozy Jr. was involved in this incident. Everybody else spinning towards the back there. But goodness gracious, yes, I think to your point earlier, Jacob Hitz, this is most definitely the pandemonium duel. No question about it, as everybody comes down to pit road and comes back to Taylor Burris.
Everybody's coming down pit road as we saw the chaos there. Michael Cozy Jr. trying to get his car fixed up, ready to roll, as we watch to see who will win that race off of pit road. And looking through right now, it is going to be Sean Boundy in the 34 who will win that race off, followed by Austin Johnson. Eric Papineau and Cosman will come home in 4th and 5th. Jesse Atchison, however, does decide to stay out, I believe, as he only has 2 tires on that stint. So he's going to stay out in that number 28 machine.
Well,
as penalty given out for Sean Boundy. Too many pit stalls entered.
So, pit stall penalty there for Sean Boundy. We've seen that over the course of this evening. It's 2 in, 2 out, and he went a little bit beyond that here. More drivers getting bitten by that. Atchison, though, does decide to stay out here, and it will be, I believe, Austin Johnson that's the first car out on 2 tires. Just looking to see who took 4. I think the first driver with 4 may well be Justin Lisenby, who I think is going to come back around and be scored in 12th. As we remind you that tonight's broadcast of the Podium 500 Duel brought to you by our friends at Martin Sports, founded by Scott Martin nearly 10 years ago in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Martin Sports charges the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether or not you need shirts for your office, jerseys for a local sports team, or specially designed apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sports has you covered. Along with shirts and other teamwear, they also offer gloves specially crafted for sim racing that are lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded leather palms. Use the code PODIUM to receive 25% off of any racing glove at martinsports.069.com, and you can find them online at facebook.com/Martin Sports. So Austin Johnson scored as your race leader, and then Cosman's got P2. Papineau, Micus, and Jordan Kuntz, as I suspect we will probably see the yellow flag extended by another lap or 2 just to get everybody sorted, because there were a lot of folks who went down pit road right as the yellow came out, and a lot of people who needed to get some black flags cleared in order to not get penalized. So a little bit of sorting I think that race control has to do, but Johnson, I think, is going to be your leader, as it looks like Atchison may well have come down pit road for service. Might have missed his box the first time and just decided to get out of the way, but Austin Johnson now your race leader.
So Johnson will have control here, James, for the very first time in this duel. And this is also the first time that we see the Splash and Go Graphics founder, creator, owner, Cosman Onishu, the 84, to be the outside of row number 1. So now this is going to be more interesting here, James, because everybody went down pit road. We had the chaos between the top 2 when they were planning to pit. So now all it means, James, is that this is a straight-on brawl to the end of this duel to see where drivers will start in this 2022 Podium 500. No more strategy. Throw it out the window, throw it in the garbage. We're ready to race.
Unless we end up in a place where we have green-white checkers. That, I think, is the big confounding variable in all of this, because we're going to be close if that happens, but it's going to be right on the edge, especially if we get 2 or 3. So maybe these drivers might want one more, I would say, in order to feel safe. That's, generally speaking, that's my hunch. That's my intuition. If we get one more yellow flag and the opportunity to come down and splash and go it, you would be good, especially if we got 3 green-white checkers. But you then also give up the track position too, so you're sort of picking your poison, I think, at that point, KB.
It's a double-edged sword you have to think about, and track position has meant so much over the heats, has meant so much over the LCQs, and no doubt it's going to be even more crucial into these duels, especially when it comes down to where you're going to start, or even if you're going to make the Podium 500 tomorrow afternoon. But I figure here, under caution, drivers are probably clutching and coasting. They're probably knowing that, okay, maybe if we end up in green-white checker territory, why not I prepare now? Maybe I'll clutch it just a little bit. Maybe I'll shut off the engine. I'll save a couple of drops of fuel, and that could be the difference between making it, depending on how this race goes, or running out dry at the end and losing the track position and losing overall the entire shot at going for $1,000 tomorrow.
$1,000, 200 laps, 500 miles, and some of the best in sim racing. That's what you end up with here at the Podium 500. You don't necessarily always have the same path, and there are a lot of drivers who take a lot of different roads to get to Sunday, but Sunday ends up being a show no matter what. And sometimes, you don't necessarily have good luck. You look at some of the drivers that missed out on it. Anthony Alfredo, top 5 from a year ago. He didn't make it. Malik Ray, one of the prohibitive favorites every year because of his plate racing prowess, not going to be in the Podium 500 this year. He was eliminated in his seats as well, but it also gives the opportunity for some new names to come in and bring in some fresh blood. So it could be different all the way around. What we do know is that the pace truck has the lights off. We're going to get another green flag here coming to lap 35 of 60. Austin Johnson and Cosman. Oh, goodness gracious. It's been just about took the restart there, and then Austin Johnson took off, so it's back to green flag racing here at Daytona, and he takes off. Everybody tucking in line up top as they get back to turn 1.
Austin Johnson took off like a bottle rocket, and immediately Cosman reels back in that rear bumper. This will leave Eric Papineau alone on that inside line to lead. Jordan Kuhn's giving him a big push in that black and orange, number 99. Here comes that inside lane, looking to pop a little bit further.
Down the back straightaway, Cosman Ionescu sits in that second spot, kind of peeking. Think he's just going to stay in line for that time being, but the inside line is rolling. Here comes Eric Papineau with help from the 99 and Jordan Kuntz. They're rolling side by side with Cosman off turn 4.
That's a big run there for Papineau. He's got a big shove for the 99 and Kuntz, a couple of others to tag on with him, and all of a sudden, 4 cars overcome the outside lane, even to the start-finish line. 2 bow-tie Camaros up at the front. Papineau versus Johnson back to turn 1.
Haven't really talked much about Papineau, have we, Devin?
No, not really. And then you look at the third car on the inside lane. That's the guy who we have talked about a lot, actually, Craig Janczak. He was in the front earlier on in the race, and really the only guy who's still up front from that point. How about on board Casey Kerwin in the 13th position? Everyone scattering in front of him, trying to use that middle lane. Hey, there goes Rajat Guru.
Yeah, everybody's going to the middle line, this bottom line. Well, heck, every line is falling apart. The top 3 breaking away in Papineau, Kuntz, and Jancic. Then a couple of car lengths back, you've got the rest of the pack, Johnson and Main side by side.
You've got room there for the top 3, but then Villarreal and company will have the run as they come through the tri-oval, and I suspect by the time they get back to Devin Henry in turn 1, we may see Villarreal pop out upside to the top lane and maybe go after the race lead.
Now, we saw this disintegration in the last duel too, but not to this margin. Everybody just kind of lost their path, and everyone now trying to regroup and get back to what they were doing. Open the door for guys like Rajat Karuth to gain a bulk of positions and up inside the top 10.
Down the back stretch once again. Everybody is trying to shuffle and get in line. A lot of shuffling in the back of the pack. Casey Kerwin, who got saved by that caution flag. He had that big drift in turn 3 a couple laps ago. Here he comes, flying up the middle, unassisted, trying to pick up some spots.
He's going to get no help. He's going to be 3 wide in the middle. He's going to try to catch up here to Cosman and Austin Johnson. But look who's also in this fight as well. Driver who started 43rd tonight, Raja Karuth in the 13, with help from MNR Season 3 champion Robbie Lyons on the inside.
That's a pair of Monday Night Racing drivers trying to help each other out in the inside group, but no one can stop Casey. I mean, the 95 machine is doing whatever he wants on the track, and he's getting away with it too.
Got to wonder later in the race if all the drivers are going to let him pull the same stuff, or if they're going to say enough is enough and shut the door in his face. We'll just have to find out as the inside line continues to dominate. This outside line is falling apart. Austin Johnson leads the way. Cosman pushing him. Here comes Raja and Casey Kerwin.
Casey Kerwin has about near driven through this field twice. I don't know if we can say that about anybody else that entered this door race, much less the rest of the Podium 500. The defending champion making some noise. However, they're all chasing one Austin Johnson on the high line.
Still the inside row is where you want to be. Papanu continues to lead this race. Koons and Jansak are right behind him. That outside lane featuring, oh, here we go, Jansak now moving to the outside row. Austin Johnson had that charge, now shoves him down the back straight.
Jansen pulled out at the right time, and here he comes. See you later, new leader, Craig Jensick rather. He goes out in front. Johnson's going to follow. He's clear for second. Cosman side by side for third off turn 4.
Bring EPI to the front. Craig Jensick in the 40 takes control of the Podium 500 duel number 2. He's got help from Austin Johnson, and all of a sudden, what used to be a dominant bottom lane with Eric Papineau in front now falls off. Here comes Jensick back to turn 1.
The inside lane is tossed out. The anchor, Papineau, is all the way back into the 7th position and fighting for dear life. Meanwhile, there's 6 cars out clear in front of him. The outside lane is charging again.
And Cosman on issues, peeking down to the bottom. Johnson's now going to cover the spot a little bit. The outside line reunited, and it feels so good. Raja Karuth sits there in P4. Casey Kerwin in P5. As Cosman again kind of peeks to the inside. Now tucks back up in line. Kerwin drops downstairs.
Look at that move on board from Casey Kerwin. The X-Set Chevy Camaro dropped the elevator to go to the inside and now leads that lane. The problem is that he's still back in 5th as Jansak, Johnson, Cosman, and Raja all still up top controlling this.
I mean, it was an impressive move. He got down there fast, but no momentum as Heath Snyder slides by on the outside lane in that black car right behind Raja Karuth. So we'll see if they're able to kind of get themselves back going. Yeah, I see a little bit of momentum going for Casey Kerwin, but the inside lane, just 5 cars.
I think he just has to regroup and try it again. Maybe get some friends to go with him, but we know how strong Kerwin's car is just by itself all over this racetrack. He's been not afraid to make moves all by himself, and others will follow him since they know he can make his way around the racetrack.
And next thing you know, Kerwin got low, but a caution comes out at lap 41 of 60. We'll try to find out exactly who may have been in.
Turn 4, Hunter Gio again. Oh, Michael Cozy Jr. actually got turned around first, back up in front of the racetrack. That collected Dylan C. Jones and Gio. I'm going to butcher his last name the whole night, so somebody needs to help me with that. But Cozy got turned around in turn 3. He just turned left, and he got turned by Dylan Jones. He did a great job of trying to keep it off the wall as best he could, but nonetheless, it's another caution flag.
And it's a perilous position now for your Firecracker Foreman champion from a year ago. This is the onboard with Michael Cozy, and you'll see just how much he was trying to drift through 3 and 4 as Jones made contact just behind him. You won't see the contact, but you'll see the opposite lock that Michael Cozy Jr. tries to go through. You see it there all the way over again, trying to work the throttle to save it and just couldn't do it in time and clips the fence in the middle of 3 and 4 with a little bit of damage to boot. So it's not a great position for one of our drivers from the Podium 500 proper a year ago. But given some of the other fates of the drivers in this field, I don't necessarily hate his position right now, Kenneth Bueno.
It's probably not the worst that you saw there from the onboard cam. He was wheeling it, trying to make sure he can get it straight. Unfortunately, though, Dylan Jones was trying to check up. The speeds are too high, so then you get repeated hits over and over and over again until Cozy slams up into the outside wall. Look at this move right here. barely saved it. No contact. Hunter Gogan ends up with the 44 in a solid position. That is lost track position, so that will hurt him. He is 32nd, but there's barely any damage to the Toyota Camry, so I call that a win.
End of the day, yes. Now, also, here for everybody else, if you come down pit road now, not that you have to, if you come down now, you almost certainly are good to go on fuel. I'm not really seeing too many people make the stop, but Taylor Burris, let's go down there anyway, because you got a few takers.
We certainly do. Got a few takers. We got Dylan Jones along with Daniel Eberhardt, Michael Kozik Jr., and a couple of other cars that decided to come down pit road to get some service required on their vehicles to try to see if they can make it to the end. Nick Olson also is coming off of pit road as they finish up their stops, but for the most part, everyone is safe to say that they are going to make it all the way to the end on fuel for the most part. James Pike, as we watch the field continue to work their way through, the 64 car now will leave off of pit road along with Dylan Jones and the rest of those drivers who have made their pit stops.
So Eberhardt in, he's probably the biggest name that comes down pit road. He's got a little bit of damage, but this is very intriguing. Very, very intriguing for Daniel Eberhardt here, who now may find himself in a really great position, especially if this goes green, KB. Big, 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 big.
Yeah, it's going to be huge here at this point, and that's the thing. We talked about it after Duel 1. You just can't predict what's going to happen in these races. Duel 1, I mean, we came into it kind of feeling, okay, maybe Duel 2 will have no cautions. Maybe we're going to end up clean like we did in that first duel. We ended up wrong 100%. Now we only have a couple of cautions here, and this absolutely changes the game. It's the difference that's really going to matter when we cover the Podium 500 just one day from now, or really a couple of hours from now, is that a difference between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or even more cautions is ultimately going to change the game. It forces drivers to think a little bit more, and I think we mentioned earlier, a lot of them have real-life spotters with them in team communications with the drivers, so they're telling them stuff, they're feeding information. All of a sudden, it leads to a hunk of decision-making, and some drivers get it right, some drivers get it completely wrong. This is going to be the decision, though, here, coming to 16 laps to go.
So, everybody's stacking up here, side by side. Lights off on the pace car. Janczak, Johnston, Cosman, Raja, Chad, Heath Snyder, Casey Kerwin, Kenny Kibbe, and then Papineau and Bowden your top 10, which is intriguing, I believe.
It's going to be a jumbled top 10. It was a really good move by Craig Janczak, by the way, James. Can't ignore what the 40 did to get up to the front. We saw him pushing another car up to the front of the field earlier on tonight. It's been a great move by Janczak. Now, the big question is, can he get enough help from Cosman in the 84 just behind, and maybe even the 36, well, not the 36, the 25, rather, of Chad Maikos, who's just behind him, the 14, Kenny Kibbe, all those guys there on the inside, whether they can help him enough so that he can clear Austin Johnson the rest of the field, and then be able to control maybe both lanes, or maybe just one, and that lane be the most dominant. A lot of question marks here. The 40, though, trying to hold on to a spot that could get him into the first couple of rows of the Podium 500.
Lights off on the pace truck. Coming here to lap 45 of 60. So this gets very, very interesting with a lot of different variables in play. Lots of wild stuff to worry about. But it is Craig Janczak who will be controlling this field alongside Austin Johnson as the green flag will come back out. See if we get a clean restart. Everybody back on the gas as they come across the stripe. Entering the final 15 laps of this second duel race as we get back to it. And they now start to go double file again. Janczak down to the bottom, Johnson up top. When do they pop up to the high line?
Hey, that might be the first time we've seen that tonight with Johnson actually going down to the bottom. That will actually relinquish that first spot on the outside lane, though, to Raja Karuv. Is he going to have enough momentum to push his way forward? A lot of space in this inside lane for the first few cars.
Heath Snyder going to be the one to push Raja. Here comes Cosman. Now a big block as here's Maikos trying to block Raja down the back straightaway. It's a 3-car breakaway with Cosman in third. Johnson pushing Janczak as they wheel him around through 4.
They're going to pick it up, though, rather quickly to the top 3. It was a bit of a breakaway, but now it's clustered back. Raja Karuth has got the rear bumper here of Cosman in the 84. And now the outside lane, like we've seen so far here tonight, and many, Devin, the outside line just being so dominant inside lane so far cannot do anything.
Janczak, Johnson, Ionescu, Karuth, Snyder, all clear of the drivers on the inside line. Casey Kerwin, after Lightning McQueening down in the grass, then Lightning McQueening on track, he's all the way back up to 6.
Oh, we got some big moves and we got trouble. One car up into the outside wall down the back straightaway. Cars sliding, spinning down the back straightaway. One car down by the inside wall. It's Francisco Villarreal. He got turned around and the caution flag comes out once again with 15 laps to go. He was going up to the high side and got turned by Jeremy Stanley, put him in the outside wall. Another car got turned sideways but was able to save it. That was David Phillips. He bounced off another car but was able to hang on. Really just a couple of cars involved in this one. Some big damage to Ryan Hill, who was up at the front early and often. Otherwise, not too bad in the back of the field, but enough for a caution.
I think the more accurate description of that incident is that Villarreal was trying to go to the outside of Liam Brotherton and came up the racetrack and did not realize that Stanley was there and just sort of drove right across his nose, and then Hill comes flying in later and just T-bones Villarreal. Absolutely destroys the front end of his Hilco disposal machine. So yes, damage to a few drivers. And again, no fast repairs here. So this could get really fun towards the end because we're starting to run out of cars that are clean around the transfer spot. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw one, maybe two drivers with some beat up race cars that make it into the Podium 500, given all the calamity that we've seen in the second duel.
And we've already seen it, James. There's a couple of drivers with damage that are up at the front right now. You think of Raja Karuth. There's a couple of others that have either front end or rear end damage commanding this field. So I think what you're predicting could be right at the end of it. But you saw the replay. Liam Brotherton switched down. He was all the way in the middle. Feared that he was going to have nowhere to go. Switched down. Villarreal in the 24 moved up to try and get out of the way. They made slight contact, and all of a sudden the 24 just slams into Jeremy Stanley, and both of them go into the outside wall. That's the end of the story in terms of that. It was a very big moment there, but how about James? A big avoidance by Josh Kosick. Everything seized, pretty much parted for him in the middle, and Josh Kosick, despite some damage, he got through it.
Yeah, how about Josh Kosick, who's had a wild day here, was right there for the lead in the second LCQ race, and now finds himself in the duel. Could be a lot of fun to see what he puts together. Driver who's got real-life experience at Hickory Motor Speedway in real life, just outside of the Charlotte, North Carolina area. So one of those crossover drivers who does the sim and then hops into something over the weekend in real life. And here's his onboard. We'll get a good look at how he saw Stanley and Villarreal come together. Everybody just sort of riding on this top line here in the middle of 1 and 2. And at least for the moment, you figure minding their P's and Q's, but then you see them start to fan out as they come off and 2 under the banking. They start making moves, and then right about there is the contact. And what a move to get on the brakes. And yep, that's Red Sea party for Josh Kosick. Could have put it. You called that right on the nose.
That is hole in the wall, too, right there. You remember that game show that used to air on TV? That's exactly what Josh Kosick did right there. He manned himself in a tuck pose. Bam, got through the wall, and he's okay.
Impressive work from Josh Kosick. But then again, KB, if ever there is an event where it is better to be lucky than good, yeah, this most definitely.
And that enters him in a good spot, because if you get by a wreck, you're gonna feel good about it. And we've seen it in real life. We see it in the sim. In terms of the reactions from drivers when they get through something like that and they get so close, you can hear them giddy up and they're like, "Oh my goodness, how did I get through that?" That gives him a little amped up energy, and that gets him probably ready for the restart. Josh Kosick will most likely start 22nd, so a little bit far out from the transfer spot. That does not mean, though, that the 21 cannot get there. He's very close. He's got the opportunity to do it. And with this restart, everybody's bunched up, so that makes it even better.
So they bunch up once again. Janzak, Johnson, Cosman, Raja, Heath Snyder, Casey Kerwin, Colin Bowden, Papano, Jordan Coots, Chad Mikas, and Chandler Parsons there peeking on the outside of the top 10. We've not talked about the driver out of the Sandhills, North Carolina that much, but remember, he was racing in his heat race with no hood, KB, and managed to make it into this duel. He's looking for his first start in the main show at the Podium 500.
Shows you that determination can get you so far. And that's what we've seen out of many drivers who have either gotten damaged or have been on kind of off on strategy. Everybody's bunched up together, so that means it equalizes the field. Now the thing is, what I'm wondering here, James, are we going to see more cautions? We saw the first yellow, now we're seeing that the other yellows pile in. Here with 12 to go, or at least coming to 11 laps to go, are the cautions going to start to pile up like we've seen in many of the heats and even in some of the LCQs earlier on today? Or do these drivers find it well to just keep it clean like Duel 1 did, and maybe just try to have a finish where they all wreck across the tri-oval to the finish and not out of turn 4 on the way there?
I have a feeling that we are probably going to see a little bit more wildness before we're done with this.
Yes.
And we still have almost 10 laps to go. But KB, coming here to 11 to go. So going to be all you for this restart, which we'll see how many green laps we get out of it.
We'll see exactly how many we can log down under green. Pace truck and to make the soft left to the entrance of pit road. It is Craig Jengsek in the number 40 machine, followed by Austin Johnson in the 9. Again, 2 float tie. Camaro's up at the front. Cosman giving a shove. We're back under green from Daytona.
Ineshu trying to make that push on the inside lane, getting clear of Johnson. He'll slide down to the inside lane again. Raja Karuth, the helm of that top row, but everyone slides on up. That will leave all alone the 36 of Heath Snyder. To maintain that inside lane, only 35 cars left on the lead lap. I think that means that we're going to have at least 35 cars with a chance to make it into the Podium 500.
There's no doubt about it. Snyder leads that bottom line, but a big run from the outside. Raja Karuth is just not quite clear of Snyder. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have dropped downstairs. He stays up top. Colin Bowden is giving Snyder everything he's got through 3 and 4. Jensic leads off the corner.
Snyder v. Bowden there, and Raja Karuth just to his outside as there goes Snyder off into the wall in turn number 4, but he's the only car that goes down there, so no yellow flag for the one-car incident as one car bounces off the fence a little bit further behind. We may get the yellow here. I'm not sure. We'll see, Devin.
Man, that is so disappointing, and the way you saw that coming a mile away. On the other hand, though, for Bowden, he was just doing what he thought he needed to do, and unfortunately it's going to end up oh so bad, especially for Snyder, and the whole inside line is decapitated.
Just like to point out, they were 4 wide in the tri-oval, and they did not wreck. It was the people behind them that wrecked. Michael Cozy Jr. collected in those. He falls off the pace, but everybody now inside the top 15 or so, single file off turn 4.
Just look
That
at all of it.
incident broke up everybody at that point, and Caruth now holding it in P4 as Jenksek continues to hold on to the race lead. So as we had a charge on the inside, they wrecked with Snyder down low. All of a sudden, there's only about 4 cars further back in the field. Jenksek leads him back to 1.
9 laps to go, and again, the anticipation begins to rise. Who will be the first one to try to dive down that inside lane? Watch out for that wide in red number 95. 5th place on track. He's done a lot of crazy moves. Does he have a few more left in it?
How about Chandler Parsons? 3 cars are on the inside line right now, and Parsons sits in 13th. He's a moving down on the inside line with help from Robbie Lyons. Parsons made it into the duels without a hood on his race car in his heat race. He is charging to the front.
Parsons in 10th. It would be good enough to put him in. Kerwin is in the top 19. Daniel Eberhardt is not, so it would be 1 extra provisional that we're working with as we're now within 8 laps to go.
A couple names who we have not talked about. Haven't mentioned Jason Maines quite a bit. He's now in the 8th position. How about Kenny Kibbe, a short track ace? Now he's able to keep himself in the top 10. But how about that inside row again, trying to gain that momentum? Robbie Lyons trying to give a big push to Chandler Parsons in the orange car on the inside.
And here comes Casey Kerwin right on cue. He drops down past Raja Karuth and pulls right down in front of Chandler Parsons. He's going to take over the lead on the inside line. He'll be side by side with Raja coming off 4.
How many times have we seen Kerwin do this exact same thing? The only thing he hasn't done is lead this race outright. He's going to try to change that 7 laps to go. This time for the World Center Racing, a big shove from Chandler Parsons to the 95 XZ Gaming car to turn 1.
It's beginning to get frantic. Colin Bowden stuck around that transfer spot. Dylan Jones holds the final transfer spot. Chandler, Arizona's Justin Litzenby battling with Daniel Eberhardt back into 21st. It's all about finishing in the top 20 here.
Casey Kerwin almost had flashbacks. Chandler Parsons was leaning on the left rear of his car coming off turn 2, but he was able to keep it straight. Side by side for 3rd. Now side by side for 2nd. Casey Kerwin and Chandler Parsons to the lead off turn 4.
Literally and figuratively streaming to the front are Kerwin and Chandler Parsons, who go clear of everybody else by a car length or so. And now Janczak will get the opportunity to close up on them as they come through the tri-oval. Now 6 laps to go at the World Center of Racing.
Now that is one thing that I've actually heard from some of the real world drivers, the ability to tandem draft again like we saw about a decade ago. That looks like exactly what we just saw with Casey Kerwin getting absolutely pounced to the front by Chandler Parsons. Now comes Robbie Lyons with some help from Liam Brotherton, now trying to pioneer the inside lane.
And that's exactly what they want to do, is they want to get up there and give Kerwin a run for their money. They've got 6 laps to go. Here comes Lyons now, side by side with Ionescu. They're closing in and now have caught Jancic. They're going to be side by side for third as the caution is out. We've got trouble further on behind them. Back in the exit at turn number 4, one car spins it down to the inside of the racetrack. Kenny Kibbe involved in it, Daniel Falkingham, Jason Listenby, all involved as we are under yet another caution, and this is going to put us dangerously close now in green-white checker territory. It was the 14 of Kenny Kibbe that kicked it all off.
And it was the, I believe, 15 of Cole Freilich who got into Kibbe and just sort of drove right on through him in the middle of 3 and 4. They weren't quite lined up in the center of the corner, and that's how Freilich was able to get into Kibbe. You see Freilich's on board here, turn him once, turn him twice, send him into the fence, and collect a few other people too. Daniel Everhart got clipped and smacked the wall. That's a part of this, but he's got the provisional, so he'll be okay. Thunder Dan, as you mentioned, Jacob Hitt swept up in this, as was Justin Lisenby in the 31 machine.
You'll see it here from the 39 of Falkingham on the outside lane. Remember, we saw him in 3 wide situations earlier on tonight. Unfortunately, collects there the previous Podium 500 champion in 2020, Daniel Everhart, in his car. And then all of a sudden, multi-car incident there as Cole Freilich tagged the apron, got into the 14 of Kibbe. That started the chain reaction here as you look from Everhart's car.
Good look here from Everhart's machine, who just tried to get underneath it and clear it, and then little contact there from Thunder Dan. Into the fence he goes, so it likely will be a pretty deep starting spot for Everhart, who currently has scored 29th on pit road, just trying to get the car fixed up. But again, he doesn't have to worry. He will be in the show tomorrow. He is the champion of the 2020 Podium 500, runner-up from a year ago, and regardless of where he starts, KB, I think one of the heavy favorites to do well, maybe win his second Podium 500 tomorrow afternoon.
He almost won it in 2021, was just short of the win because of the man that's leading this race, Casey Kerwin. So no doubt, even if he starts to the rear, even if he's had situations like this, as he's been running the gauntlet all day long, no doubt he's going to have speed, he's going to be quick, and over the 500 miles that we're going to experience tomorrow afternoon, you better believe Daniel Everhart is probably going to show up into the top column at least once, especially nearing the end of that race.
And yes, now as we get towards the end of this, we'll wait to see what lights look like on the pace truck, but I imagine we are probably looking at a natural green-white checker, I think. Organic, GMO-free, responsibly raised, cage-free, no pesticides, no artificial ingredients whatsoever in what should be a 2-lap dash when it sets up, barring the unexpected or an extension of this yellow flag from race control, in which case we would then go into our first proper green-white checker.
It's going to be a fresh green-white checkered here, James, and to say that we haven't seen green-white checkers would be a complete lie today. We've seen a lot of them, and in fact, I'm pretty sure that all the heats and the LCQs at least went through some sort of green-white checkered scenario to end those events and to try to end those events under green. One of them, I think one of the first couple of heats, we exhausted all 3 of them and did it under yellow. Hopefully tonight, it's not the same to end the entire night of qualifying day. We've got a lot of great drivers at the front. We want to see them contend for the win and try to beat Kerwin to the line.
Yeah, beating Casey Kerwin to the line, something that people have not done here immediately, at least within the past few races at the Podium 500. When he's run, he has won, because remember, he was victorious in his duel last year as well. So Kerwin's got a bit of a hot streak that he's trying to defend, and who knows, could well make it 2 duel wins in a row, as he will start up front as the lights do show up, and we'll see how things go with the lights off on the pace truck.
It's going to be a lot to unpack here, James, and as the 95 of Kerwin's going to hold up top, now I got to wonder what Chandler Parsons is going to do. He's got some help. There's a couple of drivers probably that wouldn't help him 100%. We'll see what Jancic does in the 40 because he was on the outside. He wasn't working with Parsons really for much of that run. That the 72 got up to the front of the field, but Parsons could have something to say. Maybe he could time this well with Kerwin. Kerwin is going to have to try and pick and choose some of the lanes. He's got help from Robbie Lyons this time around on the outside of row number 2. So Kerwin's got some options. Now we got to see which route he picks, whether he goes in the fork in the road, decides to go left or right. There's a lot of drivers around, but there are also a lot of drivers that are willing to take it away, and they've also got help. So the armies are in full force, to say the least.
Armies indeed are going to be all out here, and it could be a flat-out brawl amongst the final 2 laps. Could be a nut house and a half, a madhouse and then some. Who knows if that house is haunted? I think that's the biggest question. As the lights are off on the pace truck, Kerwin will lead this field to green from the outside. A natural green-white checker coming your way in the final duel, the final race of the night for the qualifying day for the 4th annual Podium 500. Green flag is out. Kerwin goes, but he didn't get the greatest of restarts. Chandler Parsons is actually going to beat into the line. A really good jump for Chandler, who's got the help of Craig Janczak underneath him as they come back to 1.
Janczak trying to shove. Right behind him is the 2 of Liam Brotherton, but they cannot contest Casey Kerwin in that outside lane. Was hoping maybe that they could get in front of him. 28 cars on the lead lap. That means 20 of the 8 have a chance to make the Podium 500. Kerwin and Parsons still door-to-door down the back straight.
Here they come down the back straightaway. Lyons pushing Kerwin as much as he can. Janczak doing a great job in pushing Parsons through 3 and 4. Side by side for the race lead as they're coming around to the white flag. Parsons peeks his nose out in front.
Chandler Parsons into the lead for the very first time in the duel. But here comes Janczak as they approach the white flag. Final lap here in duel number 2 from Daytona. Big push from the 95 of Casey Kerwin as they come back for turn 1.
I am shocked that we did not see Parsons get up into that outside lane. Now he loses a few spots, and the Hornet's nest begins to form. One final shot to make it into the Podium 500. Who will make it inside the top 20? They're 3 wide down the back straightaway. Crashing now, turning around right at the transfer spot.
Big trouble down the back straightaway. The field comes rocketing down into turn number 3. Here they come. Janczak continues to lead. Casey Kerwin stays right in line with them. They've got a 2-car length gap between Robbie Lyons in 3rd. When will Kerwin make his move? Here they come off turn 4.
Still nose to tail. Now Kerwin makes the drop to the inside. Janczak tries to throw the block. Kerwin's going to go all the way down to the apron, and it will be 2 years in a row in the duel for Casey Kerwin, who gets it done once again to win duel number 2 and keep the streak alive. He may well go to victory lane tomorrow, but first time in the history of this race that we have 2 former champions of the Podium 500 take the duels. DeMerchant, the inaugural champion, gets duel number 1, and here's the move they got. Casey Kerwin, our most recent and defending champion of this event, duel number 2.
What a move by Kerwin. Look at Robbie Lyons almost trying to make it 3 wide on the outside. If he had enough space, he would have been there. But Casey Kerwin, the ex-Gaming Chevrolet Camaro, he changed manufacturers over 1 year, by the way. He was in a Ford Mustang last time we visited the Podium 500 with the same team. Changed to the bow tie, but it does not matter, does not faze him. Casey Kerwin is a Duel 2 winner.
We knew he was going to be strong, and then yet again, how about a ka-chow moment for the man who was at the Clash 1 week ago and got to see, shall we say, a favorite friend of his, to say the least. But he's not going to complain about it in the slightest. Kerwin with the big move, and then, yeah, that big wreck on the back straightaway. Probably a lot to talk about there, KB, as that totally flipped everything upside down and made it a little bit wilder for everybody to try and figure out where they needed to be or not be in order to make the cutoff.
Indeed it was, and at the end, Cole Freilich had 21st. He was drifting through the grass, but there was a bunch of cars that got by him, and all of a sudden, I believe, P20 looks to be Ricky Harden in the 15, the final driver into the Podium 500 tomorrow afternoon. Daniel Falkingham, the birthday boy, not able to continue his birthday celebrations on track. He will miss the show. He'll have to watch from home, but Ricky Harden ends up in.
Hard in the wall, put a hard charge to get that hard-fought final place into the Podium 500 tomorrow night. A big run for him in the end. Started 34th and finished 20th. And talk about this. Here's a stat for you. You look at the top 20. Do you know how many drivers started within the top 10 in this race that ended up finishing in any one of the transfer spots? 3 of them. Janczak, who started 9th, he came home 2nd, and then Jones and Josh Robin finished 19th and 18th respectively. Here's what Ricky Harden saw on that last lap, and more importantly, this is how he got through the wreck that took out some people but got him that final spot to transfer.
You know what, James? When you mentioned it's better to be lucky than good, Actually not. I think this is just being good here with a bit of luck. Drivers were crashing all around him, but that's a master job to hold on to the reaction time, to keep it in check, to ham on the brakes, and to be able to get around all of it. And Ricky Harden, who started 34th tonight in this duel, is going to be one of the last drivers into the Podium 500. What a story it is for him, as he's going to get in a beat-up Chevrolet Camaro, but he knows it's all worth it.
Yeah, a little bit of wrecking there. Yeah, no, I think that's just talent. And yeah, I got to give Justin Malillo credit and check because he nailed it. That's exactly the point that I was going to make. Braking for wrecks does indeed pay off. Harden got on the brakes and saw what was happening as soon as it started to unfold and just gave himself enough breathing room in order to make it past. He's the last man into the Podium 500 from Duel 2 as a result. Here's a look at the full field rundown to tell you where your favorite driver finished. Casey Kirwan. Second year in a row, he gets a dual win. He's going to try and match it with a win of the big race tomorrow. He will start fourth. Greg Janczak comes home in second. Robbie Lyons comes home third. And Cosmin Ionishu comes home in P number 4. P5 is all about Austin Johnson. Sean Bounty rode in the back for a lot of this, and it ended up paying off big for him. He came home sixth. Garrett Brown was seventh this evening. Eighth went to Jordan Kuntz. Chandler Parsons into his first Podium 500 of his career. He'll come on ninth. And Coach Series driver Liam Brotherton rounds out the top 10. He'll go Podium 500 Racing 2.
Jesse Atchison in the 28 will round it out. P11 here at the end of Duel 2. Josh Ball in the 16. He's going to have a ball. He's going to be in the Podium 500. He is 12th at the end of it. Raja Karuth in the 13 car started 43rd. He ends in 13th here in this duel. Eric Papineau in the 45, who led a good amount on the inside lane. He's 14th at the end of it. Josh Kosick, we saw his massive C-parting avoidance earlier on tonight. He rounds out the top 15. Jason Maines is in the show. P16. Nick Olsen just behind him in 17th. 18th will go to Josh Robin in the 29 car. Dylan Jones, your pole sitter, not able to stay up front near the end, but he ends up P19. Ricky Harden, the final driver to enter into the Podium 500. He makes the show.
The difference between 20th and 21st in the first duel was 2 1,000ths of a second. In duel number 2, it's about 6 seconds. And unfortunately, Daniel Falkingham is the one on the other side. He finishes 21st. The run is over for Garrett Conrath and Colin Bowden. They finish 22nd and 23rd. Cole Fralick in 24th. David Phillips finishes in 25th. P26 to Matthew Baker. Tim Miscott in P number 27. Jeremy Stanley in 28th, the last car on the lead lap. Ryan Hill, Kenny Kibbe round out the top 30.
31st, Justin Lissaby, then Daniel Eberhardt in 32nd. Michael Cozy Jr., rough night at the office for him. He finishes in 33rd. Francisco Villarreal will finish in 34th. Hunter Gio Gagan, I still can't get his name right. He finishes in 35th, though. Heath Snyder in 36th. Anthony Burrows, 37th. Max Brady, 38th. Spencer Burns, 39th. We saw what happened with them, with the whole pit fiasco, trying to pit under green. Then Joey Mazowitz in 40th. Rhett Nichols, Braxton DeWeese, Briar LaPrade round out your field of 43 here in duel number 2.
And just like that, all of a sudden, we started at noon, and almost 12 hours later, about 11 hours and 45 minutes to our credit straight of racing. But we're done with qualifying day. Well, almost at least. Not before, though. We go around our team of commentators for their thoughts on today's racing, but we now know the 43 drivers in full that will compete in the Podium 500. It will be Logan Helton and Nathan Rabideau leading the field to green, followed by the top 19 from these duels that weren't already qualifying, and your 3 drivers with provisionals, which if you're Casey Kerwood or Seth DeMerchant, you didn't end up needing. If you're Daniel Eberhardt, you did. So Eberhardt going to be the last man on the field starting 43rd, but top to bottom, that's everybody. We whittled it down from 344 to 43, and it leaves us with yet another exciting Podium 500 on tap tomorrow that is always full of storylines. Taylor Burris, what are you most looking forward to tomorrow afternoon? Maybe he's so excited that he was just a little bit quiet. So we'll turn our attention. Let's pop up and we'll go over to turn number 1. Devin Henry, what about you? What are your thoughts and what do you want to see when the Podium 500 green flag drops tomorrow?
We're all just speechless. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, I think that what is really astounded me the most when it comes to this race in the past, like you said, 12 hours, is how different these cars run. We saw guys like plural, like a singular. We saw a guy like Casey Kerwin do basically whatever he wanted with that race car. And the way that there were just random times, I really couldn't put a finger on why it happened when the entire pack just dispersed. And then everyone hunted for position after that. When you get 40 of the most elite drivers on the service together tomorrow, and that happens, I'm really curious who ends up on top of that battle. And we saw the urgency hit a maximum today at the end of both races, which obviously we're going to. Now throw $1,000 in front of them. I don't know what's going to happen with these cars. We saw pack racing work, we saw tandem racing work, and we saw the outside lane dominant at night. After what they learned today, what does it look like in the middle of the day? I'm pretty excited to find out.
Lots of fun, lots of entertainment, lots of storylines. Jacob Hitz, you're going to have the run to the finish tomorrow. I have a feeling you've got a sense of what kind of run you might be calling after today's action.
It's certainly going to be wild, and really that whole run down the back straightaway is going to shape what we see in turn 3 and 4. If they're 3 wide down the back straightaway, they might try and go 4 by the time they get to turn number 3, and we know that's not going to work. If they're single file like we saw in the closing lap of this race, you know they're going to fan out by the time they get to the middle of 3 and 4, if not the exit of 3 and 4. No matter what it comes down to, if they're calm at the front, bet on that changing. Somebody's going to pull something out of the hat coming off the corner and try and make the magic happen to win their Podium 500.
Magic is a pretty good word. You listen to Kerwin, who was in a magical place over the course of the weekend. He might have just brought some of it back with him. Who knows? But Taylor Burris, what do you think? What do you expect? What do you want to see tomorrow afternoon?
Well, one thing for sure is we're going to be seeing a lot more green flag pit stops and pit stops happening throughout this 500-mile event tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be keeping an eye on seeing who is going to make the least amount of mistakes coming down pit road, whether it be through speeding or making sure they don't go through too many pit boxes before they enter or exit Alpha Pit Road. Drivers are going to have to probably be practicing that when they get their show on the road later on tomorrow. And I'm going to be bait to say that those penalties are still going to continue on here for tomorrow's action. It could be one small penalty that could cost you at the chance of Podium 500 glory.
One more man to talk to before we get going and say goodnight from Daytona. Kenneth Bueno. You saw it all from atop the tower along the start-finish line. Big day tomorrow, no question about it.
It's going to be a huge day. And, you know, when I think about the qualifying day to the Podium 500, you know, you think the madness starts in the afternoon. You go all the way through the day. You go all the way through the night. You end these duels. And it feels like the dust settles before a monster in the form of a Podium 500 logo comes attacking you, and you've got to challenge it next. That's what's going to happen for these 43 drivers coming tomorrow afternoon. They've got that monster to tackle, and especially since we've got the view coming out of turn 4, we've got the last look at any last lap charges, any last lap ducks to the inside or the outside, and it means that I think over the course of 500 miles, 200 laps, and with all our team here ready to cover it all, it's going to be so much fun. These drivers are at their best, at their capabilities. We're ready to see them demonstrate it, give them the stage, and let them handle the rest.
I think about how this panned out today, and I think back to past years, the Podium 500, and you know, there were storylines that sort of bubbled up over the course of qualifying day. I think last year, the strength of lockdown racing, Zach Novak, Jimmy Mullis, and Anthony Alfredo was a huge storyline. Alfredo was the only one that ended up really delivering. If I look at the end of this now and look back on what we've seen over the past 12 hours, especially in these dual races, the strength of those who have done this before and just how good Seth the Merchant and Casey Kerwin and Daniel Eberhardt looked in particular. For all the people who say that plate racing is luck and doesn't really require all that much skill and talent, I feel like this is a pretty good anecdote to that theory. Because yes, you can get a little bit lucky. Sometimes, yes, you need a little bit of it, but the drivers who made it into the Podium 500, it's not an accident. More often than not, the drivers who make it there have the skill, have the know-how to make it happen on plate tracks, and find ways to put themselves in positions to be successful. Give yourself a chance, and then everything else sometimes just sort of falls into place. But for the champions, I don't know if we've ever seen the former champions look this strong coming into a 500. Whether or not it pans out that way, we don't know. We'll just have to find out and tune in tomorrow, because there is one race left to go in Podium 500 weekend, and it is the big one. 200 laps, 500 miles, $1,000. Our coverage of the 4th annual Podium 500 will kick off at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, February 13th, 2022, where Casey Kerwin will look to repeat this scene both from tonight and from a year ago, and look to become the first back-to-back and multiple-time Podium 500 winner, as will DeMerchant, who will start alongside him, as will Eberhard, or who knows, maybe we'll have a new champion. We'll just have to find out. But as it stands, a tremendous amount of people to thank for making today happen. A big thanks to our studio team, Strix, Postal Strix, and Cameron Overgon, for all their coverage during the course of the day. Big thanks to a lot of the people behind the scenes, Brandon Davis, Derek Watson, and William Hale from Race Control, who made things happen. Big thanks to Nicholas Weatherby, who was on social media for so much of this evening. And a big thank you to our team behind the scenes at Podium Esports that helped make things go. Gary Sexton, John Theodore, Cisco Scaramuza, and then finally, our team on the broadcast this evening, our pit reporter, Taylor Burris, our drivers in the turns, Devin Henry and Jacob Hitz, my partner in the booth, Kenneth Puedo, and our producer, as always, Ryan Bauer, with cameras from Dougie Beard and the overlay from Michael Hall. I am James Pike, the voice of Podium Esports. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of qualifying day for the 4th annual Podium 500. The big show comes your way 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on twitch.tv/Podium Esports.